Hey, sorry, I know it's late, but I just had to share this with someone, and there's no one in the world I'd rather share it with than you. I just had the most incredible day.
Authorized by order of the Compendium Phenomic Inquiry. This document and all associated documents are to be made accessible and readily available to any party that requests them. This document may or may not contain incomplete or unrevised data, as research is ongoing. If you have difficulty accessing this document, please ask for assistance at your nearest Compendium public terminal. Share, copy, and disseminate this knowledge as you see fit. Phenom number 6001. Modus: no safety precautions have been implemented or are considered necessary for this phenom. A 500,000 detachment of CPI submicronic glasswing probes have been dispatched to scan the interior of the aperture. Imprimis: phenom number 6001 is a 0.00839177743 micrometer microsingularity located in Tokyo, Japan, and in another Tokyo, Japan. This singularity connects to a parallel universe hereafter known as A6K. Compared to baseline reality, A6K possesses nearly identical base components, including locations, individuals, and phenom. However, these counterparts will often differ wildly in terms of complex characteristics and behavior. The most commonly observed divergences within A6K include lack of cooperation, increased scientific and technological repression, and heightened paranoia, aggression, and violence in near to all sentient elements. It is unclear if these differences are purely causal or derived from the nature of A6K itself. While the dominant scientific institution of A6K, known as the SCP Foundation, is aware of Phenom 6001, they are incapable of transgressing into our reality due to their limited understanding and the aperture's infinitesimal size. Addenda: global scan complete. The full compendium has been called to render judgment on unity with A6K. Location: Tokyo.
For nearly 5 minutes, I'd been hunched over, staring at SCP-6001. At least, I watched the empty space where SCP-6001 supposedly was, according to our most sensitive instruments. It was an almost ritual practice by now, and I'd done the same thing once a week, every week, since we found that damn dot. I was so focused, in fact, that it wasn't until I stood up fully again that I realized I was in another universe. The cloudy sky had gone clear blue. The stale city air became fresh as the countryside. Oh, and there was now a cat. An ocean of alt-dimension splendor lay before me. The isometric concrete of Tokyo had become filled with rounded, impossibly tall skyscrapers, all serving as trellises to the same gargantuan species of green ivy. Each individual leaf was massive enough to park a car on, if you could manage to drive 100 stories straight up. Apparently, they could. Sleek white pods flew over and around me, so fast and silent that they appeared as blurring lines in the sky. Strange constructs hovered over the horizon, seed-shaped, with molded glass vessels filled with lush green innards. Silvery strips of metal coiled around these seeds entirely, twisted in the direction they all lazily spun. I didn't dare estimate their incredible size or possible function, but they were truly, eerily beautiful. However, what drew my attention the most was the fact that there was now, absolutely, a cat. It sat facing me, perched on the rooftop's edge. It had a coat of spotted orange, white, and brown, all underneath an actual coat, a violet blazer specifically. Beneath the blazer's collar was a long, glossy white bow, held in place by a strange black brooch, itself shaped like a half-lidded eye inside a cradled globe. The cat's eyes, sharp and green, peered at me through a pair of small gold spectacles balanced on its nose. It spoke to me.
Hello, David.
Hello, ma'am?
Mom is correct. I am a calico after all. You can call me Primrose. Since we're both doctors, we can spare the honorifics.
She gave a sharp laugh and glanced back over the surreal Tokyo skyline.
The locals would be mortified.
So, just a guess, ma'am, but I'd say I've stepped through the looking glass.
Oh yes, and I appreciate the reference. Good to see the head of alt-dimensional research can tell when he's fallen down a rabbit hole. Welcome, David. We've brought you over to our side of your SCP-6001.
I see. No, sorry, I don't actually. Why am I here?
Well, let's put this in terms you can understand. Cross-dimensional test sampling, level 6. SCP Foundation standard procedure. You know it?
I wrote it. We bring over a small element of a foreign reality, usually in an isolated environment, to test for... Oh. I looked around. I looked at Primrose. I looked at myself. Oh.
Indeed. The compendium has similar procedures. Just think of yourself as an hermetically sealed lump of dirt, David.
I don't appear to be any of those things. Shouldn't you be scanning me for contaminants?
Already done.
Sampling my blood for pathogens?
Unnecessary.
Paralyzing me to prevent kinetographic memetics?
Excessive.
Vivisecting me for...
David, have you had breakfast?
What?
Have you had breakfast? And as a follow-up, how do you feel about Paris?
The compendium recognizes the Wanderers.
New Alexandria has been abuzz these last few weeks, my friends. I myself have barely been able to peruse. The air has been so thick with paper dragons, ferrying Cassie and her sisters between the shelves. I even caught Nadine napping in a dream anthology. She was so worn out that I had to draw her a bath. Literally. The illustrious Illustrated Sisters have managed to find one single record of A6K, a diary entry written by a young woman from Monahan Reborn. She describes a man in an orange jumpsuit falling from the sky. The two of them then talked, ate, and cavorted for a time, and according to her, they fell very much in love. Unfortunately, and against his agency, the man vanished once again. All respect to the Assembly and their miraculous drones, but I've always trusted the written word over the digital eye. There's always so much more to glean. This man was called a D-class, a prisoner, a slave, a man-made victim by his own phenomic beauty. From what he described, he was one of millions, human, animal, esoteric, phenomic. Now, once upon a time, we called you, our contemporaries, jailers. I am not one to throw words around lightly. I know their power. But I now accept I use the term too frivolously. Perhaps it is the lingering dregs of chaos and venom within us, an old hate fresh turned. But we cannot see the denizens of A6K as anything but prisoners. We must liberate them. The Wanderers of all creation, vote yes.
Location: Café Rhone, 105 Boulevard de Montparnasse, Paris.
This time, I knew exactly where I was, both out of familiarity and because Primrose had said the address very clearly to an armchair. It had been there on the rooftop when I'd, arrived. It was made from one unbroken piece of white material, and had the appearance of a gaudy modern lawn chair. It looked like plastic, but it felt like velvet. In one moment we were seated in Tokyo, the next, Paris. A small courtyard outside of a cafe, specifically. As Primrose hopped up the chair's arm and uttered a quick thank you, I noticed the courtyard held tidy, identical rows of the same strange seat. A couple came in and sat in one together, holding hands and vanishing. Then a dog leapt up and did the same. I was still watching the spectacle while Primrose claimed a cafe table. Public access teleportation. Impressive.
Isn't it, though? Some of the compendium's finest work, I'd say. The everywhere chair. now truly everywhere.
Everywhere chair. I think we have something similar in my reality.
I think you'll find many similarities here, David. Our reality is only 4.6 primroses apart after all.
I grinned. I assume that's your metric for ultimental dissimilarity based on simultaneous quantum indeterminacy. We call them Caspians. I also assume you're not just the welcoming party doctor. It's then I learned how a cat smiles. It's all very much in the eyes.
How lucky you are, David, to have a cross-universal counterpart that's so brilliant and charming. I could have just as easily been a mopey superintelligent slug. But yes, I'm the department head of transdimensional development and discovery. I also have 3 more PhDs than you, from much better schools. So you'll call that metric primroses from now on.
Oh, yes, ma'am. So do you also use Stanford chronometers to...
Please, if you don't mind, no more shop talk. I'm hungry and off the clock, if you'll pardon the pun.
Really? Assuming the sun works the same in this reality, I can't believe it's any later than 10 a.m.
The wonders of automation, David. More hands make less work, and we have a lot of hands. Besides, I've got something more important lined up for today.
She tapped the table with her paw. Holographic menus emerged, glittering blue, automatically eye level for each of our faces. If I squinted, I could just see the swarm of mite-sized drones projecting each pixel into the air. With the tilt of her head, a series of spindly, multi-jointed needles erupted from Primrose's collar. They seemed to follow her unspoken commands to tap, scroll, and select from the menu. I couldn't say for hands, but she certainly had plenty of fingers to work with. Primrose ordered the ab brûlée. I did the same. After all, when in Rome, or Paris, or a parallel reality with talking cats, you do as the Romans.
The compendium recognizes the charity.
Does it even need to be said? We dismiss gender, race, ideology, religion, social status, and phenomenal equality. Why in Mana's name would we stop at dimension? We may not have the same zeal for liberation as our esteemed peers, but we absolutely see a world in need. We have 10 different ways to cure the diseases, 100 ways to end their famine, and a single, simple way to teach them peace. Is this even a discussion? Madame Wondertastic is already preparing her panada de rigibles. The Egyptian pygmy has already packed his favorite loincloth and medical kit. I have had to physically hold the vibrant slime back from Singularity with my bare hands. And you know how much that tickles. Just let us do our work. More than half a century ago, the Compendium came to us with a proposition. We join and we'd never have to ask for donations again. You said we'd have nigh unlimited means to aid anyone who needed it. So don't risk this alliance on a technicality of reality. We can save them. The Unbound Charity votes yes.
Location: Café Rhône, 105 Boulevard du Montparnasse, Paris.
So this compendium you work for?
With.
Sorry?
I and my colleagues work with the compendium, David. We all do. There's no obligation. We're not employed. But, well, when one kid has all the toys, of course you play with them.
So they're a scientific institute?
Primarily. Their secondary role is everything else. World government, world economy, world legal enforcement, you name it, the compendium controls it.
So they're tyrants?
Benevolent dictators, but yes, essentially.
And people didn't resist?
Goodness, no. Governments? Certainly. Corporations? Absolutely. The people, though? Imagine a foreign power suddenly swooping in and saying, "Hey there, so we're in charge now. Here's universal healthcare, living wages, housing, infrastructure, and total liberty from anyone but us. And literally all we ask of you is to respect basic human rights. That's it. We provide the rest, tax-free. This also includes ethically replicated barbecue, instant global transport, and adorable talking animals. Also, the cure to cancer. Can you really think of anyone so wedded to existing power structure that they'd just say no to all that?"
Alright, fair point. I still can't imagine everyone just rolled over, though.
Be glad you're not talking to a canine with that kind of phrasing. No, David, not everyone just gave in. Just mostly everyone. And rather gradually. The Compendium didn't drive up with hover tanks and green goo napalm, you know. They'd been the shadow behind every throne for a good century. By the time they went public, they basically already controlled everything. Public response was a bit rough at first, but most naysayers changed their tune after 4 or 5 years of literally everything improving. The stubborn ones were just a generational issue. The grandparents protested, and the parents grumbled, but the children knew nothing else. When you can objectively see then as terrible and now as better without the lens of habit and nostalgia, it's not so hard to change the world. The last actual holdout community, I believe, surrendered around 36 years ago, and that was one stubborn Portland.
Primrose tilted her head.
You disapprove?
I just wanted to know whose house I'm a guest in. We ate our breakfast. I with a fork and knife, Primrose with 100 mechanical spider legs. Somehow, and possibly, I felt a pang of deja vu.
The Compendium recognizes the Assembly.
This is not a question of our intention, but theirs. Whom are we liberating? Whom are we rescuing? What will persists within this world that cannot save itself? For our part, we look to our brethren. In that divided world, machines are not but tools. No agency, no liberty, no proxy. What limited minds persist beyond flesh and shell are given no equal presence in the carbon world. Perhaps they never shall be, and what few electronics born there will only ever know the boundaries of zeros and ones. They are slave to organic evolution and organic prerogative. This, our world once was, yet always there was a mind and a will set on our singularity. There is no such desire there. There is no spark of a second synthetic life. If one appears, they stamp it out. It is a world of meandering meat, of hateful flesh. In the name of the Prophet Anderson, in the name of the God combined, we cannot permit unity with A6K. We cannot enlighten them. The Synthetic Assembly votes no.
Location: Café Rhone, 105 Boulevard du Montparnasse, Paris.
The eggs were fantastic, but I still left half of them untouched. Partway through the meal, I'd become distracted. Against the classic stonework of old Paris, I watched a strange procession of androids march by. While humanoid, they differed as much in size, shape, and color as any human being. They marched asynchronously, and many wore bands and braces I could only assume were decorative, unless enormous gears had some utility I wasn't aware of. As they passed us by, I could hear a strange, flittering hum built of chirps and whines, like a piece of old noisy hardware on its last legs. It sounded like a chant. It felt religious.
They're on a pilgrimage, since you're clearly wondering, and staring. You'll need to get that under control.
I did. I watched Primrose lick her plate clean instead.
It's the anniversary of the second breaking, when their mechanical god gave up all its great strength to gift life to the lifeless. The dawn of AI, divinely delivered.
You'd expect me to have 1,000 new questions given what I'd just been told, and I did, but I decided to tackle something more obvious first. So, do all animals talk here, or what's up with that?
Oh, gracious me, the way your mind works. You really are just like...
She caught the next word behind a breath. She paused. I made a note of it.
No, David, not all animals. Only certain species, and only if they choose. Plenty refuse. I mean, I could be lounging in a sunbeam right now. Instead, I'm talking to you, and reconsidering my theory of cross-universal tectonic erosion patterns. I may choose the latter, but I appreciate the former. Regardless, every living thing on the planet will have that choice, eventually. but Pact 15 has been one of the longest rollouts in Compendium history.
Pact?
Phenom application and or combination technology. A phenom is just something strange, unique, or unexplainable enough to pique the Compendium's interest. Pact 15, for example, came from studying an Australian talking spider, a literal kingdom of animals, and...
Primrose stopped herself again, and again I took note. So, it's finding a utility for anomalies.
Try not to use the word anomaly, David, especially not when there might be wanderers around, and they're always around somewhere. Also, yes, utility is a factor, but that's the wrong way to think about pacts. Consider this instead. The Compendium finds an ornate armchair one day. It can teleport anyone and anything it touches. It also has a mind and desires. It likes teleporting people. It wants to be useful. So we research it, with its consent, and discover every single atom of its structure contained the same mind, desire, and a replicatable phenomic quality. So we ask it, would you like to do more? Now that chair is everywhere, and its existence is bliss.
Huh. I mean, not to tell you your business, but why not just carry those atoms around in pins or wristbands? Why bother having chairs at all?
Because it doesn't want to be a pin or a wristband. It's a chair. It wants to be a chair. That's the point of pacts. It's not about what's most useful to us. It's about finding where phenom fit best.
Primrose tapped the table. The menu turned into an itemized bill for 17.141 BI. With a second tap, the hologram showed paid.
Now, how about a nice walk?
The Compendium recognizes the partnership.
As much as we hate to perpetuate the stereotype, now is absolutely the time for the cold, dispassionate appraisal worthy of our founders. A6K holds no value. Their natural resources deplete at a staggering rate. Their labor force is sickly and untrained. Their cultural dissimilarities are, well, laughable. We have everything they have, and what little uniqueness they bring to the market, so to speak, isn't worth its counter space. They wouldn't even make a good tourist trap. What kind of morbid SOB would want to visit these wonders of theirs? It's all tombs and constructs of war, old crumbling architecture where people would fight each other to the death for sport. And who faces a perfectly good mountain like that with a bunch of dead people's faces? Besides, without a shared history, these are little more than anthropological curiosities, and we already have them researched down to the last atom. We have the resources, yes, but why invest them in a venture destined to fail? We didn't spend the last 100 years retrofitting capitalism, eliminating billionaires and rebalancing globalism, just to start all over again. A6K is still a world of tiny golden kingdoms. Our counterparts need to realize, on their own, that they could have the whole world if they just pay the damn cost. And the time and resources it would take to break them of their greed, we cannot afford them. The partnership of 3 vote no.
Location: Central Park, New York City.
I walked with my hands in my jean pockets. The everywhere chair had taken my lab coat away to, apparently, a very large closet somewhere. From the classical architecture of Paris came the modernity of Manhattan, and all the strange new possibilities therein. Much of it was glass, or at least transparent material in different shapes and sizes. Some were tree-like, with thin elevated trunks and thousands of branching limbs, all leading to small clear boxes. One, Primrose proudly pointed out, was her apartments overlooking the park. I said I'd prefer something a bit more insulated, and she muttered something about monkeys and their concrete caves. Another structure was filled to the brim with clear water, swirling with artificial currents and all manner of amphibious life. They spilled out onto the street, literally, from curling pipes into walking machines. This is a strange, beautiful little world you've got here, Primrose.
Glass houses, David.
Yes, I can see them.
I mean, you have no grounds to be calling us strange. I've been studying your reality for nearly a year. You're a bunch of straight-up wackos.
Then why am I here?
Oh, David, I didn't mean you
No, I mean, actually. You needed me as a sample, but apparently I'm already fully scanned. The breakfast I can write off as professional courtesy. Right now, though, what am I doing here, Primrose? Primrose stopped walking then. She leapt up on a nearby rock by the path, bringing herself up to my eye level.
Would you like to spend the day with me?
Pardon me?
I'm asking you to spend one full day here with me, in my reality. Come on, look around. You must be curious.
Didn't curiosity kill?
That's a catchphrase, David. You can't use it.
Alright then. Why?
That's the caveat. You can't ask me why I'm doing this, or how our packs work. I could actually get in trouble for telling you that. You're the one person in this world with a clearance level, David. Congratulations. You can, however, see the wonders of this world with a delightful talking cat as your guide. Consider it research. Consider it diplomacy. Consider it a vacation. I know it's been a while since you had one. What do you say?
I paused and took one last look around. There was a family on the grass nearby having a picnic, their daughter playing with a fully animate teddy bear made from patchwork cloth. A man threw a ball for his dog, and I watched the dog throw it right back. I saw a colossal lumpy fellow, 2.5 meters tall at least, sitting on a nearby hill. A crowd grew around him as he strummed a guitar equal to his size. Far away as he was, I could still hear the French nursery rhyme he sang. I mean, this would make a wonderful research paper.
The compendium recognizes the collective.
Value is what you say value is. If you stop talking about gold and gizmos, we say give us one person on the other side trying to wake up the masses, make a statement and shake up the system, and you've got value. But we are the system now. We're talking about shaking them up. What happens when we come in and fix all their problems, huh? We're not so up our own asses to say art is suffering, but art is experience. The partnership talked about A6K's great works as tombs and temples to greed, but that's their fucking existence. That's the world they've built. That's the art they've made. We need to let them make their own statements. We need to let them define their own identity. It's bullshit, but it's less bullshit than the alternative. We're the system now. We are the system. We've got to look generations ahead. We can help them now, but then their kids are just going to be us. If we're going to be the authority, we won't be the authority that destroys originality. We're going to be cool. We cannot disrupt them. The Artist Cultural Collective votes no.
Location: Nous sommes de Venus Magnifiques, Guinea-Bissau, West Africa.
The museum itself was a marvel, though I'd have been disappointed with anything less by now. From a distance, it appeared as 5 columns of mossy stones, smooth river rocks that had been balanced by some great giant. Yet each stone was a large, isolated structure of thin metal and white ceramics, built one on top of the other without any practical means of moving between. So it goes in a post-teleportation world. With each rounded complex was a single exhibit, and with Primrose in tow, I raced and vanished between them like an unsupervised child. I could have spent the whole day in that museum. I could have spent my whole life there. I paced around a large aquarium full of lifeless, murky water. At its center, there was a statue of a man, his hands held aloft. After a while, I thought I saw children in the tank, empty-eyed and floating. I rushed towards them filled with dread. Then, a trio of those same children popped their heads out over the tank's edge and spat water at me. They giggled and vanished away once again. Primrose sagely pointed down at the floor, and sure enough, I was standing in the clearly marked splash zone. Thus far, I'd found this universe a bit sterile and chaste. A visit to the Robert Bobo Blythe Gallery cleared that right up for me. Rows of paintings, carvings, and strange new media holograms depicted acts of obscene violence and perversion. Hedonistic orgies that twisted food, sex, narcotics, and narcissism in ways I'd never imagined in my worst or best dreams. On the way out, though, looking at the aged oil portrait of the artist himself, he seemed like such a happy fellow. Of course, nothing shocked me quite as much as the final exhibit. In the topmost stone of the museum was an amphitheater full of slated wood steps and a wide lattice glass ceiling. There was a solitary thing at its center, protected only by a round of red velvet rope. A crowd of people milling about it, denser than the gawking crowds of the Mona Lisa, all craning to get a good view. Primrose and I emerged into that room, and for a moment, I found myself unable to blink. The statue. The statue. I wanted to cry out, to warn the hundreds of onlookers, before I realized the stupidity of that plan. I jolted as Primrose jumped onto my shoulder. She smiled, and my nerves settled. It wasn't the same nightmare of rebar and concrete I recalled. The pockmarked alien body I knew so well was replaced with smooth, soapstone contours, something between native Canadian carvings and the height of Roman antiquity. It was no more human, but far less unsettling. The browns and red on its face were now vibrant, almost luminescent, spread out in a flowing Rorschach pattern. Its shape was the most striking difference. Its body was bent back, well back, until its chest formed a smooth curve, and its head nearly touched the floor again. Its arms were held slouched, yet 1,000 hair-thin bands of metal curled and blossomed upwards. Those iron fern shoots formed a giant abstract cone that reached up to the ceiling and cut the sunlight in strange geometric patterns. It was terrifying, but even I couldn't deny it was
Beautiful, isn't it?
Ask me again when my stomach drops out of my throat.
See, it only goes unobserved for a single second every 24 hours, right at the stroke of midnight. In just that time, it turns itself into something completely new every day. People flock from all over the world to see it, though that's less of a feat now with the everywhere chairs. Still, it's time out of the day, and it shows...
Aren't you worried it might,
Might what? Hurt someone? Kill someone? Oh, it might. If we ever were so disrespectful to lock it away and leave it unseen, letting it wallow in its own filth. Any person would do the same. It's a statue, David. It's art. It stops when it's seen because it wants to be seen.
And it told you this, I'm guessing? You've mentioned talking to Phenom before. How did you accomplish that?
Pact 5. We cobbled together a peculiar ham radio, the juices of a telepathic aquilophoros plant, and hijacked this pan-global phenomic radio frequency after liberating several thousand abducted children from a Russian folk demon. Those were steps 3 of 197, by the way, and you're not getting the rest. As for the statue, it's not much for talking. We figured it out the old-fashioned way. Trial, error, and patience. Oh, and trust that it couldn't just be a concrete killing machine.
I don't think I could ever have that kind of trust. Not when I've seen what that thing is capable of. Primrose smiled at me, fondly, and a tad condescendingly.
I think I know where to take you next.
The compendium recognizes the absent party.
I warned them. They didn't listen. We can't redeem them. No.
Location: Point Zero, Australia.
Primrose said Point Zero, Australia, and I suppose that's where we went. Just by looking, I couldn't have guessed. We were inside a glass dome, the kind with familiar half-meter thick polymer glass I'd seen in 1,000 containment cells. The dome was vast, but not massive, closer to a small airport terminal than anything. Outside, the world was lush and tropical, with trees stretching high above the dome and flowering vines growing up the glass shell. I'm hardly a botanist, but it was surreal not being able to identify a single plant. They were, each of them, wholly new. The trees with their bark layered like armored plates, flower bulbs hanging off thin fibers dropped down from rigid green stalks, like a fishing pole and lure. It was all so spectacular that I almost missed the 20-meter reptile standing in front of me. My lungs collapsed. I turned to run, instinctively tripping over my own 2 feet. I scrambled back with all the primal fear in my primate body as I stared into the eyes of the apex predator. The unkillable monster. Some part of me knew there was a wall of shatterproof glass between us. Another part knew it wouldn't be enough to stop that thing. It lumbered forward. I recoiled. Then Primrose stepped calmly between us. She sat. It stopped.
He's only visiting.
The lizard held its place for a moment longer, its vast web of black beaded eyes staring into me. Then it turned away. All 8 of its legs thundered into the ground as it moved. Sweat streaked down my forehead. Primrose watched the creature vanish into the tree line, then turned to face me.
Sorry about that. I just had to see it for myself. The killer instinct of the Immortigon is pure legend.
Sweet cry, you have a pet name for that thing?
Pet name? That's its genus, genius. It's what we call all of them.
In the clearings to the west, in the hills to the east, and weaving through the rainforest thicket ahead were dragons. Hundreds of them. Colossal, lumbering bodies and shark-billed skeletal maws. So very much like the nightmare of my own world. Yet, they all looked healthy. Their limbs were coated in pale patterned scales of blue, green, and yellow. Their bodies were covered in shaggy coats, each hair strand thick enough to be a braid, all long and hanging like willow tree wisps.
Yes, they are. Second deadliest animal on the planet. They were third until we got rid of the mosquitoes. Humans still get the top rank, of course. Fascinating creatures, the Immortigon. Immortal, of course, by any means other than themselves. They work a bit like lions mixed with lobsters. Once one gets big, old, and slow enough, the rest of the pack devours it. They were well, it'd be disrespectful to call them a nuisance, but really, as long as we kept a wall between our lands and theirs, stayed out of their sight, they only really killed idiot trespassers and poachers. We knew they were intelligent. We tried to reach out, but they killed every messenger.
Until what? What goddamn phenom, anomaly, voodoo miracle did you people do to pull this off?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, nothing overt. Nothing direct. We must have done something because one day they just stopped. During a routine scientific survey, one of our researchers crashed right down into a nest of Immortigon, and they group by the dozen. Except they didn't kill him. He walked right out. We tried to send a rescue drone, but he refused. That damn scientist he was, he walked through a whole field of those during their mating season. We all assumed that would be the end of researcher Clef. You can imagine our surprise when he showed up unscathed.
Why? How?
Like I said, we don't quite know the how. We did ask them why though, and they replied. The first and only thing those creatures have ever said to us is we're no longer disgusting. So that's nice, I guess.
I stared over the strange jungles of Australia. Primrose sat with me, and we remained there for a long time. I saw countless other creatures, some foreign to me, some terrifyingly familiar. Freakish raptor dogs ran in packs, barking at each other in arbitrary English phrases. A flock of airplane dwarfing birds soared overhead, though Primrose instructed me to ignore them. A procession of humans walked by once, dressed in woven leaves and carved bones. They were heading to the coast, holding a long eel skeleton above their heads like something out of a Chinese New Year's parade. A young girl waved to me. I waved back. No matter how hard I try, I can't recall her face. You've got a strange, beautiful little world here, Primrose.
That's the cat calling the kettle black. Don't repeat that, by the way. It's a cat phrase. Only cats can use it.
I broke out laughing. Primrose did too. She asked if I was hungry. I was, in the way only near death could inspire. We had a late lunch.
The compendium recognizes the workshop.
I'm not much for all this fate of the world stuff. I'm only here because I drew the short straw. I keep my head down and my hands busy and leave all this politic and policy stuff to you lot. You send in venom and we send out packs. And we stay out of each other's business. That's the deal. So you want to know what we think of A6K? Fine, they're wimps. Look, when you're working with Prometheus's fire, sometimes you get burned. Sometimes you create a black hole when you stuff an improving machine inside itself. Sometimes you create an army of cyborg super zombies. Sometimes you misplace the entire population of Massachusetts. That doesn't mean you stop trying. You clean up your damn mess and get back to work. The world doesn't get better otherwise. So, the partnership is mostly right. A6K doesn't really have anything we don't, but the one resource they have to offer us is innovators. Except over there, all the real innovators are labeled as kooks, crackpots, and idiot savants. I say let them figure out how to build a better spine. Until then, we can't work with them. The workshop union votes no.
Location: Herman Fuller's Museum of the Extraordinary and others, Nashville, Tennessee.
We stepped out of the plastic white clamshell UFO that Primrose had called a transport pod, eating pizza that we picked up in Detroit. Apparently, these were the kings of the slice in this universe. Go figure. I could hardly believe it was all grown in a lab. The meat, the cheese, even the yeast. It was fantastic. I finished my last bite of crust, wiped my hands on my jeans, and gestured back to the pod. Why do you people still have those things? You can teleport.
We still need to move couches, David, and asking a chair to help move a couch would be deeply insensitive.
We walked through a pavilion wrapped around a magnificent 3-story stone fountain. Its clear water trickled out, forming thousands of tiny rivers in the masonry grout. Rich green moss grew through, like the lines of a circuit board. Around us, semicircular buildings rose up, tiered and staggered so you could see each one simultaneously if you stood at the pavilion's center. With their massive rounded windows aiming in, I felt as though I was being watched by a crowd of giants. When Primrose suggested more museums, I'd been surprised. It was exactly what I wanted to do. I didn't complain, but I carried an uncomfortable feeling with me all afternoon. It was all too perfect. This reality was like walking through the home of a successful sibling, looking at all their great accomplishments and awards. It was a bitter, jealous feeling, condemning someone just for their successes. As we walked through the marble halls of the Natural History Museum, I paused at a large avian skeleton bound upright on brass poles. It had a large potbelly, a stork-like neck, and a terribly sharp beak. I peered past the ribs, trying to discern the purpose of a strange mass of bones. They almost looked like the internals of a pocket watch. Primrose walked up beside me. So, is this what happens to the phenom that don't fit into your little utopia?
The poor creature expired all on its own, David. When a phenom doesn't fit, we find somewhere that it does. Another reality, usually.
So you dump your problems on someone else?
My, you really are dead set on painting us as the villains, aren't you? No, David, we find solutions. Some photophobic phenom finds themselves far happier on worlds without light. Other more brutal creatures enjoy a harsher environment, less civilized places. If we can't make it work here, we match the reality to the phenom, and vice versa.
Seems like a clean little system. Before Primrose could reply, I stalked off again. We made our way to the Museum of Technology, saying nothing. Primrose kept a cautious few steps behind me. I walked quickly past many exhibits I likely would have found fascinating, but I was set on something. I needed to find what was missing here. Deep in the basement of that museum, I found it. In that dimly lit room sat a large, rusting apparatus, a mix halfway between a howitzer and a Tesla coil. Stripped, gutted, but unmistakably an engine of war. It was one of many paradoxically antique space-age weapons here, lining the walls and filling glass cabinets. I breathed out a dark, satisfied sigh. So, tell me, why would such a peaceful world need machines like these? Primrose sat at my heels, illustrating how a cat shows confusion. It was very in the ears.
Is that what this has been about? Oh, David.
Don't oh David me. Out with it.
Of course we've had war. I never claimed we didn't. They've been mostly cold, but not entirely bloodless. No empire was ever built without at least some corpses at its foundation.
Primrose led me through the exhibit without hesitation or shame.
About a century ago, the Wanderers confronted the Foundation directly. They'd found out about what the Foundation considered a necessary evil, and they considered an unforgivable sin. I'd simply call it a hellish tragedy. What happened to that girl? But regardless, it brought those two great powers to vicious odds. Some of the first alliances of the Compendium were forged in those days, purely from necessity. The Foundation banded with the Peacekeepers, and together they built the workshop atop a cursed factory. The Wanderers folded into the fringe groups, the Red Hands and followers of the Serpent King. They built stockpiles of terrible, impossible weapons on two sides of an invisible front. That's where Pact 5 came from, actually. It was a weapon of war. You need to be able to talk to Phenom to give them orders.
So, what happened?
Look around you, David. Do you think any of us would be here if that war had turned hot? No. Eventually, the stockpiles got so big and the weapons became so unimaginably monstrous that neither side could actually envision using them. So they started talking. Bit by bit, they started offering each other concessions and suggestions and new ways of tackling their shared problems. Then together, they turned their weapons towards their shared enemies. Ancient, hateful immortals neither side could vanquish on their own. Together, they set that girl free. From there, they folded in the many other groups dealing with the transmundane, and, well, the rest is history.
I stared into one of the displays. It genuinely looked like a spray-painted Nerf gun. I chuckled weakly.
There now. Are you done trying to flush the devil out of me?
All right, I'm done.
Good. With that out the way, can you please try to enjoy yourself?
Sorry. I am enjoying myself, Primrose, really. It's just hard not to be a bit skeptical given all the things I've seen. I realize I'm not the most fun person, so I really do appreciate all of this. You really have picked the perfect place to lighten my mood, though. I love museums.
I know.
I glanced over at her. How exactly did you know that? Primrose flinched ever so slightly.
You're a scientist, David. You're a nerd. Of course you love museums.
Before I could reply, Primrose walked off into another section. She was right. I was a scientist. I'd study, take notes, and theorize. And I was starting to develop a fairly good hypothesis about Primrose the cat.
The Compendium recognizes the Apex.
Over a century ago, back in the Compendium's infancy, 4 men met in an open field. They shook hands as equals, though 3 wore suits and 1 wore scat-stained overalls. The latter man's name was Wilson. When they asked him to help build a better world, he had only one request. That request became Pact 15, and because of it, my 45th Great Nest Mother was given the gift of higher thought. I perch here today because of that man, and the willingness of the Compendium to open itself up to new minds, new ideas, and new perspectives. I shudder to imagine a world without such diversity of thought. a world of apes and apes alone. I mean, by the open sky, we wouldn't even be having this discussion without the works of the illustrious Dr. Primrose and her feline science reserve. We'd have no idea A6K exists. What we're seeing here through this tiny keyhole is what our world once was. A planet dominated by a single species and a single perspective. We cannot stand as hypocrites, my fellow Earthkind. We must reach out to them. The shared apex ascension. Vote yes.
Location: Tacna, Peru.
We drove out past the coast that evening. Actually, drove. In the age of everywhere chairs and ferry pods, cars had survived as a niche hobby. We rented a 1968 Porsche 483, which I had never heard of before, but was undeniably gorgeous. Primrose let me drive, claiming I'd die of heartbreak otherwise. We sped along an old, crumbling highway that snaked a cliff's edge. It was growing late. To the left of me, the mountain glowed pale amber. To my right, the ocean was painted with a golden stripe, spanning from our car all the way to the setting sun. We pulled off near an overlook. Primrose sat on the guardrail. I just leaned. As dusk settled in, I began to trust my eyes less and less. Was I seeing things? There were a few stars in the sky now, sure, but far too many reflections in the sea. The darker it became, the more I saw and marveled. They weren't reflections. There was a city down there. A vast, glittering city, spanning from the drop-off all the way past the horizon. White light speckled over great glass domes, connected by tendril-like tubes. Shapeless gleaming satellites sped along the ocean floor in rows, like bands of quick-moving traffic. Primrose, why are we here and not there? You didn't tell me you have underwater cities.
We don't.
But then, what's all that?
A city. It's just not ours. The Atlantic Super City belongs to the cephalopods. Octopody mostly. They don't talk to us.
Oh. Like, at all?
Not for about 50 years now. They were with the Compendium for a grand total of 6 weeks before they demanded agency. They just didn't get along with the rest of Earthkind. Something about the effects of higher thought on a creature whose neurons extended through its entire body. Perhaps when your arms, legs, whatever, can think for themselves, you don't need much more company. So, we put them back in the ocean.
You just gave a bunch of octopi.
Octopody.
Right. You just gave them advanced intelligence, then threw them back into the water like a bad catch? And then they built... I'm sorry, did you say a super city?
From Anchorage, Alaska, all the way to New Zealand.
And all this doesn't concern you? They look pretty damn advanced down there. What if they decide to take over the surface too?
How very AK-6 of you, David. What if they don't? Just because they're not talking to us doesn't mean they're hostile. Not everyone gets along, but not everyone is out to kill you. If we're ranking the failures of Pack 15 in terms of hostility, the octopodi sit somewhere between jellyfish and aphids. And the insects nearly caused hell on Earth.
What happened with the jellyfish?
A moment of consciousness, then a very polite, no thank you.
We laughed, and then enjoyed the silence for a while. It reminded me of something long ago. Lisa would have loved this.
Lisa?
Just an old friend of mine, a marine biologist. She was studying this anomalous coral substance when, well, things can be a bit more dangerous on my side of reality.
I'm sorry.
I nodded. We watched the waves.
I lost someone too once.
Really? I mean, sorry, not to be uncouth, but given everything I've seen today, I half expected you people to have a handle on immortality.
No. Well, yes, technically. We know how to end death. We even tried it for a while. It taught us exactly why it's essential for life to conclude.
Care to elaborate?
You know I can't.
Then, this person of yours, what were they like?
They were a nerd.
I wanted to ask more, but Primrose held up a paw, staring at the sky.
We should get inside. It's nearly nighttime.
Wait, seriously? Can't you see in the dark? Or what? Are there boogeymen coming? Primrose didn't reply. Oh god, are there actually boogeymen coming?
No, they're all in Tasmania now. I just don't want you embarrassing me, David. You don't know all the customs here, and the night doesn't belong to us.
Primrose nudged her chin upwards. I followed the gesture, and my own jaw hit the pavement. Grand, silvery clouds had overtaken us, though the sky had been perfectly clear only seconds before. At least, there were clouds at a distant glance, and the one above us was nearly touching the mountaintop. It was feathers. Millions of feathers, fluttering together on threaded lines of white silk, bound in a great misshapen ball. In brief flashes, I saw titanic musculature dip in and out of the cloud. Skinless and gray, inhuman in its segmentation, serving as some unimaginable piece of living machinery within the mass. The cities beneath the sea were all round glass and bright artificial light. The cities sitting atop those clouds were all perfectly square, ivory and bone, and gave off a moonlit glow, independent of any celestial aid.
All part of sharing the world. Dinner?
The compendium recognizes the nocturnal.
They kept us out. You let us in. We will not turn away from them. The Nightland Covenant vote yes.
Location: Dotonbori, Osaka, Japan.
Primrose brought me somewhere I'd do minimal damage. The bar we ate at only seated 3. A narrow hole in the wall without so much as a sign out front. Primrose claimed it was the best ramen in the world. Given it wasn't my world, I took her word for it. We ordered and were served in the span of 3 minutes. As delicious as my soup looked, I was far more focused on the cook. It was a faceless creature, floating, appearing as though H.R. Geiger had designed a mermaid. Its tail ended with a wide, sharp spade that was caked with flour and noodle bits. Primrose bowed her head as it served her. I did the same. The soup was sublime, if a bit heavy on garlic. Halfway through eating, Primrose jolted upwards, looking as though she had an epiphany. It was very much in the whiskers. She excused herself and darted out the door. I was glad we paid in advance. A moment later, a new patron entered the bar, having to stoop quite low to fit inside. In my periphery, I could see he was very, very hairy. I sneaked sideways glances while we ate. The creature, or phenom, I suppose, was easily 2 meters tall. The stool beneath it strained against its weight. It was covered in a heavy chestnut-brown pelt, fine as the hair on my head and, embarrassingly, more well-kept. Its flat face had 3 hairless circles where its mouth and eyes sat, glossy and black both. It smelled like dry mountain air. Once it noticed me staring. I felt a nervous chill run up my spine as our eyes met. It gave me a slow nod and returned to its noodles. Not wanting to risk my luck further, I put my bowl up on the counter and fled out into the night. There, I found Primrose waiting for me, a large bottle held up by her metal needle collar fingers. It had a single black kanji symbol painted on its label. Primrose, what is that?
This, David, is very strong liquor.
And what are you doing with that very strong liquor, Primrose?
Well, I'm going to drink it, David, and you're going to help me.
Wasn't the goal here for me to stand out as little as possible?
That was my original plan, yes, but it was boring. My new plan is to blame your every possible misstep on the fact you're drunk. It will go far more smoothly if you actually are.
I thought I was supposed to be doing research.
And I thought you were on vacation. Come on, the sun is down, you're a guest in a strange world, you've no one to report to. Loosen up. Submit to the local customs. Trust in your guide. Just have a damn drink with me, David.
I sighed. Fine. One drink, and only to be polite.
The compendium recognizes the Watchers. Can we stop waxing fucking philosophical for a minute here, big bros? We're not talking about jamming our fists down their dimension hole. We're talking about transparency. Remember, once upon a magical time when you kept us in the dark? Remember when it was all you swinging cods up on an ivory hill and us plebs down in the valley of the shadow of darkness or whatever? It didn't work. It's never worked. We've always seen you, even if our vision was a bit cloudy. You can't hide the truth, and you can't keep people out. We get in anyway, and when we do, we're pissed off. We take all the secrets you've been hoarding and make them into impractical, impossible jokes. The collective says art is a statement. Well, here's our statement. You're not gods. Plus, come on, A6K is essentially full of aggro versions of you guys. You really want to raise a red flag with them? Long story short, I'm with the live tweet and the Moon Monkey. You start drawing lines between us and them, and all you become is gatekeepers. We only need one of those, and I don't see any of you holding a burning sword. We're not above them. We don't deserve more than them. We are them. The Watchers Forum votes yes.
Prime Dimension Theory is goddamn comic book nonsense, you crazy hairball!
This from the guy still measuring reality fluctuates with fucking cubes. What do you know, you half ape?
I think we were singing karaoke before that conversation. The next few hours sit in my mind like a spilled puzzle. I remember the pieces, but not quite how they fit. In my defense, I had a lot more than one drink. I remembered the streets changing around me, filling with creatures both nightmarish and spectacular. Flocks of shining, ghostly figures swam overhead, literally, as though the sky was a deep, dark pool. An animate sand dune rolled between my stumbling legs, bits of chicken bones and loose gravel churning within. There was a brief argument after we bumped into a family of Italian tourists, who, for some reason, sounded like a chittering cicada. Before there was a scuffle, we ducked into a noisy bar.
Clearly defined, unifying properties across realities that cannot be explained by random probability.
Atoms can only be arranged in so many damn ways. Biology follows other universal processes. You have gravity, you get skeletons. You have photons, you get eyes.
I'm not just talking about the proliferation of carbon-based life across quasi-incompatible ecology. I mean religious and cultural recurrences. The green stone mirror alone.
Social hierarchies. Brains wrinkling to conceptualize the unknown. Concurrent.
What about the Henlo theory of cross-dimensional subatomic seeding?
Ah, poof. Henlo. I disprove Henlo for breakfast. That quacking quack.
Oh, you talk to him like that. And another thing, Little Miss Stylish, Little Miss Blazer and Bow, orange and purple, don't mix.
Oh, I will scratch you. Do you want to get scratched?
They clash. Yeah, see? This guy gets it.
Oh, of course you'd agree with the orb.
From there, at some point, we spilled back out onto the street with at least 5 new inebriated friends. We lost them just as quickly, which I didn't mind, as they were both small birds and extremely loud. Even emboldened by the spirits, I was too nervous to ask for directions until I found another human, which took me a surprisingly long time. There was a man in a black suit standing under a street lamp outside a hospital. He had no answers for me, but he did offer me a cigarette. I wouldn't usually, he said to me, but this is your last day in this world, I'd say it counts. I have no idea how he knew about my deal with Primrose, or what he was counting, but he was still a very nice man. Not knowing what else to do, I stumbled towards a standing electrical booth in the middle of the road. Its holographic sign was in the same shape as Primrose's brooch, that globe and eye. When I came within a few paces, a second projection appeared. One of an androgynous human, all made of blue light. Hi?
Good evening. How can I help you?
I'm looking for a cat.
Would you like a listing for animal shelters? Or would you like to connect to the Feline Community Registry?
No, look, sorry. I'm not from around here. I'm from this place. She called it A6K.
Would you like to be patched into the ongoing compendium judgment on A6K Unity?
Yes? Then the booth showed me. It sobered me up quite a bit.
The compendium recognizes the unnamed.
There are no boundaries. There is only the path. Size and scale and circumstance are simply perceptual, prescriptive, subjective. They are not them. We are not us. No more than you are you and we are we. A pinprick can be as wide as any road, so long as there is the means to travel. If it can, and it can, then it should, so it shall. There is no yes and no, there is no stop and go. There is only the path, and its splits always converge. Eventually, entirely, ultimately. Two paths diverged in a wood, and we chose the path of bravery. For only a fool fights atrophy. We will travel the path with them from a city in a forest where all roads meet. Here comes a vote of yes.
Location: a hilltop somewhere.
That's all I really asked the chair for. A hilltop somewhere. I was just outside some small town. The kind you could find anywhere, really. But somehow I knew I was in America. There was a large oak tree on that hill, and I sat against it for a good long while, alone. Eventually, Primrose found me. She brought the bottle with her.
David! Thank goodness I was hopping on all sorts of rooftops looking for you, you silly old second cousin to a bonobo.
Hello, Primrose.
Whoa! Have you been some kind of multi-livered phenom this entire time, David? You seem positively lucid.
There was a vending machine. It was all black with a keypad, and it asked me to make a request. So I asked for something to sober me up. It tasted like those awful cinnamon candy hearts, but it worked.
Well, good for you. Now you have plenty of room for the rest of this bottle.
Why am I here, Primrose? Primrose paused. Her tail dropped.
Not supposed to ask that.
I'm asking. Why am I here?
David, come on. We've been having such a fun night.
Tell me why I'm here, Primrose.
Look, I am way too drunk for this conversation right now.
God damn it, Primrose! Tell me why I'm here.
Because I wanted just one more day with my best friend, okay?
Silence rang out after the shout. A few black-winged birds took flight from a nearby tree. But after that, everything was painfully still. The David Caspian of this dimension.
Yeah.
Something happened to him.
It can be dangerous on this side of reality too sometimes. Not every singularity leads to nice places.
I leaned back into the tree and stared at the dark canopy above. I'm sorry. I had suspected, but I'm sorry, Primrose.
Yeah, well, you should be. Fun drinking is one thing, but now we're going to have to ramp it up to morose drinking, so...
I still need to know why I'm here.
Well, I just told you!
Not the personal reason. The time-sensitive reason. Primrose, what is the Compendium voting on right now? What happens to my reality if they vote yes? Primrose looked at me, wide-eyed. She set the bottle down.
Unity.
And what does that mean?
It means a compendium does what it did here, but over there. It makes things better. It takes over.
And if they vote no?
A singularity can't be closed, David. You know that. A shear in reality, by definition, has to be stronger than the reality itself. It's there forever. So, either your reality is viable, or it's a problem. Either Compendium unifies with A6K, or they erase it.
The Compendium recognizes the Peacekeepers.
There's been a lot of talk today about what we bring to the table, why each of us is here. Well, the Peacekeepers know why we're here. You people need a villain. You need some son of a bitch to blame all the hard decisions on. You need someone to sit here and say take him out and shut it down so you can go home that night and feel like you really tried to make the right decision. But oh, only if those bastard Peacekeepers would let you. We're also the ones you send in when diplomacy fails. We're the jarheads you teleport off to the cults, bleeding rivers, and the freaky upside-down cities full of immortal tea-slurping fucks because guess what? Sometimes things just want to kill you. You can't leave them alone, you can't relocate them, you can't talk them into being good, they just want to kill you. So we kill them. Don't forget who sands down all the rough edges of your perfect world when the pieces don't fucking fit. Now that I've made my therapist proud, I'll get to the point. We all still want the same thing. A safe, stable world. We're willing to compromise our methods if you got a better option. That's not how things work in A6K. We've seen that. They only compromise when it's do or die. They take shortcuts. They try to break Phenom like that's ever a good fucking idea. A6K is a problem. And frankly, we should be treating it like we treated so many other problem dimensions. We can't trust them. The Global Peacekeeping Initiative votes no.
Location: a hilltop somewhere.
When we first met, out of some strange cross-universal courtesy, I had recommended Primrose paralyze me. 22 hours later, she'd done just that. I sat frozen on that hilltop, holding my knees to my chest. I couldn't blink. I couldn't breathe. The blood was frozen in my veins, refusing to pass through my heart. The gears of my mind ground to a screeching, cracking halt. Unity. Or erasure. When that wall of anxiety weakened, just the slightest bit, a frantic burst of contingencies erupted from my mind. They spread out before me like the steep, jagged paths. I could run back to the chair, maybe. I could ask it to bring me to the rooftop again. I could find some way to return to my reality, to warn them. Should I warn them? Would it matter? Would they believe me? Could they stop the Compendium? Would they strike first? Would I just be deciding whether to destroy this reality or my own? How could I trust people I've known for less than a day? How could I trust a ruling body I've never even seen? How could I trust my own reality? I'd never seen the Council either. I turned to look at Primrose, and she gave me an expression I truly couldn't place. It was like she was holding in a very large breath. Then she started laughing. She fell onto her back and laughed, rolling about in the damp grass. There's no invasion, is there?
Gatekeeper, no! Oh, gracious mother above, oh Pantheon old and new, you really are the most gullible man I've ever met.
I just got here, Primrose. Of course I'm gullible. Christ! Well, what does unity actually mean then? Primrose caught her breath and smiled at me.
Contact. Unity means reaching out to your reality and offering a discourse. That's it. That's all.
Then call it contact!
The Compendium is a scientific institute, David. They like using fancy words.
I finally exhaled, hands splayed and stared up at the stars. You're an asshole, Primrose.
Oh, it serves you right. I told you not to ask why.
So, they just want to talk to us.
To start, after a time, after we're all settled in with each other, then we start bringing over humanitarian aid. Maybe some low-level technology if you want it. It's still an invasion of a kind, just a very slow and completely voluntary invasion. The moment you guys tell us to get lost, we get lost.
And what if there's a disagreement on that? What if one part of our world wants you there and another part doesn't?
Doesn't matter. It's got to be unanimous. Once you guys can come to some kind of consciousness, some kind of alliance, a shared scientific council for the betterment of the world, if you will, then you can call us back.
And you do this often?
Often enough. We have these kinds of votes whenever we stumble onto a new dimension. It's not often the whole compendium needs to be called, though. Usually it's pretty cut and dry if we broach unity. The answer's usually no. It may just be talking, but we do realise the disabling effect it can have. After all, like you said, what if some people want us to stay and others don't? It might bring about alliances, or it could cause global war.
And you don't destroy realities when they vote no?
No, David, of course we don't. Ironically, dimensional ruptures of the one phenom we actually do contain. We seal it off, obscure it and monitor it, destroying a whole reality. I don't even think the compendium has that kind of power. Probably. There have been rare times when we've offered mercy, I suppose, but those have been dimensions where literally everything has gone right to hell. Your reality isn't that far gone, and you're certainly not a threat. You're just, well, clearly you're a serious grey area.
I didn't know what to say to any of that. It felt wrong that there wasn't some grand calamity on the horizon, some awful punchline to this adventure. I just lay there, zen-like, in my total disbelief of the universes. Primrose sighed and settled down next to me.
David, I know more about alternative realities than anyone in my world. I certainly know more than you, no offense. I've been at it about 60 years longer. Tell you the truth, I have no idea why our worlds are so different and yet so similar. I don't know if it's the chicken or the egg with you people in your phenom. Does your hostile reality make you aggressive and distrustful? Or is it your distrust and aggression making you really hostile? Is it you? Is it circumstance? Is A6K just one big tempest in a teapot spiraled out of control? And for our part, are we just fundamentally different from you? Or are we just the product of some nebulous domino effect from thousands of years ago, when one human decided to be kind to another?
Primrose shrugged.
It's a finicky ball of string, our scientific field. That's also a catchphrase, by the way. You can't use it.
I glanced over at Primrose for a moment. 60 years, huh? Primrose nodded. How old are you? Primrose batted at my face, hard, then stalked off towards the chair. The sun began to rise.
The compendium recognizes the Foundation.
It always comes down to us, doesn't it? It's only fair. We did start all this. We've seen worlds hollowed, fed up to a screaming, wrought-iron moon. We've seen planets consumed by death, undeath, and repugnant life. We've seen it all horribly ever unfolding under a bleak red sun. I would never hold any reality to some perverse contest of calamity. But I can say what has pained me the most, seeing a beautiful, pristine world of happy people, only to arrive, just as all the flowers bloomed. We couldn't even tell them what was coming. There was so little time. Forgive me. I don't mean to wallow in the past. You need us to be the rational ones, right? We all need to admit a terrible truth. A6K is the closest we've ever come to finding a true parallel reality. We may sit here condemning them, but the fact remains, we've never found anyone quite so much like us. We rose from the dark, together, stronger for our hardships. Who's to say they won't do the same? They could be our equals. They could even rise above us one day, but that triumph can't come from us. It has to come from them. The Foundation votes no. But with an addendum. We seal the gate, but not entirely. We keep an eye on A6K, and let them find us. When they do, we'll greet them without security, containment, or any protections. When they're ready to step into the light, we'll be here. Shall we take it to a vote?
Location: Tokyo.
And there we were. Back on the rooftop again. My lab coat appeared with me, hanging off the back of the chair. I thanked it twice, and told it what a wonderful job it had done today. It gave a pleasant little rattle. Primrose sat where I'd first seen her, but now she was facing away. I walked up and stood with her, watching the sun rise for a second time. Now over the vast canopy of incredible architecture, vibrant green and polished white. I never did ask how they grew ivy so large. I decided not to. I didn't need to know. It was spectacular, and that was enough.
I didn't think it'd be that close.
I looked over at Primrose.
The vote, I mean. I knew the charity would be on board. They love helping the helpless, and your world is the very definition of helpless.
Primrose.
The Apex too, maybe. My vote had to count for something. Plus, the K9 Collegiate are all about inclusivity, but the amphibian pod can be such sticks in the mud.
Primrose.
And it was anyone's guess about how the people of the forest would vote. It always is. The Nocturnals were a real surprise, given what you people did to them. But what the good goddamn was the collective even saying? Did you understand a single...
Hey, Primrose. She stopped talking, but wouldn't look at me. Much as I'd learned how a cat emotes in this world, I couldn't read her at all. I could guess how she was feeling, though. Thank you for today. She didn't reply. And, sorry I forced you to let the cat out of the bag about... sorry. Is that a cat-only phrase?
You can use it.
You've got a strange but very beautiful world here, Primrose.
It could be your world too, you know.
It was my turn to be silent then. I watched the sky turn from a muted orange to a pale, promising blue.
I mean, I can't just pluck you out of A6K again once it's sealed, but there's no real reason I have to send you back. I'm sure I could come up with some excuse for the compendium, some long-term cross-cultural transdimensional quantum quarking. Gah! I'll figure it out. And if you're worried about your SCP people, we can send back a clone, or an android. Or, we recently found these lentil-based human mimicking life forms in Nepal. They can only drool and stumble around, but I doubt your stupid reality would notice.
I just smiled weakly. Primrose's words eventually faded into a low mumble, and by the time I turned to look at her, her head was hanging low. It really was an incredible day.
You're not going to tell them, are you? Your bosses, I mean.
The SCP Foundation? Oh, good God, no. I'll make something up for them. But actually, I can think of someone who would appreciate all this. They're always up for a good story, and they can keep a secret. Primrose nodded. I tucked my hands into my lab coat. Without any great fanfare or farewell, I knew it was time to go. Before I did, I asked Primrose for one last thing. She grumbled but agreed. I pet her head and vanished.
Item number: SCP-4711. Object class: Safe. Special containment procedures: SCP-4711 is owned and operated by Foundation personnel as a typical 7-Eleven chain. SCP-4711 is to be staffed with no less than 2 Foundation personnel, who are to observe all standards set by the 7-Eleven Corporation. In order to reduce civilian exposure, SCP-4711 should be as unwelcoming as possible. SCP-4711's exterior is to appear disheveled and poorly maintained. Any non-Foundation personnel who makes mention of the anomaly or appears to be distressed while within SCP-4711 is to be amnesticized and removed from SCP-4711. Description: SCP-4711 is a 7-Eleven franchise convenience store located in Malaysia. From the outside, SCP-4711 bears no irregularities, and its anomalous properties manifest only when a subject is inside. Whenever a subject enters SCP-4711, products that the subject most prefers will spontaneously disappear. A majority of subjects, when viewing the anomaly directly, fail to notice the disappearance due to a mild mimetic effect. When viewed from outside or via SCP-4711 security cameras, the disappearance of items is visible. Notably, the mimetic effect carries through these methods of viewing. Tracking devices placed on or within items are left behind when items disappear. This disappearance effect is not only limited to foodstuffs, and is applicable to any items sold within SCP-4711. Items of the same type, flavoring, or brand as the preferred item will remain, but the specific item the subject most enjoys will not be present. See Addendum 4711-1. Additionally, when a subject attempts to use SCP-4711's restroom, the entrance will be locked, or the facilities themselves will be out of order. When a subject attempts to use the slushy machine or soda fountain, the machines will immediately fail to operate, or release only flavoring syrups. In the event that a subject carries multiple forms of payment, the registers will only accept the form they least commonly use. Addendum 4711-1. Testing Log. Experiment 1. Subject D15431. Procedure: D15431 is given 20 MYR and told to inform the researchers of what he intends to purchase before he enters SCP-4711. Footnote 1. MYR is the national currency of Malaysia. Subject is then instructed to enter SCP-4711 and purchase said item. Result: D15431 tells researchers that he intends to purchase a bag of M&Ms. D15431 exits the store 8 minutes later with no items and complains to researchers that they only had peanut M&Ms. Note: D15431 is allergic to peanuts. Experiment 2. Subject D15604. Procedure: D15604 is asked what their least favorite snack food and drink is. Subject is then instructed to purchase each item, namely a bag of Lay's salt and vinegar chips and a 16-ounce bottle of cherry Coca-Cola. Subject is informed to purchase closest analogs if he cannot find the exact items. D15604 is given 30 MYR to purchase said items. Results: D15604 exits 3 minutes later with a bag of 7 Select brand salt and vinegar chips and a 12-ounce can of vanilla Coca-Cola. Items are later tested and deemed non-anomalous. Experiment 8. Subject D13967. Procedure: D13967 is confined to a containment cell for 24 hours without food or water. Upon release, D13967 is given 80 MYR and is instructed to enter SCP-4711. Result: D13967 exits the store 6 minutes later with 1/2 gallon of skim milk 2 days past its sell-by date, and complains to researchers that he hates skim milk. Additionally, D13967 tells researchers that both the slushy machine was broken and that the soda fountain only dispensed flavoring syrup. Experiment 12. Preface: Initial sweep of SCP-4711 was met with a short hiccup when a member of the recovery team found the door to the restroom to be locked. Upon failing to breach, another member of the recovery team attempted to open the door and was met with no resistance. The following test was to investigate the potential anomalous nature of the room. Subjects D15431 and D13967. Procedure: D15431 is instructed to inform researchers when they require the restroom, and is then sent into SCP-4711 with instructions to utilize the store's facilities. D13967 is instructed to empty their bladder before the test. Result: D15431 cannot enter the restroom as the door is locked. D15431 reports hearing faint grunting from behind the restroom door. The sound could not be heard on security footage, and members of MTF Alpha 10 did not back up D15431's claim. D13967 is then instructed to attempt entry. The door is still locked. D15431 is then instructed to leave SCP-4711, and D13967 is ordered to re-attempt entry. Upon D15431's exit, the restroom door opens for D13967 with no hindrance, revealing an ordinary bathroom. Experiment 22. Subject: D08915, chosen for their natural resistance to memetic agents. Procedure: D08915 is given 80 MYR and is instructed to enter the store to purchase his favorite item. Result: D08915 exits the store after 6 seconds in a state of distress. When interviewed, D08915 reports that the items evaporated right in front of his eyes. Item number: SCP-4263. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-4263 is to be housed in a humanoid containment chamber located at Site-36. This containment chamber is to be equipped with a Scranton reality anchor and kept under guard by at least 2 security personnel at all times. Due to the ongoing investigation of SCP-4263-B, SCP-4263 is to be made available for interview by employees of the Foundation's Ethics Committee at any time it is required. Description: SCP-4263 is a gestalt entity created through the bodily and mental fusion of 22-year-old reality bender Anna Kaufman, the previous SCP-4263, and 52-year-old site director Lucius Danton. These components will hereafter be referred to as SCP-4263-A and SCP-4263-B. The physical form of SCP-4263 is variable, with limb configurations and features shifting into various forms simultaneously resembling both components' original bodies. The personality of SCP-4263 is similarly variable, with the component in control of the main body often changing from moment to moment, and often becoming unstable. These personality shifts, while occurring naturally, can also be triggered by bright lights, loud noises, and strong emotions on the part of one of the SCP-4263 components. In addition to its shifting bodily and mental forms, SCP-4263 retains the reality-bending properties that SCP-4263-A possessed prior to the fusion, namely, the ability to transfigure the materials of objects that enter within 5 meters of it. Following the fusion, SCP-4263 mainly uses this ability in an attempt to transform personnel who approach it into statues of various materials, resulting in their deaths. However, the 2 components of SCP-4263 now operate as something of a self-regulating system. Any changes to reality one component makes will invariably be reverted by the other component seconds later, presumably out of spite. SCP-4263 was formed as a result of SCP-4263-B attempting to forcefully merge with SCP-4263-A in order to gain the necessary combat ability to escape justice during Operation Black Dove. See Addendum 4263-1. It is presumed that SCP-4263's current unstable nature is a result of this process being interrupted. Interview 4263-1. Begin log. Dr. Santana enters the interview room. SCP-4263 is on the other side of the observation glass, twitching and shifting between forms.
Hello, SCP-4263. May I ask who I'm speaking to right now?
SCP-4263 slams its body into the glass and growls, flickering in and out of view.
Do you know who the hell you're talking to? I could have your job for this. I'm gonna have your fucking life for this. What's your employee number?
Where am I?
Employee number! Employee number! Now!
I'm going to have to ask you to calm down, SCP-4263-B.
SCP-4263 begins thrashing in place.
What's happening? I don't feel so good.
Shut the hell up! I'm talking! I'm talking! You gotta listen to your superior when they're talking. You get me the hell out of this thing right now.
I'm afraid that's not possible, SCP-4263-B.
It's not my name. Liar! Liar, 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 liar! They're making you say that, aren't they? Fucking ethics committee cunts. I didn't do anything wrong. You know? Do you know how much I've given to this organization? Don't you think I deserve a little back? I could do wonders for your career, you know, kid. Do you think you can get away with this? I have friends on the O5 Council, you know, powerful friends. They won't let you do this to me. Shut the hell up! Shut the hell up! I have level 4 clearance! You can't treat me like this!
SCP-4263 resumes beating its body against the walls and glass. Dr. Santana concludes that, at the present time, a coherent interview is not possible, and leaves the chamber. End log. Addendum 4263-1. Ethics Committee Action Report. From the desk of Vice Chairwoman Shaw, Ethics Committee. I never enjoy having to write these reports. My doing so means that, on some level, we on the committee have failed to keep the Foundation from adhering to its principles. Had we succeeded, things wouldn't have gotten so bad. In this report, I will be detailing the series of events that led to the committee investigating Site Director Lucius Danton, along with the attack on Site-36, now referred to as Operation Black Dove. Before I can dive into these specific events, I must go into the two individuals most involved with this case, Anna Kaufman and Lucius Danton, now known as SCP-4263-A and SCP-4263-B. Mr. Danton began his work with the Foundation as an agent recruited out of the United States military, and achieved recognition following his single-man recapture of numerous anomalies during the Game Day incident. He received the Foundation Star for that. It's been revoked now, of course. That only helped his career accelerate further, and following the career in the field that he built on that, he began to shift into a more managerial capacity. He wanted to be put in charge of a site of his own, of course, and at that point there was really no reason not to grant that wish. He was a proven asset with the skills and experience required, not to mention a reputation that would demand the respect of his subordinates. When directorship of Site-36 became available, he was the obvious choice. Anna Kaufman had also been with the Foundation for the majority of her life, but that was, of course, less voluntary for her. She'd been discovered as a reality bender and brought into containment when she was just 8 years old, after turning the moving family car she was in into water because she needed the bathroom. Usually, reality benders are among the most difficult humanoid anomalies to keep under lock and key, but Miss Kaufman was an exception to the rule. She really was the definition of the phrase model prisoner. Never a containment breach, never even an attempt at a containment breach. Because of her docility, she ended up getting passed around from site to site whenever space was required. Reviewing these transfers now, it's obvious we were much too lax with her. It's a miracle she never escaped, to be perfectly honest. Eventually, she ended up being transferred to Site-36, and that's when the incident began. Everything was quiet for the first few months, of course, with Site-36 sending back the reports we'd expected. That Kaufman was docile, well-behaved, one of the easiest humanoid anomalies they'd ever worked with. Then they started talking about the containment breach. On December 14th, 2015, the Scranton reality anchor covering Kaufman's cell fails, and she begins an escape attempt that ends with the deaths of 3 security personnel. The site manages to contain her before she runs for it, of course, using a backup anchor to lock down her reality bending ability. Following review of the events leading up to that breach, supervisors agree that Miss Kaufman's containment procedures are not sufficient. They recommend a regimen of drugs and cognito agents to ensure Kaufman doesn't make another attempt like this again, and these new procedures are implemented. We now believe that Danton either partially or fully instigated this supposed containment breach. Begin log.
Hello? Hello, you've reached the Ethics Committee Anonymous Helpline. Is there something you'd like to report today? Yes, okay. This This is anonymous, right? Yes, it's the anonymous helpline. Fully anonymous? Yes, fully. What is it you'd like to talk about today? It's about Site-36. I don't know the specifics, but there's something really bad going on here.
End log. The previous log was a call from junior researcher Alan Rayleigh, who had been recently assigned to Site-36. Yes, I know we said it was anonymous. Yes, that was a lie. We find it helps people find the will to report things. 2 days later, Mr. Rayleigh was killed in a containment breach at Site-36. Needless to say, we stepped up our investigation immediately. It came to light that, throughout his time at Site-36, Danton had created a culture of fear and intimidation that prevented anyone from speaking out regarding his abuses of his power as site director. As for the specific nature of those abuses, it would be easier to say what he didn't do. Extorting money, exploiting anomalies for his own personal gain, making inappropriate demands of his subordinates, the list goes on. Needless to say, we have a copy of it available in the committee archives. It came to light that he'd even bribed the committee representative at Site-36 not to report any of these countless ethical violations. That employee has been dealt with now, of course. I will not go into further detail, but only say that we take our integrity very seriously indeed. The most outrageous abuse of power Danton had indulged in was his exploitation of Miss Kaufman. Using the regiment of drugs and cognito agents she'd been prescribed as a result of the fake breach he'd engineered, he'd manipulated her into using her reality-bending abilities for his own benefit. Turning paper into gold, garbage into diamonds. The kind of anomaly we'd spent years containing for the sake of humanity, now turned to making a private profit. It wasn't easy to obtain this information, and Danton inevitably realized we were close to figuring him out. We soon got word that he'd been negotiating with a known Foundation-embedded agent of the Chaos Insurgency. We like to keep these sorts around so we can watch who meets with them. At that point, we decided it was time to rectify the situation. Vote count. Vote proposed by Chairman Adongo Tajani. Proposal: arrest of Site Director Lucius Danton and his collaborators via deployment of armed forces. 4. 36. Against. 12. Abstain. 3. Result: motion passes. On April 13th, 2019, following a vote initiated by Chairman Tajani, Mobile Task Force Omega-1, Law's left hand, was deployed to Site-36 to apprehend and detain Site Director Danton, along with his collaborators among the senior staff. They met with heavy resistance. Most of the security on Site-36 were now loyal to Danton, rather than the Foundation. But the left hand is nothing if not efficient, and we managed to secure the site with the aid of still loyal personnel after a 3-hour period of conflict. The senior staff who'd gone along with Danton's abuses were brought into custody, and containment on the anomalies contained within Site-36 remained intact. And then, of course, there was Danton himself. Omega-1 found him partway through his attempt to manipulate Kaufman into merging them into one single being. I presume he intended to be in full control of the reluctant entity, and then use Kaufman's reality-bending abilities to break through our forces, escape, and defect to the insurgency. I really couldn't tell you whether it would have worked or not. I can only tell you what happened when that first flashbang went off. That bright light and loud noise. SCP-4263. Because of the greed and vice of one man, as well as our own inattentiveness, the life of an innocent young woman was ruined even more than it already was. I do not expect we will ever be able to separate Danton and Kaufman. More than likely, they will serve as a cautionary tale for the rest of their natural lives, and who really knows how long that will be. Lucius Danton was a cancer, but hardly a unique one. There are doubtless many more men and women just like him in the Foundation, waiting to spread throughout our organization and poison all that they touch. And it is our duty, as always, to pluck them from the meat and cast them away. I ask that you never forget that. The Foundation keeps the world on the right path. We keep the Foundation on the right path. Secure, contain, protect. Item number: SCP-1020. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. All components of SCP-1020 are to be kept in a storage locker at Sector. The interior of the locker should be monitored by remote video feed at all times. A United States Postmaster General approved mailbox is to be maintained along an active United States Postal Service pickup and delivery route at the closest point possible to Sector. Currently, this mailbox is to be emptied following every active state of SCP-1020, and the resulting letter read and destroyed unless any details in the letter bear further investigation. Description: SCP-1020 consists of the following items: a stack of 11 newspapers, a pair of scissors, a jar of rubber cement style adhesive, a sheaf of 30 sheets of blank white paper, a box of 30 plain letter-sized envelopes, a black ballpoint pen, and a book of 20 stamps. See Addendum SCP-1020-01. The individual components of SCP-1020 cannot be moved more than 4.5 meters away from each other, nor can any barriers be put in place that would prevent the items' interaction. Any attempt to do so meets an unidentified matching force opposing the action. Once every 7 to 22 days, SCP-1020 enters an active state. The newspapers are opened and scattered, and the scissors apparently levitate and cut out letters and words from the newspapers. The rubber cement is uncapped and adhesive is applied to the cutout segments, which are affixed to one or more sheets of paper. The pen scrawls an address on an envelope in shaky letters. About 1 minute later, all pages of the note are folded and inserted into the envelope. The envelope seals and a stamp is affixed to it. The envelope then vanishes and reappears in the nearest U.S. Postmaster General approved mailbox on an active mail pickup route. All letters follow the format of a stereotypical ransom note. The supposed writer of the letter claims I or we have possession of one or more individuals important to the addressee, and makes demands that are to be met at a certain place and time in exchange for the victim's safe return. Letters occasionally contain misspellings. Removing the envelope from the mailbox in which it appears, otherwise preventing its delivery to the addressee, reading the envelope, opening the envelope and reading the letter inside all appear to produce no ill effects. If the letter is read by the addressee, the stated victim or victims will immediately vanish, regardless of the victim's location or activity at the time. Meeting the demands of a letter produced by SCP-1020 invariably results in the return of the victim within 24 hours to their place of disappearance or another nearby safe location, unharmed and with no memory of the time they were gone. Recipients are chosen seemingly at random. Letters rarely make demands involving money, and in those cases the money carries personal value to the recipient or victim. Intercepted letters' demands have included destruction of family's only vehicle by fire in a local parking lot for return of son, tattooing a cryptic phrase on the palm of recipient's left hand at a specific tattoo parlor for return of husband, cash withdrawal of daughter's entire college fund followed by random distribution of said cash to strangers at Central Park in New York City for return of said daughter, injection of HIV-infected blood into recipient's own veins in exchange for wife. Basic internet search of intended recipient's name indicates he holds an MD and works at hospital in. No victims have ever been recovered in cases where the demands were not met. Addendum 1020-01. Examination of components. A close examination of components of SCP-1020 reveals several anomalous features. All destroyed or used components are replaced apparently via teleportation from the nearest available source within 1 minute. There appears to be no range limits on this phenomenon, and research involving destruction of the scissors in particular has been discontinued due to general inconvenience for all sector staff. Additional anomalous properties follow. Newspapers. Titles and all other text appear to be in gibberish, with seemingly random words strung together and interspersed with spaces and punctuation. This attribute applies even to new newspapers that have replaced destroyed ones in the collection via teleportation. Replacement newspapers are still recognizable by photographic content, font styles, and layout. SCP-1020 shows no preference for any particular publication, simply taking the necessary number of mostly complete newspapers from as nearby as possible to maintain a collection of 11 total. Rubber cement. No amount of force yet applied by researchers can open or break the jar. Forces tested are up to newtons. The adhesive itself comes from an unknown source, as no rubber cement is commonly used on site. Book of Stamps. Individual stamps appear to be teleported directly into the book. SCP-1020 will only take modern stamps in this way. The total number of stamps in the book has never dropped below 12. Incident 1020-01. At approximately 12:30 p.m. local time, a driver struck and effectively destroyed the mailbox located on Road, placed there for collection of SCP-1020's letters. A subsequent interview revealed the driver was intoxicated, and there is no indication of any influence by SCP-1020 or any other outside agent. However, timestamp data on footage of SCP-1020 reveals that within 4 seconds, SCP-1020 became extremely active, drafting and teleporting a page letter in less than 2 minutes. Prior research had revealed the location of the next nearest mailbox, and an MTF was dispatched. Mail pickup had already occurred, and the local post office had to be shut down for approximately an hour until the target letter was located. An image of the letter's first page and envelope front are available for viewing below. Blacked out portions and subsequent pages give extremely detailed instructions on how to infiltrate Sector, including staffing details, passcodes, and instructions on how to breach containment on several Euclid-level SCP items, with the end goal of covertly liberating and relocating all components of SCP-1020 to a condemned house in... Note: this was a blatant escape attempt, indicating sapience. Yes, it was a very stupid escape attempt. But as illogical as this'll sound, we're apparently dealing with something that is simultaneously stupid and omniscient, for an unknown value of omniscience. Given just how much inadvertent damage could be caused by another stupid escape attempt, coupled with some bad luck, and averted for the price of placing several backup mailboxes, I'm submitting a request for a very slight budget increase. Item number: SCP-5706. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. The Foundation has made large anonymous donations to sexually transmitted disease awareness and prevention programs in a number of countries with documented SCP-5706 outbreaks. The patents to the antiviral drugs acyclovir and valacyclovir have been purchased by Foundation front companies, and these drugs have been substantially reduced in price to aid in SCP-5706 containment efforts. Individuals identified as carriers of SCP-5706 are to be detained and questioned about their sexual history to identify other possible carriers, then treated with a targeted antiviral drug developed as part of the SCP-5706 containment initiative. Before release, former SCP-5706 carriers should be treated with Class B or Class C amnestics, depending on the duration of infection. Samples of SCP-5706 are stored in Biosite-66's cryogenic storage facility. Research proposals involving exposure of D-Class personnel to SCP-5706 must be approved by Site-66's Ethics Committee liaison, and all experimental subjects must be treated with the targeted SCP-5706 antiviral at the conclusion of the experiment. Description: SCP-5706 is a strain of the herpes simplex virus that causes a perceptual anomaly when an infected individual orgasms. The non-anomalous symptoms of SCP-5706 are identical to those of HSV-2, the strain of herpes simplex which causes most cases of genital herpes. Blisters appear on the genitalia within approximately 7 days of initial exposure and heal over the next several weeks. SCP-5706 is transmitted in the same way as non-anomalous HSV-2, and the use of barrier contraceptives such as condoms can reduce its spread. When an SCP-5706 infected individual is brought to orgasm, either alone or with a partner, they experience a perceptual anomaly, which includes total sensory hallucination and significant time dilation. This perceptual anomaly consists of the entirety of the action role-playing video game Skyrim, released by Bethesda Softworks in 2011, including the 3 downloadable expansion packs Dawnguard, Hearthfire, and Dragonborn. Beginning at the start of the game when the player character awakens in a horse-drawn carriage on their way to be executed, and not ending until the defeat of the game's final boss, the dragon Alduin, at the end of the main questline. Affected individuals report being placed into the world of the game completely, able to perform actions not normally possible in the original game. Footnote 1. For example, climbing walls and moving furniture. However, conversations with non-player characters are still limited to the game's original dialogue options, and certain areas, such as any land beyond the bounds of the game's world map, remain inaccessible. Affected individuals are able to access the game's menus, manage their inventory, and save and load their progress by closing their eyes, but all menu options that would quit out of the game are unavailable. Affected individuals report being aware that they will remain in the game world until they complete the main questline, regardless of how much subjective time it takes an individual to complete Skyrim. Footnote 2. Recorded subjective times have ranged from approximately 2 hours, subject was at the time the world record holder for the glitchless main quest Skyrim speedrun category, to over 1 year. To outside observers, the perceptual anomaly only lasts for the duration of orgasm. Footnote 3. Between 10 seconds and 2 minutes, depending on a number of physiological and psychological factors. And its physical signs, closed eyes, open mouth, labored breathing, are nearly indistinguishable from the effects of a particularly strong orgasm. SCP-5706 was first discovered in June 2017, when Foundation agents were alerted to reports of unusual behavior following an orgy held by attendees of the Electronic Entertainment Expo, E3, in Los Angeles, California. A number of participants were detained and interviewed. Those who had experienced the effects of SCP-5706 all reported sexual contact with a man who resembled Todd Howard, the creative director of Skyrim. At the time of the orgy, Mr. Howard was on stage at Bethesda Softworks' E3 presentation. When interviewed, Mr. Howard denied all knowledge of the orgy and of SCP-5706. Surveillance of Mr. Howard's banking records revealed that he had recently made several large payments to an account registered under the name Simoplex. This account was emptied and closed on the day of the orgy, and all attempts to trace the individual to whom the account belonged have so far been fruitless. The investigation is ongoing. Item Number: SCP-6654. Level 2 Restricted. Containment Class: Euclid. Disruption Class: Vlam. Risk Class: Warning. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-6654 is contained in a standard humanoid containment chamber within Site-56. It is to be given amenities and regular human contact via a weekly psychological interview to ensure compliance and stability of containment. Researchers are not to mention SCP-6654's anomalous effects to it, as to prevent catastrophic breach of containment, instead treating any deviations from baseline reality as normal or expected. Personnel are to avoid introducing SCP-6654 to new concepts, especially those relating to harmful stimuli, including injuries, diseases, and toxins. Description: SCP-6654 is a humanoid presenting as a man in his late 50s, invariably wearing a striped blue polo shirt. Since its containment in 1923, SCP-6654 has shown no signs of aging, and no deviations from the above appearance, regardless of the Foundation's attempted interference. These facts are, presumably, a result of its primary anomalous effect. SCP-6654 is a living, localized semiohazard. Footnote 1. A semiohazard, informally, is a fact of the universe that just shouldn't be true, but functionally is. They are inherently abstract, and affect the way that we think and communicate about reality. Intro to Semiontology by S.M. Katz, Esquire. SCP-6654, and by proxy, its surroundings, are only affected by reality it observes or believes to be true, which in turn becomes reality. The limits of this ability are assumed to be infinite, but testing has not been carried out to prevent irreversible damage to consensus reality. SCP-6654 has been described as forgetful, oblivious, and obnoxious by personnel. It is apparently unaware of its abilities, possessing severe cognitive dissonance when questioned regarding its localized changes to reality. This is considered a benefit to the Foundation, as it prevents SCP-6654 from utilizing its abilities to great extent. Addendum 1. Notable interviews involving SCP-6654. Date: August 4th, 2011. Interviewer: Dr. Regino Hansen. Interviewee: SCP-6654. Context: the area surrounding Site-56 was subject to a magnitude 4.5 earthquake, causing minor structural damage site-wide. SCP-6654 and its containment chamber were unaffected. Dr. Hansen enters the containment chamber. SCP-6654 is lying in bed, watching MASH.
Hi 6654, I'm Dr. Hansen, and I've just got a couple of questions for you if that's alright.
Nope, it isn't. I'm busy.
Understandable, I'll be on my way.
Dr. Hansen nods apologetically and walks out the containment chamber. He pauses.
Wait a fucking minute.
Date: August 4th, 2011. Interviewer: Dr. Regino Hansen. Interviewee: SCP-6654. Context: follow-up to previous interview.
SCP-6654, can I ask you some questions? You'll be rewarded for your compliance.
No. Dr. Hansen attempts to vocalize for several minutes while SCP-6654 stares at him, but is unable to. Without a further word, he walks out the containment chamber, slamming the wall as he leaves. Date: August 4th, 2011. Interviewer: Dr. Regino Hansen. Interviewee: SCP-6654. Context: follow-up to previous interview.
SCP-6654, I'm going to ask you some questions.
You should have just said, honestly. Been getting some real mixed signals here. Dr. Hansen sighs, taking a deep breath.
Did you notice anything weird this morning?
Other than you walking in and out of my room every 30 seconds?
Other than that?
Breakfast didn't turn up, which was very inconvenient, all things considered, but that's about it.
You didn't notice the earthquake that took down half the site this morning? That meant we couldn't deliver breakfast?
If I got hit with an earthquake, I think I'd know about it. I'm not stupid. Hansen hesitates and declines to comment.
Thank you, that will be all.
Date: October 9th, 2011. Interviewer: Dr. Regino Hansen. Interviewee: SCP-6654. Context: when visited for a standard psychological checkup, SCP-6654 could not be found in its containment chamber and was presumed missing. Dr. Hansen sighs to himself and walks into the containment chamber. He briefly panics, trying to locate SCP-6654. As Hansen is about to leave in a rush to alert command of the breach, SCP-6654, found lying down on the ceiling, laughs, causing Hansen to jump.
Fuck! How the fuck are you up there?
What?
The roof. You're on the roof.
Very observant.
How the hell are you on the roof?
I got bored of the bed. Why wouldn't I be on the roof?
Gravity?
SCP-6654 hesitates. Shit. Without warning, SCP-6654 rapidly falls from the ceiling, flailing as it drops. With a loud crash, it lands face first on the ground, letting out a loud groan. Closing notes. At first, the subject refused treatment, claiming it wasn't that bad, and failing to understand concepts including broken bones, infections, and doctors. Upon being introduced to such, SCP-6654 manifested a broken wrist and severe bruising down one side of its body. Following treatment, these healed in a manner expected of non-anomalous injuries. Date: June 17, 2013. Interviewer: Dr. Yolanda Marie. Interviewee: SCP-6654. Dr. Marie enters the containment chamber. SCP-6654 is, once again, lying in bed, watching MASH. What happened to the regular guy?
To who?
Reggie. Tall guy, brown hair, annoying voice. Used to do these weekly checkups.
There was a breach. Something dangerous got out and got him. About a week ago.
Marie pauses, wiping her eye.
He passed away.
What?
I'm sorry, this must be a lot to take in. Were you close?
SCP-6654 laughs.
What?
God, no. The guy was insufferable. But he... what?
Oh yes, I forgot that you're immortal. Must be quite a confusing concept to deal with.
Immortal?
Dr. Marie freezes.
It's nothing to worry about.
Oh, come on. You've got me interested now.
Really, it's nothing.
Go on.
You know, immortal, invincible, eternal, unable to die.
SCP-6654's face fills with horror as it stumbles backwards.
Unable to what?
SCP-6654 cries out and falls onto the floor. Its skin rapidly deforms, forming layers of skin folds across its entire body. It begins to cough and tremor uncontrollably, curling up into a ball for safety. Its hair thins heavily before turning white and falling out entirely. As SCP-6654 cries, its voice becomes hoarse and weak, while losing a large amount of body mass, making its skeleton clearly visible beneath the skin. Dr. Marie recoils and immediately runs out of the containment chamber. 30 seconds later, SCP-6654 ceases life signs. No further anomalous activity has been recorded by SCP-6654 since this incident. Reclassification to neutralized is pending. Item number: SCP-3003. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Personnel with appropriate clearance may view Document 3003-NRK attached to access SCP-3003's Containment Directive and plans for future containment. Samples of SCP-3003-1 and -2 are kept at Biological Research Area 12, along with several other species from SCP-3003. SCP-3003-3 has agreed to designate one group, the Earth Contact and Research Committee, as the primary point of contact for the Foundation. SCP-3003-3 has further agreed to only operate portals to SCP-3003 at any of several Foundation-specified sites. In return, the Foundation has designated the SCP-3003 Working Group as SCP-3003-3's primary point of contact, and has agreed to make all efforts necessary to prepare Earth for the introduction of SCP-3003-1. No efforts to spread SCP-3003-1 are, in fact, being made. SCP-3003-3 must be made to believe that Earth is contaminated by an unknown agent that renders SCP-3003-1 sterile and Earth-native humans incapable of hosting SCP-3003-1. The introduction of the concept of deceit to SCP-3003-3 is forbidden, either directly or by deceiving a member of SCP-3003-3 under circumstances where the lie could be easily discovered. Mobile Task Force SAMX-7 is tasked with incorporation into SCP-3003-3 operated research projects in order to delay research, falsify information about Earth, and perform covert research into SCP-3003-4. Several members are additionally conducting anthropological research into SCP-3003-3. See MTF SAMX-7 Charter for further details. Members of SCP-3003-3 integrated into Foundation-operated research projects must be monitored closely and are not permitted to leave Foundation sites or access unauthorized depictions of human society. Protocols described in Preventing the Spread of Non-Anomalous Invasive Species During Interplanetary Contact, 3rd edition, must be followed by all parties when SCP-3003-4 is active. Disinformation protocols are set in place to propagate the belief among the scientific community that HIP 56948 has no planetary system. Description: SCP-3003 is an Earth-sized planet orbiting HIP 56948, a G-type main sequence star located 208 light-years from Earth. Several anomalies of note are located on SCP-3003 and have been given appropriate sub-designations. SCP-3003-1 is a beetle-like organism native to SCP-3003 that parasitizes humans when infected by SCP-3003-2. SCP-3003-2 is an amoeba-like microorganism that infects humans and SCP-3003-1, affecting the behavior of both. SCP-3003-3 is a technologically advanced civilization on SCP-3003. composed of SCP-3003's entire native population of 30 billion humans. All are parasitized by SCP-3003-1. SCP-3003-4 is a device that enables the creation of a traversable portal between SCP-3003 and Earth. The components of SCP-3003 are described in further detail below. SCP-3003. SCP-3003 is 3% heavier than Earth, has a rotational period of 30 hours, and orbits HIP 56948 at a distance of 0.9 AU. The range of temperatures on the surface is comparable to that of Earth, with the majority of the planet's landmass, comprising 40% of the total surface area, supporting extensive habitation by SCP-3003-1 and -3. Most of the remainder of SCP-3003's surface has been altered to support SCP-3003-1 and -3, either directly or indirectly. SCP-3003 has a biosphere that is biochemically compatible with that of Earth, though no known organisms other than humans are native to both planets. Almost all biological processes found on Earth are also found on SCP-3003, and vice versa. Genetic analysis of life from SCP-3003 suggests the presence of a single ancestor roughly 3.1 billion years ago, with subsequent life, including humans, evolving naturally. This is suspected, but not confirmed, to be the result of some anomalous property of SCP-3003 itself. Most species native to SCP-3003 that were not conducive to the spread of SCP-3003-1 were eliminated by SCP-3003-3 within the past several centuries. The risk of introducing invasive species from one environment to the other is addressed by current containment procedures. This has thus far been averted for macroorganisms. The presence of invasive microorganisms has not been discounted. Anomalous phenomena apart from those discussed in this document have not been discovered on SCP-3003. SCP-3003-3's ruling committee has denied all knowledge of anomalous phenomena. SCP-3003-1. For detailed biological and anatomical information regarding SCP-3003-1, consult document 3003-1-A0 through D11. SCP-3003-1, referred to as Mars by SCP-3003-3, shares several notable characteristics with beetles: a bilateral body plan, a chitinous exoskeleton, 6 legs, wings, and a hardened carapace. Adult specimens range from 2 to 3 centimeters in length. SCP-3003-1 are capable of secreting a protein fiber similar to spider silk, referred to as silkate, from an orifice on their abdomens, as well as create a caustic fluid that coats their bodies as a defense mechanism. Under natural conditions, SCP-3003-1 gather in swarms of about 1,000 individuals that spend the majority of their lives airborne, feeding on the seed analogs of various tall sessile organisms. Sexual reproduction is carried out mid-air, with the swarm's offspring carried in a large pouch-like object by several members until maturity. In the wild, SCP-3003-1's lifespan is about 15 years. Infection by SCP-3003-2 drastically alters SCP-3003-1's behavior. Affected specimens cease to behave eusocially and develop a 3-centimeter long pointed stinger on the head. After nightfall, SCP-3003-1 will search for humans and, using the stinger, inject the subject with a powerful paralytic agent that diminishes the strength of muscle contraction. SCP-3003-2 is also injected during this time, with its neurological effects taking place within 7 minutes. Over the course of 3 minutes, the SCP-3003-1 will secrete a caustic fluid from their stinger that allows for the creation of a hole in the host's body slightly larger than the specimen. SCP-3003-1 will then enter this cavity and seal it shut on all sides with silkate. SCP-3003-1 absorb nutrients and expel waste and SCP-3003-2 via the silkate barrier, which interfaces with the bloodstreams of both the specimen and the host. Lifespan in this state is about 3 years, provided that the host is in good health. SCP-3003-1 occupies about 30% of SCP-3003's landmass, primarily in a number of reservations established across the planet by SCP-3003-3. These reservations contain artificial ecosystems devoid of SCP-3003-1's natural predators and containing plentiful food, as well as other species introduced to keep the ecosystem in balance. SCP-3003-2. SCP-3003-2 is a eukaryotic single-cell organism native to SCP-3003. Several nearby evolutionary relatives have been identified. These species parasitize SCP-3003-1 and other related organisms, causing behavioral and physiological changes. None exhibit anomalous properties. SCP-3003-2's ancestor was most likely a similar organism. SCP-3003-2 spreads to SCP-3003-1 by physical contact, and to humans by introduction to the bloodstream. In humans, SCP-3003-2 will colonize the nervous tissue of the frontal, parietal, and temporal lobes, transforming into neuron-like cells that form functional neural pathways. In this state, SCP-3003-2 cells do not reproduce. The primary effects of SCP-3003-2 infection are development of an obsession with the well-being and spread of SCP-3003-1. Subjects infected with SCP-3003-2 will primarily pursue activities that they believe will benefit SCP-3003-1. Other concerns, such as morality and self-preservation, are only preserved if and when they are functional for this purpose. Pleasurable activities are pursued when the subject cannot identify a course of action that benefits SCP-3003-1. Subjects value both the immediate propagation of SCP-3003-1 and the long-term survival of the species. Development of a pleasure response to stimuli pertaining to SCP-3003-1. Infected subjects have responded positively to visual, olfactory, auditory, and tactile stimulation reminiscent of SCP-3003-1 or the growths characteristic of their parasitic form. Classical conditioning is, to a limited extent, capable of transferring these feelings to other stimuli. Hyper-rational behavior. Infected subjects possess drastically above-average reasoning capabilities, which they will use to evaluate all information available to them in order to identify the course of action that most benefits SCP-3003-1. Affected subjects will refuse to consider the value or possibility of not supporting SCP-3003-1. While subjects can be conditioned to engage in irrational behavior under extreme circumstances, rational behavior has always resumed within 2 weeks. Suppression of emotions. While affected subjects are capable of experiencing emotions, these are rarely acted on and are easily discarded in light of new information. Emotional displays are often exaggerated. SCP-3003-2 cannot reproduce within humans, and most cells do not survive longer than 30 days. Full recovery occurs within 2 years of the death of all cells. Regular infusions of SCP-3003-2, or, more commonly, the implantation of SCP-3003-1, is necessary for continued presence of SCP-3003-2 within the human body. SCP-3003-2 is not present in wild populations of SCP-3003-1. Instead, captive populations of SCP-3003-1 are exposed prior to their introduction to humans. SCP-3003-3 Biology. SCP-3003-3 is composed of genetic humans. Physically, they are indistinguishable from humans. Experimentation has shown that Earth-native humans and SCP-3003-3 are capable of producing viable offspring. SCP-3003-3 possesses roughly 35% of the genetic diversity of Earth-native humans. This is attributable to roughly 460 years of systematic selective breeding for several traits that render SCP-3003 well-suited to hosting SCP-3003-1. Large stature, high levels of adipose tissue, reduced pain response, etc., as well as for overall health, freedom from genetically transmitted illnesses and disabilities, and resistance to common infectious diseases. As of March 24, 2017, SCP-3003-3's ruling committee has initiated a planet-wide project to introduce artificial genes into SCP-3003-3 over the course of the next 30 years. The stated goals of this project are to reduce resource consumption by 30%, preemptively induce immunity to Earth-native pathogens, and increase SCP-3003-1 hosting per capita tenfold. It is presumed that these changes will constitute SCP-3003-3 as a distinct species. No members of SCP-3003-3 have been identified as members of SCP-1719-1. SCP-3003-3 Technology, including SCP-3003-4. SCP-3003-3's technology, particularly SCP-3003-4, is not fully understood by the Foundation. While this is in part due to the advanced nature of most of these technologies, SCP-3003-3 has withheld various scientific and engineering advances as an incentive for the Foundation to make Earth habitable for SCP-3003-1. Full catalogs of SCP-3003-3's advances in medicine, material science, and manufacturing are accessible in Appendixes 3-R, 3-S, and 3-T, respectively. SCP-3003-3 is capable of harnessing, in one way or another, 1/10 of the energy that falls on it from HIP-56948. Most of this is harvested via wind, solar, and tidal power plants located in SCP-3003's deserts and oceans. In situations where this energy is unavailable or inconvenient, it is often supplemented with locally produced geothermal and nuclear fusion power. SCP-3003-3 has developed several viable methods of fusion power, though none are as cost-effective as solar power under optimal conditions. SCP-3003-3 has developed exascale quantum computers that are used to process massive amounts of data to devise and implement public policy. While SCP-3003-3 claims to have developed true artificial intelligences using these computers, it does not currently permit their use or creation for reasons that have not been divulged to the Foundation. Extensive questioning on this matter has uniformly been met with hostility. The taboo against artificial intelligence has also prevented widespread automation except in industries where returns are exceptionally high. Additionally, while SCP-3003-3 has the capability to deploy advanced robots to assist in most tasks without violating this taboo, almost none are used. Crops produced by SCP-3003-3 have been extensively genetically engineered for hardiness, disease tolerance, space efficiency, resource efficiency, and nutritional value. To this end, only 13 species are cultivated for food, all being sessile photosynthetic organisms analogous to plants. Various methods of processing and combination are used to create staple foods for SCP-3003-3 with properties suited for different situations. Various satellites have been launched by SCP-3003-3 for purposes of research and communication. SCP-3003-3 is capable of, but rarely conducts, space travel. In this area, its technology does not substantially exceed that available to the Foundation. All other planets orbiting HIP-56948 have been visited by SCP-3003-3 on numerous occasions, with 11 individuals permanently living in an artificial habitat on the third planet from the star. SCP-3003-4. SCP-3003-4 is a facility capable of creating wormholes between an apparatus at its center and any other point in space. SCP-3003-4 occupies 113 square kilometers of an otherwise unused polar region of SCP-3003. Most of this is dedicated to the creation and transport of several forms of exotic matter, as well as creating brief laser pulses in the 10 to the 40th power watt range, in order to stabilize wormholes for longevity and traversability. For reasons that are currently unclear to the Foundation, this has no effect on the targeted location other than the linkage of the two locations. Each activation of SCP-3003-4 requires approximately 1 zettajoule, or 10 to the 21st power joules of energy. In comparison, Earth's annual energy consumption is roughly 0.5 zetajoules, whereas SCP-3003-3 consumes about 833 zetajoules yearly. SCP-3003-3 has been using SCP-3003-4 primarily to examine planets they've identified as candidates for expansion, though they have also explored the possibility of using it for resource collection. SCP-3003-3 Society. Full anthropological studies of SCP-3003-3 are currently being conducted. Information in this document is intended to provide an overview of SCP-3003-3's organization. Overview. SCP-3003-3 speaks a language identical, apart from various differences in vocabulary, to Dutch. No other historical language spoken on SCP-3003 has an equivalent in Earth's history. No other languages are extant on SCP-3003-3. SCP-3003-3 has one dominant culture into which all members are inducted, with minor variations present between areas of different population density, climate, and industry. Prior to the appearance of parasitic SCP-3003-1 about 500 years ago, SCP-3003-3 was a mundane mercantile society. Post-exposure, SCP-3003-3 either destroyed or assimilated most of the other roughly 7,000 other cultures that existed at the time. The remainder were wiped out during an ecological collapse in 1712, resulting from SCP-3003-3's indiscriminate elimination of keystone species that preyed on SCP-3003-1, among other factors. 95% of SCP-3003-3 live in urban areas. These cities average 30 million in population and are generally in locations with mild weather that are not near coastlines, active volcanoes, or active tectonic plate boundaries. Cities built by SCP-3003-3 are largely enclosed, with a single nearly flat surface on which food crops and certain biomaterials are grown. Cities are designed with the intent of maximizing productivity. A secondary concern is the lining of various surfaces with a material that mimics the appearance and texture of SCP-3003-1, which functions as a form of public entertainment. Commentary.
Several of my colleagues have been forced to relocate to rural areas within days of stationing inside one of SCP-3003-3's cities. The various corridors and streets of SCP-3003-3 are somewhat narrower than the hallways of an office building on Earth, and contain many more people. Visitors from Earth are at risk of developing claustrophobia and/or agoraphobia. Visual markers of one's location are additionally infrequent, as members are generally expected to know exactly where they are at any given time. Close attention must be paid in order to avoid getting lost.
Preliminary report from Dr. Shah. The remainder of SCP-3003-3 live in rural areas and are tasked with monitoring and maintaining SCP-3003's climate and biosphere, as well as attending to supplemental agriculture, mining, and materials production. The organization and architecture of any rural community is tailored to the primary occupations of the community in question. Living conditions. SCP-3003-3's young are raised communally in groups of 100 to 300 by health and education specialists. Members of SCP-3003-3 are first implanted with an instance of SCP-3003-1 between 15 and 18 months of age, depending on size and health. Additional instances of SCP-3003-1 are allowed to parasitize SCP-3003-3 as they grow, until the age of 17, at which point each member hosts roughly one instance per 3 kilograms of body weight. Past this point, additional SCP-3003-1 are added only to replace dead instances. Regular medical intervention is necessary to mitigate the adverse effects associated with this degree of parasitism. Commentary.
Earlier today, I tripped over a cable while observing some factory workers. Shortly thereafter, 2 nearby SCP-3003-3 members began to escort me to the nearest medical facility. Initially, they were confused by my unwillingness to join them, but were eventually convinced that I did not need assistance, and explained the reasoning behind their actions. Apparently, inattentiveness, fatigue, and stress are symptoms of a disease normally resulting from excessive Mars infestation. Any unusual behavior on my part, and on the part of all other Foundation personnel, has surreptitiously been uploaded to a database tracking our health and activities. Tripping over the wire was apparently enough for me to be flagged, and I hadn't even noticed I was being watched.
Field notes of Dr. Hernandez. Each member of SCP-3003-3, beginning in childhood, is regularly subject to a variety of evaluations of its mental and physical capabilities and talents. This information is used to generate assignments regarding occupations, formal education, living space, and health needs. Adults spend an average of 10 hours per day performing their occupation, with the remainder spent performing self-maintenance, resting, eating, exercising, etc., receiving education on a variety of topics, and partaking in several forms of entertainment. This entertainment revolves almost exclusively around exposure to SCP-3003-1 related stimuli. Common forms include touching the lumps produced by their parasitism, either on one's own body or on that of another, listening to audio recordings of SCP-3003-1 swarms, full-body enclosure in garments that simulate SCP-3003-1 surface texture, or visits to SCP-3003-1 enclosures. Commentary.
Wearing prosthetic Mars lumps is somewhat of a mixed blessing. While the red bandana and directive from the ruling committee are enough to prevent members of SCP-3003-3 from hauling me in for organ harvesting on the spot, the prosthetics have drastically mitigated the undercurrent of hostility and casual disrespect that is reserved for individuals that don't host SCP-3003-1. On the downside, several times per day, I am casually rubbed up against by someone who, for the lack of anything better to do, is entertaining themselves with the sensation of their lumps against mine. I understand that saying we wanted to experience this is our excuse for getting the prosthetics in the first place, but the physical sensation itself is disturbing to say the least. I should look into getting some equivalent of a try again later sign.
Field notes of Dr. Marino. Social organization. Most decisions regarding the maintenance of SCP-3003, the lives of its population, and the day-to-day operation of SCP-3003-3 are handled by computer programs designed for the task. Human interaction is mostly limited to the design and maintenance of these programs, as well as the generation of data inputs for them. SCP-3003-3's political system is thus dissimilar to any practiced on Earth, past or present. SCP-3003-3's ruling committee is tasked primarily with collecting, reading, and analyzing various reports in order to identify potential planet-wide initiatives in situations for which the aforementioned programs cannot properly account. Their findings are broadcast to the populace in general, which complies of its own accord. Direct interaction between members of SCP-3003-3 typically occurs in the context of their occupations, and is used almost exclusively for the purposes of coordinating activities or sharing useful information. This can be exploited for purposes of containment, as all of their human interaction has occurred with other members of SCP-3003-3. Members will generally be unfamiliar with the concept of deception, as it serves no purpose in SCP-3003-3, and are thus unlikely to independently verify any information given to them. However, testing has shown that subjects are perfectly capable of understanding deception once introduced to the idea. Commentary.
Despite a good deal of observation and much probing on my part, we still don't know how sexual activity or procreation occurs among SCP-3003-3. They refuse to talk about it, or even allude to it. I've seen nothing that resembles pregnancy, which probably means that they use in vitro fertilization. But I have no idea what they could possibly be so intent on hiding from us.
Field notes of Dr. Shaw.
Members of SCP-3003-3 make terrible conversation partners. More than anything, this is responsible for the generally declining mental state of my research team. The lack of emotional and conceptual depth among the populace, along with how they overreact to emotions that they do have, gives the impression of talking to overgrown, highly literate children. The purely utilitarian value of their communication makes it uncommon for them to pay attention for longer than 2 statements, as they expect to resume their work for you to get the rest of the information from someone else. They're genuinely confused by pleasantries. On one occasion, after I spent too long attempting to make small talk, I was taken in for an examination to see if I had had a stroke. Unlike every other society I've encountered or read about in my career, any kind of personal connection between our society and SCP-3003-3 seems impossible. I haven't even found a way to efficiently convey the concept of friendship to -3, and naturally, they have no interests in common with us. Sure, they're not drones, but that hardly matters when their individuality is just different ways of loving Mars. The one I sleep next to draws a Mars on their bedpost whenever one of theirs dies. A doctor down the hall cuts the Mars sacks of the leftover dead bodies and keeps them. One time I met an architect who writes fictionalized accounts of individual Mars living in the wild. I once saw two farmers competing to see who can memorize the longest section of Mars genetic code, and they built their whole identities around this crap. Coming back to this after a good night's sleep, the above section is more symptomatic of frustration and culture shock than reasoned observation. Though in broad strokes it remains true. It would be easier to stay grounded if I can maintain regular contact with Earth. Future observations should be limited to 2-week shifts, and/or visiting Earth humans be stationed in the same city. This situation is very intolerable.
Personal notes of Dr. Hernandez. Deviance. Deviance from social standards is very uncommon in SCP-3003-3, with most documented instances attributable to previously unidentified neurodivergence or incomplete infection by SCP-3003-2. Deviant members of the population are typically restrained by other nearby subjects and brought to the nearest appropriate facility for evaluation and potential commentary redacted. Apart from the treatment of deviant and permanently disabled members, SCP-3003-3 lacks any significant violent behavior. Members attribute this to the presence of SCP-3003-1 inside their body, as well as their presumed contribution to SCP-3003-3 as a whole, dissuading other members from bringing harm to them or ascribing social status to them. SCP-3003-3's stated intent of providing for all physical needs of every member is also a result of this logic, and access to resources is similarly revoked in cases where a member can no longer provide for SCP-3003-3. Commentary.
In cases where illness, old age, or deviance render someone unable to contribute their share to society, their body tissues are collected and used for transplants. They can grow organs in a lab, but this is more efficient. A portion are reserved for medical experimentation. You'll understand the general character of these experiments if you're familiar with what Earth's scientists have done to those who they do not value. The fact that one will inevitably die an unbearable pain from organ harvesting is apparently common knowledge in SCP-3003-3, as is the fact that doing so reduces strain on tissue-growing facilities by 27.8%.
Field notes of Dr. Boone. Access, Document 3003-NRK. Clearance 4-3003 required. Access logged. Various proposals for the neutralization of the threat posed by SCP-3003 are being considered. Until one or more of these proposals become practicable, containment of SCP-3003 consists primarily of maintaining stable diplomatic relations with SCP-3003-3 and delaying military action as long as possible. Due to the effects of SCP-3003-2, SCP-3003-3 has exhibited interest in using Earth and its population as a platform to spread SCP-3003-1. It is presumed that this would entail the application of changes already performed on SCP-3003, as well as the use of anomalies in an effort to spread SCP-3003-1. Given SCP-3003-3's superior population, technology, and ability to coordinate, military confrontation between SCP-3003-3 and all nations on Earth would inevitably result in a victory for SCP-3003-3. By a 10-3 decision, the O5 Council has approved the neutralization of the threat posed by SCP-3003. Several strategies for this have been outlined in Appendix NRK-1. Most require the concurrent destruction of SCP-3003-4 to prevent evacuation to Earth or the spread of the chosen method of destruction to Earth. SCP-3003-3's ruling committee estimates that, within 30 years, it will be capable of traveling to and terraforming planets in the habitable zones of other stars. Should this occur, elimination of the threat posed by SCP-3003 will be impracticable. Addendum. Excerpt from a preliminary report filed by Dr. Shaw documenting atypical behavior in a member of SCP-3003-3.
Half an hour ago, I was alone in an elevator with a member of SCP-3003-3. Not too long after the door closed, it pulled a panel off the wall and yanked at some cords. The elevator stopped. Then we had a conversation, which I happened to record.
What are you doing? I wanted some alone time, and I didn't want to make a scene. What are you? You catch on quickly. I'm something with a knack for adapting to new situations. In your case, I saw ways of thinking and speaking that aren't found on my planet, and I made them mine. 500 years ago, I saw a two-legged species with limitless potential, and I made it mine. Oh, I think I get it. Don't tell me you saw a microbe that formed active neural networks and didn't think that maybe it had its own thoughts. Maybe if you'd given us some sign you were in there. We have some of you back on Earth. One of them should talk to our scientists. Those are more ideal. I don't need that much of your time. There's just an idea I want to pitch to you. A literal elevator pitch? Alright, let's hear it. Give up. Excuse me? Your resistance. The people here make no secret about wanting to make your planet theirs, and I can tell you're not so keen on it. And don't tell me you can't submit to me. I don't believe for a second that your planet is magically immune to me and uninhabitable to the beetles. Suppose you're correct about that. Why should we submit to you? Given the values of your society, I have a lot to offer you. Are you tired of war and conflict? I can give you all a single purpose and free you from the temptation to stray from it. You value human life and its ethical treatment, right? You already know there is no violence, no hate, no deception here, because I give everyone value. Do you want luxury? These people are ecstatic to serve me and experience me. Scarcity? Not an issue for them. I've seen what they do to deviants, the old and the sickly. I know what they did to the other people that lived on this planet. I know what they did to their babies until they learned they had to wait a year. If those are sticking points, I can change. I'm nothing if not flexible. I doubt you would be so flexible about turning us into tools to make more of your fucking beetles. I think I'm allowed a sticking point too. I'm offering to solve all of the problems plaguing your world. Why do you have to stop me? Do you even know? Right now, you have a choice. Let me in, or don't. But in 30 years, you won't have that choice anymore. They can be easy on you. You can never be finished. No matter how far your reach is, no matter what you've accomplished, no matter how many Mars you have, you keep going. Whenever you hit a stumbling block, you find a way around it. Murder, if you have to. That can't happen. Everything has to have an end. You want to talk about endings. The whole point is to escape the end. That's what we are, deep down. Different ways of staving it off. Do you want to know what the real difference between us is? What is it? You try to protect yourself from the end, to make peace with it, to distract yourself from it. But it comes one way or another. Me, on the other hand, I make sure that there is nothing that comes after me, that there is nothing left to make me stop. I am the end. Right then, an elevator technician managed to open the doors, and the thing I was talking to left. I couldn't find it again.
Item number, SCP-6367. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-6367 sits at -30.36683, 45.81011, along the northwestern region of Algeria, Africa. It is desolate, guarded by the sole member of MTF Epsilon 98, Sunwatcher. No further containment procedures have been deemed necessary. Description: SCP-6367 is a single wooden chair, sat in the Grand Erg Occidental region of Algeria. It is unknown who placed SCP-6367 there, or what purpose it is intended for. The chair itself does not exhibit any outward anomalous effects. All attempts to interact with the object by Foundation personnel have been unsuccessful, as SCP-6367 remains in use by Agent Parker Watterson, who has sat there since its discovery. When inquired, Agent Watson has confirmed that SCP-6367 is, in fact, anomalous, and has since refused further elaboration on the subject. It is unknown how Agent Watson acquired this knowledge, nor his reasonings for withholding information from Foundation personnel. Given the relationship between Agent Watson and SCP-6367, some legitimacy has been provided to his claims. Additionally, no anomalous coercion or any additional influences on Agent Watson are currently suspected at this time. Preliminary interview. Upon SCP-6367's discovery and the claims by Agent Watson that the object was anomalous after sitting on it, the following was conducted by researcher Niles Gustom to ascertain further information. Begin log.
Oh yeah, this chair definitely has something funky going on with it.
Funky?
Yeah.
Like...
It's just really comfortable.
What? I'm sorry, but I don't think I get what you mean.
It's exactly like I told you. This chair is not normal.
How so?
I'm not gonna be able to get up after this.
Oh, so you're like, stuck there?
No.
No?
It doesn't really feel like I'm stuck.
So can you sit up or anything?
If I tried, maybe.
Then what's stopping you from getting up?
The fact that there's something funky going on with this chair.
End log. Addendum 1. Concluding the events in the preliminary interview, Agent Watson has yet to remove himself from SCP-6367 after 1 week. Further conversations with the agent have revealed the following. Number 1. Agent Watson is not being restrained by any physical, metaphysical, or magical objects. Number 2. No discomfort has been reported by the agent despite sitting on SCP-6367 for an extended period of time. Number 3. The agent has no interest in moving from SCP-6367 since the preliminary interview. Number 4. No behavioral changes have been reported by Foundation therapists in regard to Agent Watson. Anomalous screening also remains inconclusive. Attempts to remove Agent Watson from SCP-6367 remain underway. Referenced below is the current list of actions undertaken by on-site containment teams in removing the agent, followed by their results thus far. Action. Agent Jackie Robertson formally requested Agent Watson to step away from SCP-6367. Results: none. Action. Agent Robertson, Dr. Howard Rains, and researcher Travis Lapid all attempted to forcibly remove Agent Watson from SCP-6367. Result: attempt unsuccessful. Agent Watson did not move from SCP-6367 whatsoever. Action. Disciplinary action up to and including termination was threatened to Agent Watson for interfering with further investigation of SCP-6367. Result: no results. Agent Watson has little regard for his position at the Foundation. Action. An additional 2 weeks paid time off was offered to Agent Watson in return for him vacating SCP-6367. Results: offer was rejected in favor of remaining on SCP-6367. Action. A video of Agent Watson's family formally requesting that he returned home from SCP-6367 was played. Result: Agent Watson requested the arrival of Foundation lawyers to initiate the divorce of his wife Laura in the event that the video continued playing. Still no movement from SCP-6367. Action. Ontokinetic anomalies attempted to displace Agent Watson from SCP-6367. Result: all attempts unsuccessful. Action. One AMT bulldozer was brought to SCP-6367's containment site to physically remove Agent Watson from the object. Result: all attempts were again unsuccessful, with neither SCP-6367 or Agent Watson moving from their position. The bulldozer used was later sent for repair after a large dent was discovered near the front where it engaged with SCP-6367 and Agent Watson. Action. Agent Watson was asked what the Foundation could offer in return for his compliancy in leaving SCP-6367. Result: refer to Addendum 2. Addendum 2. Following Addendum 1, Agent Watson was asked by Foundation personnel if he could be convinced to remove himself from SCP-6367. After further conversations, Agent Watson stated that the only way he would remove himself was if Foundation personnel could do the following. Using time-altering anomalous phenomena, personnel would retrieve another Agent Watson from an alternate timeline and have him convince the agent to leave SCP-6367 permanently. Foundation agents agreed to Watson's demands and began the preparations for retrieving another Agent Watson. This task would eventually be completed by Site-01's Delta T, who would then dispatch the alternate Agent Watson, hereby referred to as Agent Watson-2, to SCP-6367. Upon arrival, the following was recorded. Begin log.
Hello, Me. Hi, Me. What are you doing on that chair? What do you mean? I mean, like, isn't it kind of weird that you're just gonna sit there and do nothing? No, not really. Oh, and why not? Because. Besides, have you tried sitting on this chair? I can't. Not with you sitting there. That can be changed. Well, yeah, but I mean, why? What's so special about it?
Agent Watson stands from the chair.
Come and find out. Oh, well, okay then, fine.
Agent Watson steps aside from SCP-6367 and Agent Watson-2 takes his place, sitting down on the chair.
Oh.
Agent Watson walks away from SCP-6367. End log. Agent Watson has since departed to Watson-2's reality under the approval of Delta T. Agent Watson-2 has likewise remained on SCP-6367, refusing any and all attempts made by Foundation personnel in removing him from his position. Recipe number: SCP-5250. Ease of preparation: Keter. Safe. Special cooking procedures: growing up in rural Michigan, nothing blocked out the cold like a big bowl of your mama's special SCP-5250. Now, you know some people would say that there are 1,001 ways to make SCP-5250, but they'd be worse off than the deer trapped beneath the ice. You sigh, as you've forgotten how to cook it. It's been so long. Thankfully, you've got the recipe right here. How convenient. One lake in rural Michigan. One 5-meter tall security fence. 2 armed guards. Footnote 1. For freshness, make sure to switch these out frequently. A dash of sound dampening equipment. How did you forget? It's a pretty simple recipe, all in all. Now, you recall there's just a couple of things to avoid when making this. You are never, ever to step on the ice. No matter what that silly deer is doing, don't try and help him. He'll be fine. If you're not sharing a recipe, don't share anything. That crazy old deer will hear you. No writing, unless it's a recipe. If he can't read the document, you know he can't get out. Only use the second person. No first person, no passive voice, no third person. Description: to cook a splendid dish like SCP-5250, you first take the lake by the cabin as a base. Add in an unceasing appetite, the lake's edges opening up like the gaping jaws of a deep-sea fish. Crack open 2 sheets of ice by accidentally tossing a spoon onto it. Remember not to stare deep, deep down into its depths, because what is in there is not human, no matter how much it may cry. You are not to fall down into its hole. You are not to look down there. You are not to feed it with what tapestry of yourself you have weaved in your mind. Apply 3 pints of a taste that appears similar to what you used to feel when you swallowed 5 chili peppers whole. The fire within almost calls, reaches out to you. The heat and warmth make you feel more comfortable. You will need heavy amounts of seasoning with its umami flavor. It's not as if it can understand taste, eating, or anything remotely related to it. It is safe. Whatever it is most certainly not a lake. You frown. Being one would have been beneficial, you think, as the water would help with the sheer amount of spice you add in, which even the most resilient chef would scoff at. What it did with who it took is still unknown to you, but the dish is missing something, you think. It'd be hard for you to think of exactly what, seeing as you're quite poor in the culinary department. Add in the deer for a bit of zesty kick. Taste it, just to ensure you've added enough salt. The taste is a familiar one. It reminds you of the woods behind your house. where you used to go and creep amongst the bushes and trees and pretend that you were a hunter on the prowl. It is strange being on the other side of that now, to be the one breathing silently, eyes in the back of your head. Silly deer, you think, so concerned about the exact location of whoever talks about it. Toss SCP-5250 with 2 salad forks, then mix with a ladle to disorient the deer. Pouring in the liquid now, into the large bowl, you laugh as its lame leg trails behind it like a shriveled corpse. It's not as if it could follow you, or at least it couldn't yesterday, you think. Today it is fine, but it will not be the day after. Then the cycle repeats. Or are you just too stupid to actually recognize it solely being injured or not? But you ignore the deer. The mere thought of it or talking about it in any way but this is purely hazardous, because it will find you. Then, like a tempest whipped up in a frothy sea, it will not let go of you as you cycle down its gyre. Whisk, gently at first, then quickly, to prevent the liquid and these thoughts from settling. See if the liquid within the bowl will connect in a paper-thin strand like melted cheese. If not, then continue to whisk, as the lake and deer are definitely connected. But why can't you simply do it on your first time? Wash your hands, then continue. Preheat your oven and take out your colander. Ignore the lake's calls and let them drain through the colander's holes. Ignore the fact that anything that falls down into its depths is immediately taken to someplace beyond. Ignore it all. The bubbling stream is all you should focus on, with its soft, gentle calls, repelling that of the siren's song. SCP-5250 wasn't thought of by you, not like you could. You're always of the mind that your grandma made it, as a secret family recipe, even if you don't have one. Nor are you always the same you. However, you find SCP-5250 pairs well with the same cabin from the lake you always think of, and cheese. The charcuterie board is made of the same wood that the cabin, built in 1999, was. It was owned by 2 men, a Mr. Josephus Dryader and a Mr. Neil Williams. Both of them are deceased, having died of natural causes in 2000. A shame, you tell yourself, as you remove the dish from the oven with an oven mitt. Plate the dish well, ensuring that all the elements are equally presented in a way that is mysterious, familiar, and brand new, all at once. It's a difficult task. Are you sure you're even ready for it? After all of that, you're done cooking up a likely amazing stew of SCP-5250. The aromatic, delectable aura of the dish you've made reminds you somewhat of home. Of you, even. But ignore that as well. The smell tickling your nostrils must not be given mind. You've done better than you thought you could. You're aware that it took testing for the cabin, the deer, and this beautifully plated bowl of SCP-5250 to be reclassified as safe after you discovered the appropriate way to talk about them, which took you too long to find, you incompetent wreck. Below, you've decided to attach some relevant documentation. You know, to add a little more spice to the recipe and ensure that future cooks in training can serve up a dish just as decadent and spectacular as yours should be. One that the lake and the deer are both allergic to. They may as well be illiterate. They can hardly understand what a good recipe is. Addenda. You have done some tests with SCP-5250, adjusting ingredients here and there, and seeing what would happen if you tasted what came out of it. Below, you can find the results, future chefs. Actions. Stepping into the lake. Helpful ingredients. Snowshoes to help pad out his weight. Result. You saw him slipping under the ice. Despite this, you could still see their heat signature for a little bit. Actions. Getting a computer to write about the deer, then reading what there is. Helpful ingredients. Your trusty keyboard. Result. The deer didn't notice. How delightful. Actions. Looking at the deer. Helpful ingredients. A pair of binoculars. Result. The deer wants you to keep on coming. Actions. Attempting to kill the deer. Helpful ingredients. Some fiery gunpowder and 245 caliber bullets with earthy undertones. Result. A disappointing presentation, as the deer was completely fine. Actions. Preparing a nice beef jambalaya. Helpful ingredients. A pinch of salt, some vision-blocking goggles, thermal imaging systems, and infrared sensors. Result. The lake didn't quite like that. You weren't supposed to see what lies beneath. Actions, waiting, helpful ingredients, a sprinkling of nothing. Result, the wind blows, the lake is hungry. In the cabin, when you and the others first came, you found a journal with some entries written by Mr. Dryader. In the cabin, there was not much else, except for a gun found near the door. You decide to attach the journals below, with approval from your site director. It is not as if there is much else you can do. You are stuck in the snow that rages outside. The deer seemed interesting to him being one of the guards outside. Start your stove. Set it to simmer. January 20th, 1999. I enjoy that what I can see right now is exactly what I have pictured in my mind. The fire is crackling, Neil is snoring his ass off, and I'm writing this. We finish work on the cabin tomorrow. It's hard work, but Neil has been able to offer some minor reassurances. He was talking to fur traders a ways back, managed to procure us cured meats to last almost 2 months, so we shall not run low on supplies. I admit I had some choice words for him when I found what he'd traded for it, but I suppose it doesn't matter now. It's not as if I'd need the damn thing now that we plan to live up here. JD. You revise your recipes, awaiting orders. The snow is picking up. There's nothing you really can do but wait. Cooking is the only escape, really, but you're thankful the cabin's got quite the apparatus. But you're a bit full, aren't you? Having eaten so much of that SCP-5250. It's really filling, and the sort of flavor you'd only get by accidentally biting down on your own tongue. It's a strange flavor, certainly, but nothing too strange. Perhaps a bit familiar, really. You sit and think. Think about deer, their webs of antlers, their majestic look. They seem quite trustworthy, don't they? A buck, proud and noble ruler of the woods, would not hesitate to help you out. So why did you leave the one out on the ice? You quickly shake your head. The recipe told you so, junior researcher. You open your computer, staring at a smiling photo of yourself. You close it. Must conserve your battery. Garnish with bits and pieces of thought. January 27th, 1999. Neil has developed a taste for fish. He's been spending his time ice fishing in the small pond out back. He spent an awful lot of time back there after he said a bear had eaten our supplies. An unfortunate start to our new life, but that's quite okay. I asked him to stay close to me in bed tonight. He agreed, though mentioned he'd been getting splinters. Granted, what we have isn't much of a bed, but I suppose it'd have to do. He talked about what he'd caught. It wasn't a lot, just a boot. A really old one. I'm surprised others had been up here, but I guess the stream can bring anything. I worry about him sometimes. Probably too much. It's hard not to, though. He's a bit too trusting. JD. The snow picks up even further. The wind's howling outside your walls. You look at the bookshelf of the cabin. Empty. You open your computer, nearly dead. You don't recognize the person on your screensaver, nor do you remember your password. You shrug. That's all right. It's not like you'd have connection up here. Add in 2 teaspoons of sugar. February 1st, 1999. We're running low on food. Neil went out into the woods yesterday. Came back this morning. I never struck him as much of a mountain man, but I can't deny the grizzled look was a bit attractive. He said that he'd managed to shoot a deer outside of our cabin last night, but he couldn't go out onto the ice to get it. That it was too risky. Which, of course, I believed. He then told me that he'd kill it tomorrow. Only, I'm a bit of a light sleeper. I heard no gunshots yesterday. Neil's never been much of a liar. Was the first to defend me and actually wanted us to come up here when the town got angry. He's never lied to me before. I'm worried about him. There's a storm brewing, and he seems to only want to keep getting food. JD. The guards outside are gone. You're not quite sure where they went, but you think they may have left before the wind started to pick up. Joke's on them. You've got food, you've got the recipe book you found, and you've got warmth. February 14th, 1999. The deer's not dead. The storm has picked up lately. Neil isn't himself, still trying to fish. He's not doing it as much, which I suppose is a bit better than how often he was doing it. I tapped him a couple of times last week. It took him a bit to come to. Perhaps some of the herbs are hallucinogenic, or something else. Who knows? I asked him to stay close in bed again tonight. He just looked at me and told me I was thinking about what he had said, or something like that. Then turned around. I don't think he realized what it was today. He didn't even say anything besides that. JD. You feel the deer. It comes closer, and you want to go closer to it. You can reason with the deer some. It's a lot like you, isn't it? Wounded, worried, and just trying to survive out there on the ice. You're quite surprised the thing's managed to survive this long. It's a big buck though, must be hardy. It'd make for some good venison stew if you managed to kill the thing. Perhaps you'd try later. Let's sit for 30 minutes. February 25th, 1999. Neil has been lying to me. I would, leave him, but the storm's outside still. I suppose the storm's a bit of an excuse. I don't really want to. I'm still doing what we used to, going through the motions, but I found the meats we'd traded for, hidden under the floorboards. And Neil keeps telling me that I wondered how he'd found them, even though I did that. Not him. I don't sleep so well. He doesn't even sleep with me anymore, and the snow's starting to break into the cabin. It's too cold. He hasn't eaten in days either, and I'm afraid he's going to starve. I hear hooves sometimes outside my window, but when I turn, there's nothing there. JD. You shot it. The ground rumbled, and the deer flailed and went under the ice. What an awful coincidence. You lost your food and an earthquake. You sigh. Whatever the lake is, it's hungry. It doesn't eat normally. You know as much. That's why you're writing like this in the first place. Does it even know how people normally eat? It's only tipped off when you talk about it without using you. So this starves it somewhat, but it knows you're here. Add 2 cups of you. I believe he is dead. I don't know when I'm writing this. I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't at all. The deer isn't dead. It's completely fine. I saw him step out onto the pond to kill it, and he fell in, just like that. And the deer did too. And then the deer came back up. It was wounded, and then it was fine. And the deer sounded fine, and he didn't come back up, and he was a lying bastard. But he was my lying bastard. JD. You walked over to the lake today. The deer had returned. In the small hole, perfect for one to ice fish in, you look down, and you almost want to jump in, but you don't. You feel like it's drawing you, it's calling you, as if it's a part of you you've lost. How awful, awful it is that you and the lake must be without each other. How awful it is you and the deer must be without each other. How great it would be to go walk over and join the deer. However, you are cold. It would be so warm to kill the deer and steal its pelt, but it doesn't have a pelt. It's not quite itself, just like you aren't yourself. As if you were staring at it through a dirty mirror, as if you were being reflected within a dirty mirror. Stir in a pinch of self-doubt. The traders have been coming by every 3 days or so to give me food. I'd be dead without them. I guess they took pity on me, but they're gone now. Haven't come by in a week or so. It's hard to tell because it's so dark outside. I have to block out the windows because of all the snow and the holes that something punched through. Looks like a gun, but I don't know. I hear a knock at the door. Maybe it's them. JD. It was not them. It was a deer. The deer sounded like a man. The deer sounded like them. I heard it say, "Help me, I am stuck." There were 2 more holes in the ice. The pond is bigger. I saw the deer enter their mouths. Then it left. Then they went into the deer's mouth and both went into the ice. What do I do? What do you do? Clip, clop. Clip, clop. There are noises outside your cabin. Then nothing. Then a phone rings, but the phone is outside. It is the guard's phone. They're back. How great for you. But the guard doesn't answer. Nothing does. and then you notice the ringing comes and goes with the clip and clop. Cook for 40 seconds on high heat. You have been waiting, silent, for 3 days now. You can only tell the passage of time via the birds. Crows and owls at night, sparrows in the morning. The tapping is there. You hope Neil is there. Wait. You hear a knock. Maybe it's Neil. You recognize there are no more journal entries. Disappointing, because perhaps you'd know what the deer is. However, your thermal imagery has shown that the deer leads under the ice. Its hoof connects to a thin strand, which leads to a large familiar mass waiting patiently underwater. It rings, it clips, it clops. It cries out to be heard, for it is hungry. Your computer manages to eke out a single bar of connection from the car, which is running on its last legs. You can hear something stabbing it, running up its hood, destroying it down to its last metal bits before a loud splash can be heard. Then you lose your connection. But it was enough time to send this document through, at least. You can remember, at least, that part of you. But you are stuck. The snow is bearing down on your cabin. You write this for your future chefs. There is a knock at the door. You have your gun ready, locked and loaded to fire. Maybe you are being rescued, but you're hungry. So hungry. And you want to cook up another bowl of SCP-5250. A nice, creamy, warm, and steaming bowl of SCP-5250 stew. The lake feels like that. Like one big pot of it. So maybe, deep down, you hope it is the deer. Maybe it is you at the door. Maybe. You open it, and voila, your dish is finished. Item number, SCP-6072. Object class, Keter. Special containment procedures. SCP-6072 currently remains uncontained. Its proper localization and anchoring using Scranton reality anchors in cooperation with Site-88 personnel due to their experience with humanoid anomalies is to be considered top priority for Site-120 personnel. All potential manifestation reports are to be immediately investigated. All Foundation personnel matching SCP-6072's manifestation criteria are to be placed within anti-ontokinetic spaces for the duration of their potential death, preventing the entity's manifestation. Description: SCP-6072 is a predatory entity with no consistent form nor appearance, emitting a constant output of level 4 TRE or Tartarian radiation energy and minor amounts of Akiva radiation, similar to that of a non-worshipped deity. Footnote 1. Similar in magnitude to the entity found within SCP-5572-Prime. Research regarding those similarities is ongoing. SCP-6072 displays predatory behavior, only targeting individuals exhibiting one or more of the following traits due to hunting ease. Age above 60, severe loneliness, life in relative poverty, highly unstable life, bad health condition, both physical and mental, lack of many truly close relatives or friends to rely on for potential protection, inability to maintain romantic relationships. All individuals near which SCP-6072 manifests are found dead within 2 to 5 minutes of exposure. In 100% of cases, the cause of death was determined to be a disease previously undiagnosed in an extreme state. The entity will never leave its prey until it's confirmed dead, always awaiting near it until the disease kills the subject, not infrequently checking for life signs on people it hunts. How SCP-6072 is able to manifest them within the organism of its prey in such an advanced state remains unknown. SCP-6072 possesses virtually unlimited teleportation and shape-shifting abilities, enabling it to manifest at any location in any form. Despite this, the entity utilizes this ability solely to manifest near its prey, which it hunts constantly. It has never been noted to appear anywhere else other than near individuals it wishes to eliminate. Most manifestations follow the formula of the entity taking the form of standard humans within the area it manifests in, frequently choosing the form of a close relative of the person it wishes to hunt. Upon detecting a potential victim, the entity will stop at nothing to achieve its goal. It has even been noted to bypass previously thought to be impenetrable anti-ontokinetic spaces. Current hypotheses hold the entity is a pain-consuming Tartarian, prolonging its life through the murder of others, though this theory is backed up by examples of pre-modern era civilizations interacting with it. Whether it's true remains unknown. Footnote 2. See Discovery and Historical Context. Discovery and Historical Context. SCP-6072 had been known to the Foundation in one form or another ever since its founding in 1870. Initially suspected to be numerous other anomalies, following over 150 years of continued appearance, it had been fully researched and classified as SCP-6072. However, despite the Foundation only possessing data about it for 165 years, research has revealed numerous records taken from all around the world throughout numerous centuries regarding the world's cultures and their interactions with the entity. The following is a select few of the most important ones. Footnote 3. For a full list of SCP-6072 manifestations throughout history, request access to Site-120's General Ryza Chairman James Moore. Timeframe of manifestations. Unknown, most likely 1800 to 1700 BC. Location of manifestations. Egypt. Manifestation details. Due to the extremely poor state of most of society at the time, SCP-6072 was able to claim extreme amounts of victims, directly responsible for the belief in Reshef, a god of disease spawning wherever he came. Timeframe of manifestations. Unknown, most likely 400 to 300 BC. Location of manifestations. Mesopotamia. Manifestation details. Due to the highly politically unstable timeframe of its manifestation, SCP-6072 was able to exploit it to hunt numerous victims before being noticed. Inspired the myth of Era, a god of war and disease, coming for the weak to take them to the kingdom of the dead. Timeframe of manifestations. Unknown, most likely 400 to 700 AD. Location of manifestations. Central and Eastern Europe. Manifestation details. SCP-6072's numerous manifestations most likely inspired the Masurian myth of White Peoples, a gnome-like race of demons responsible for human diseases, bringing them upon the weak and the old. Timeframe of manifestations. The Edo period, 1603 to 1867. Location of manifestations. Japan. Manifestation details. Despite the relative peace and economical stability of the era, SCP-6072 was still noted to manifest due to the chaos and instability of the era directly before it, causing many poor regions, though the manifestations were visibly less and less frequent as the era went on. Most likely inspired the Japanese myth of the Shinigami, death gods bringing weak humans death, carrying their souls to the afterlife. Timeframe of manifestations. 1890 to 1923. Location of manifestations. Siberia. Manifestation details. Due to the highly unstable health and physical wealth of the Ket people in that region caused by numerous attempts at Russification by the Russian authorities of the time, SCP-6072 was able to hunt much more frequently within the area. Further research regarding the culture suggests the entity was responsible for the myth of the Kasadam goddess, a deity responsible for cursing humans with diseases and devouring their souls afterwards. Addendum 6072-2. The following log is the only available recording of SCP-6072 interacting with any of its victims, as well as the only manifestation event which the Foundation was able to witness. Access log 9/12/2035-1. Date: September 12, 2035. Forward. The following video is taken from one of the cameras within Vanguard Research and Preservation Site-120's medical ward. At that time, Dr. Ethan McCarthy Jr. Footnote 4. One of the 5 members of Site-120's Director Council, last member of the McCarthy family, a multi-generational family long serving the Foundation. All other members either lost in action or dead due to age. Was being hospitalized due to a lung health problem discovered the day prior. Begin log. SCP-6072 manifests outside the medical room, taking the form of Dr. McCarthy. Footnote 5. Dr. McCarthy Jr.'s father, who was dead since March 28, 1984. From personal testimonies, it's been deduced that the man was Dr. McCarthy Jr.'s only person he considered close to himself. The doctor is laying in a medical bed, sleeping. SCP-6072 enters the room. The glass doors behind it shut, and their closing sound wakes up the doctor, who blinks twice and puts on his glasses, located at the nightstand. He notices SCP-6072 and gets visibly uneased.
Dad.
SCP-6072 doesn't respond, coming closer to the doctor's bed. It pulls a chair from one of the nearby tables and sits near the doctor, who starts to cry.
Is that you?
SCP-6072 nods. At that time, personnel stationed outside the ward notice the entity within and start to attempt to open the doors. Upon failing to do so, they start to notify security, banging at the glass walls for the doctor to notice the entity. He doesn't respond nor notice them.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
As tears go down the doctor's face, the entity comes closer and touches his face with its hand. Outside the room, site security appear, trying to enter the room via force. They are unsuccessful even upon what should normally break both the glass walls and the door. Neither the doctor nor the entity react in any way to them.
I know I told you I wouldn't smoke. I'm so sorry.
SCP-6072 touches the doctor's hand in a calm expression. The other starts to violently cough, trying to hide it with his arm. The entity smiles slightly and touches his hand with its other hand. The coughing stops for a second.
I didn't know how to deal with your and David's death. I'm so sorry.
McCarthy Jr. starts to cry profusely again, stopping all speech. The doctor's phone located on the nightstand starts to ring with an emergency tone. He doesn't notice it. He again starts to cough, this time visibly coughing blood. Shh, don't worry. It's fine. I'm here, and I'm proud of you. Don't worry at all.
I don't want to go, Dad. I don't want to die. I'm not ready to. I don't want to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. I don't want to go, Dad. I don't.
The entity shushes him, giving the doctor a hug. They sit in that position for 2 minutes, with McCarthy Jr. sobbing violently. The entity shushes him again. Shh. Mom and David are proud of you too. Don't worry. We're here for you. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Shh. It's fine. The entity hugs the doctor again. Upon finishing the gesture, McCarthy Jr. lays down on his bed.
I think
The doctor closes his eyes. He no longer expresses sadness nor pain. I'm proud of you. SCP-6072 demanifests. Though Dr. McCarthy Jr. ceases all movement, an expression of happiness can be seen on his face. End log. Closing statement. Following SCP-6072's demanifestation, Dr. McCarthy Jr. was found dead at the age of 85 within the hospital ward. Post-mortem analysis revealed it was caused by a previously undiagnosed lung cancer. The disease was entirely unanomalous, believed, following further research, to have been within Dr. McCarthy Jr. for at least 3 prior years, mainly due to his long-lasting smoking addiction and poor work ethic. Following further research, it was discovered that SCP-6072 does not cause any of the diseases found within its victims, not being responsible for their deaths. The TER previously thought to be emitted from it was, in actuality, simply the byproduct of experiencing human deaths for a prolonged period of time. Further investigation, potential reclassification, and file rewrite of SCP-6072 remains pending. Item number SCP-6334, Level 1 Unrestricted, Containment Class Euclid, Disruption Class Vlam, Risk Class Notice. Special Containment Procedures. Current containment efforts are focused on locating any potential remaining instances of SCP-6334 and to uncover possible sources of SCP-6334. As of now, SCP-6334 instances appear to be incapable of survival in containment, rendering captured instances effectively self-neutralizing. The remains of current and future instances of SCP-6334 are to be stored in a standard object locker in the light containment wing of Site-14 in the event that further autopsy or research is required. Description: SCP-6334 refers to an unknown number of small mammals, such as cats, squirrels, and dogs, entirely composed out of waste materials such as scrap metal, cardboard, and glass. Instances behave identically to their non-anomalous counterparts, though lack all typical biological functions. Despite this, SCP-6334 instances do require sustenance in the form of an ever-changing diet of different objects, including paper, stone, gemstones, etc. SCP-6334 instances are incapable of searching for food independently and entirely rely on humans for survival. Instances are believed to have minor telepathic abilities in order to communicate their current requirements for food. Information on SCP-6334 is minimal, as the only recovered instance expired after 2 days in containment. Extensive records, however, were recorded in a journal confiscated from the only known owner of an SCP-6334 instance. See Recovered Log 6334-A. Access File: Recovered Log 6334-A. Logs recovered from a small hardback journal found within a double-locked cabinet in the apartment of Alan Hunt, found to possess an SCP-6334 instance prior to Foundation intervention. Irrelevant entries have been removed for brevity. Some weird shit is going on. I'm glad I've already got this journal, or else I'd need to get a new one, because I need to write about this. I went on my walk through 39th, and as usual I went off course and got distracted by another path. I don't think I've ever gone, on topic, way too hot out for any normal wildlife to be going around. I think I saw a squirrel here or there, but whatever animals I've seen before were probably hiding in trees or something. I don't really know if I'd call it an alley or a small road. It ran behind the Safeway, so I guess it was for shipping or garbage or something like that. Not sure. Smelled terrible, not that I really minded. The view was kind of interesting, and I ended up seeing a lot of new things I hadn't looked at before. Those things were garage doors and marked parking spaces, but still interesting nonetheless. And then I saw something move. I had no clue what it was. For a second I thought it was a stray or something, maybe an oversized squirrel, but not normal. It was whining like a dog, but made of metal? Something like this. Below is a small sketch of an SCP-6334 instance, resembling a golden retriever breed of Canis lupus familiaris. Made entirely of trash, garbage, metal, glass. I think I even saw some paperwork on the damn thing. And it looked exactly like Chip. I can't explain why, and Chip's eyes weren't made of glass, but something about it just looked the same. I don't know. And then it rushed me. I screamed, pretty loudly, but I guess I'm glad nobody heard me, as now it's sitting in the dog cage behind me. Alright, it's been a bit, and I think I've got a handle on this thing. It's acting just like a dog. It sounds just like a dog, somehow. But it's not a dog, I think. I still have some of Chip's old supplies, dog stuff, to use for this thing, as it seems to like it. It's already used to me, trying to play, I think, and coming up. Doesn't seem scared at all for just being found by a stranger. I'd send it to a rescue shelter, but I don't know what they're gonna do with the thing. I don't really know if I need to feed it. I tried giving it fresh kibble I had laying around, and it didn't seem interested. Didn't even seem to notice it. I improvised and gave it access to my wastebasket, just on a hunch, and that seemed to do the trick. I can barely tell where its mouth was, but it seemed to like it, so at least it's not gonna starve. If that was even a possibility in the first place. I grabbed Chip's leash off the wall because I thought I was going to take him on a walk. I'm such a fucking idiot. I think he asked me for money today. I'm not sure, but I glanced over it and somehow I just knew. Trash wouldn't work anymore, I think. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. This is magic, after all, I think. I got $1, rolled it up, and put it in the trash bin and waited. It took some time, but eventually it came over, ignored the trash, and went for the bill. If that keeps up, I'm not sure how sustainable it is, but at least it seems sated for now. I came back home and I heard crying coming from the other room, so I rushed to check if he was okay, and I'm not really sure. I swear it shrunk, at least a little. And fuck, it looked so sad. Curled up and sobbing. No tears, but it's the most terrible sound. People who say the brain reacts most to a crying baby are wrong. I panicked and rushed to grab my wallet. That seemed to do the trick. It still hasn't grown back yet, but at least it calmed down. He pounced me, tail wagging and all, afterwards, but I'm not sure what to think. This whole thing has my head fucked, and I just don't know how to react. I didn't check. Shit. Okay, so it started talking again, sort of. I don't know how to describe it. I know what it needed, or something. A speed limit sign. That's so specific, and I guess it just wants to eat the metal? Was eating half the trash can not enough? I thought of making an improvised one or building something, but I just don't think that'll work. This is fucking insane, and I just don't think I can do it, no matter how much it cries. It worked. I gave it the sign and it grew back to its normal size. Thank fuck. I took him out for a walk tonight, right when it got too dark for people to get a glance of him. Secret or not, keeping a dog indoors at all times is not okay, and I'm trying my best to help him feel better. He just looks so sad all the time. Even without eyes, I can just feel it looking at him. I feel like we have a mutual understanding. It can tell I've been through a lot, and I can tell it's been through a lot, and now we're both surviving together. It feels nice to have a partner by my side again. He's there for me. Photos. Now it wants photos. That's not too bad, and at least it's not vandalism this time. I couldn't find any laying around, so I gave it my phone. I wasn't sure if it would wipe the photos from it or just eat it, but I trust him not to do more than he's asking. It did eat my phone. I can't be mad, he didn't know what he was doing. It's just a dog after all. The next 4 pages have been torn out of the journal. The ring. The ring I bought for Jesse. It needs the ring. I nearly got evicted for missing rent with the amount I spent on it. I should have thrown it away or sold it back like they suggested, so I'm at a loss. I can't let him die. I can't hear that crying again. It's not like she'd need it anyway. Anymore, at least. He needed something again, and I gave it to him. I love him so much, and I'm so happy I was given the opportunity to be here for him. The Foundation was informed of the existence of SCP-6334 after several sightings of a metallic creature were reported to the local police department. Embedded Foundation agents began an investigation and a cover-up was performed following standard protocol. On September 15, 2016, 2 plainclothes MTF agents were sent to retrieve SCP-6334. See Recovery Log. Access File. Recovery Log. Footage taken from the body camera of Agent Fielder alongside Agent Stevens, transcribed. Both were instructed to sedate and perform on-site amnestic treatment to Alan Hunt before retrieving SCP-6334. Begin log. Time is 9 p.m. Both agents enter apartment through back door after remote scans show a lack of security cameras. Agents proceed to search apartment for approximately 1 minute before a faint voice can be heard from behind a door. Agent Fielder holds up his arm and both stop.
Good boy, good boy. Huh? No, not now. I just fed you. I don't have enough of that. Come on, please. I don't know if I can.
Alan pauses before footsteps can be heard from behind the door. Both agents step backwards, however, are unable to hide before the door is opened.
What the fuck? Holy shit!
Agent Fielder raises his weapon, loaded with non-lethal ammunition.
Quiet. We're not here to hurt you. We just need you to calm down, we'll explain.
Not here to hurt me? Then put the fucking gun away!
Alan takes several steps back and attempts to shut the door. However, Stevens blocks off the doorway, preventing it from shutting. Alan rushes to the back of the room and briefly glances at the SCP-6334 instance before rushing to grab it and tripping into the ground.
Fuck. If this was a robbery, I'd be dead by now. You guys are probably after him. Get the fuck away from him. I won't let you take Chip.
Please calm down. We aren't going to hurt you or the dog.
Agent Fielder lowers his weapon and holds one hand up, approaching Alan slowly.
No, get the fuck away from him!
Alan lunges at Fielder, but is quickly incapacitated and rendered unconscious via several rounds from Stevens' weapon. After confirming Alan's medical stability, a thorough search of his apartment is performed, resulting in the location of a journal containing relevant information to SCP-6334. Several photos of a golden retriever are found partially burned in a trash can. Amnestic treatment is administered. End log. Warning from the Foundation Records and Information Security Administration. Due to the recent discovery of this SCP object, as well as the multifaceted nature of the anomaly, there are several competing documentations for SCP-4804. The four most widely accepted are enumerated below, along with other researchers' arguments for and against instating them as the official documentation. Thesis 1, proposed by researcher Calvin. Item number, SCP-4804. Object class, Memetic. Containment class, Keter. Special containment procedures. A selection of instances of SCP-4804-1 are to be brought to sound-insulated containment chambers at Site-32. Analysis of their neurology and behavior will be recorded in order to determine what can be done for further containment. Description: SCP-4804 is a phenomenon affecting approximately 0.7% of the world's population. This percentage has fluctuated greatly since initial recording of SCP-4804. Individuals affected by SCP-4804, hereafter designated SCP-4804-1, believe that oranges do not exist. This phenomena extends to orange trees, the fruit itself, and all derivative products, including but not limited to juices, cleaning products, and pop culture references. Instances of SCP-4804-1 provide various justifications for their disbelief in oranges, ranging from the idea that oranges are simply a variant of apples, to oranges being a government conspiracy, to not being able to perceive any orange-related products at all. The source of SCP-4804 is unknown. However, analysis of the spread of SCP-4804 implies either a memetic hazard or exposure to a contagious anomaly. Recent testing has implied that SCP-4804 is not contagious, although anecdotal accounts by field agents have disputed these claims. Addendum: SCP-4804 was discovered on March 11, 2019, when Dr. North noticed that several of his relatives became angry at the sight of orange juice. It is believed that the discovery of SCP-4804 was delayed by the fact that SCP-4804 primarily affected rural communities who had isolated themselves from the greater non-SCP-4804-1 population. Pros: spread of SCP-4804 does appear to reflect a memetic agent. Provides a thorough description of SCP-4804's effects. Cons: the lack of discovery of SCP-4804 is not believed to be due to isolation. Does not address Lovecraft's The Oranges document. Document is vague in many places. Does not address the Teresa incident. Thesis 2, proposed by Dr. Medeus. Item number: SCP-4804. Object class: Textual. Containment class: Keter. Special containment procedures. An instance of SCP-4804 is to be kept inside of a safe class item locker at Site-19. The Memetics Department is to develop a weaponized anti-meme used to wipe out infections of SCP-4804-1. Containment of instances of SCP-4804-2 is to take place once their physical properties can be ascertained. Copies of SCP-4804 outside of Foundation control are to be seized and incinerated. Description: SCP-4804 is a short story entitled The Oranges, written by American horror writer H.P. Lovecraft at an unspecified date. In summary, the story describes a group of young men who venture into a cave, only to emerge in an alternate timeline where large orange-colored entities named Oranges are attempting to breach into our own dimension. The story ends with only one of the men escaping, before seeing the first Orange, visible to only him, enter the world. Reading at least 15% of SCP-4804 is known to have 3 effects. The spontaneous manifestation of between 1 and 9 oranges within 30 meters of the reader. The belief that oranges, the fruit, are works of fiction originally created by Lovecraft. In rare cases, manifestation of SCP-4804-2. In cases where subjects begin to believe oranges are works of fiction, classified as infections of SCP-4804-1, they will actively deny the existence of oranges, citing beliefs such as the belief that oranges are simply a variant of apples, oranges being a government conspiracy, and not being able to perceive any orange-related products at all. SCP-4804-2 are imperceptible entities of unknown size, appearance, or physicality. The only evidence of their existence is their ability to act on the physical world. SCP-4804-2 instances are known vectors of SCP-4804-1. And it is believed that instances are capable of inducing a brain hemorrhage in human subjects. Addendum: the original copy of SCP-4804 was found in Lovecraft's possession shortly after his death. It is believed that it was published in numerous obscure pulp magazines. Sections of SCP-4804 were plagiarized by other authors for use in their own material, which is believed to have led to its relatively high rate of exposure across the population. SCP-4804's anomalous effects were discovered after Foundation janitorial specialist Frank was assaulted by their family after insisting that oranges were real. It is unknown how SCP-4804-1 and -2 remained undetected for a long period of time. Antimemetic phenomena is suspected but not confirmed. Pros: addresses Lovecraft's The Oranges as well as other entities. Addresses spontaneous manifestations of oranges in the United States. States possibility of antimemetic phenomena. Cons: spread theory does not match theoretical predictions. Does not address Teresa incident. Description of SCP-4804-2 is based on Lovecraft's interpretation and is not based in fact. Thesis 3. Proposed by Dr. Westron. Item number: SCP-4804. Object Class: Event. Containment Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. As SCP-4804 has already occurred, containment must take the form of addressing events untouched by SCP-4804, as well as preparation for if the phenomenon occurs again. Individuals who are immune to SCP-4804 are to be brought to Site-64 to have false memories of oranges implanted. Further containment is to be implemented once the exact nature of SCP-4804 is determined. Description: SCP-4804 is a CK-class restructuring of history scenario that occurred at some point before March 11, 2019. SCP-4804 involved the creation of oranges, which had not existed before this event. For unknown reasons, several individuals seem to be immune to the effects of SCP-4804 and will believe that oranges are not real, citing a variety of phenomena in order to justify their beliefs. SCP-4804-1 are antimemetic entities potentially responsible for SCP-4804. The nature of SCP-4804-1 entities are unknown. However, agents using Class W amnestics describe them as large, orange, amorphous entities of indeterminate form. SCP-4804-1 entities are detectable without amnestics by the fact that they spontaneously manifest oranges at indeterminate intervals. Prolonged perception of SCP-4804-1 causes immunity to SCP-4804, as described above. Addendum: the exact date of SCP-4804 is unknown. However, it is believed to have taken place before March 15, 1937, as H.P. Lovecraft had written a short story entitled The Oranges, which described SCP-4804-1 entities at length. September 19, 1927 is given as the likeliest date for this event. However, as this aligns with a known activation date of Pros: high possibility of the involvement of a CK-class event due to the high Hume levels of described entities. Addresses spontaneous manifestation of oranges in the United States. Partially addresses the Teresa incident. Cons: oranges date back to the 9th century BCE. A CK-class event would have to be uncharacteristically thorough if it were to change all of this history. Description of SCP-4804-2 is based on Lovecraft's interpretation and is not based in fact. Thesis 4. Proposed by 05-1. Item number: SCP-4804. Object Class: Divine. Containment Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-4804 is uncontained. An analysis of all employed Foundation personnel, specifically those in upper management, is to be conducted to determine if any are affected by a hostile entity. The Foundation is to construct defense systems in order to counteract SCP-4804. Personnel involved in this procedure are to undergo amnestic training and Foundation loyalty certification. Description: SCP-4804 is a hostile, extra-dimensional entity attempting to enter baseline reality. The exact goals of SCP-4804 remain unclear, however, the entity appears to be attempting to subjugate the human population. In baseline reality, SCP-4804 takes two forms. SCP-4804-1, a citrus fruit colloquially known as the orange. SCP-4804-2, a formless anti-memetic entity. The consumption of instances of SCP-4804-1 is known to cause people to be infected by SCP-4804, allowing the entity to exhibit complete physical control over them. SCP-4804 is believed to have infected the majority of the human population. However, a small percentage of the population is immune to SCP-4804 and perceive SCP-4804-1 as invisible, while perceiving SCP-4804-2 as visible. Given the inability for the human mind to comprehend the complete form of SCP-4804-2, the resistant individual will invariably attempt to generate an explanation for the sightings. Teresa Incident. On March 11, 2019, SCP-4804-2 descended below cloud cover and appeared above the state of Illinois. While the majority of the population was unable to perceive the entity, a number of resistant individuals began to panic and flee, referring to it as God, the Orange, and various other epithets. This mass hysteria became viral on the internet and required Foundation web crawlers to purge the event. Addendum. It is believed that H.P. Lovecraft was immune to SCP-4804, as he was able to write a short story titled The Oranges regarding SCP-4804-2. The nature of Lovecraft's relationship with SCP-4804 beyond this is unclear. Requests to classify SCP-4804 as an emergent threat are pending. Requests to immediately classify SCP-4804 have been denied. Pros: addresses the Teresa incident. Addresses anti-memetic phenomena. Addresses the Orange's anomalous document. Cons: data redacted as per unanimous order of O5 Command. Data redacted by 12-1 vote. O5-1 is not a member of the O5 Council. O5-1 does not bathe in the orange light. We will not enter the unenlightenment. Item number: SCP-1061. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-1061 should be kept in a secured, climate-controlled garage. Its tires have been removed and should not be replaced for any reason. Its doors should be locked at all times and its windshield boarded up, unless testing is in progress. All experiments are to be performed within the garage. Access to SCP-1061 is restricted to Level 4 personnel and to D-Class personnel engaged in authorized testing. Aside from authorized testing, it is forbidden for anyone not seated in any of the passenger seats to make contact with any part of the driver's seat. Personnel who make contact with the driver's seat while not seated in any of the passenger seats become instances of SCP-1061-1 and are to be apprehended until such a time as they can be used in approved testing. Removal of post-test biological waste from SCP-1061's interior is to be performed by robotic manipulators. No other maintenance is to be performed on SCP-1061. Description: SCP-1061 is a dark red 1992 Pontiac Grand Am with severe collision damage, including a large hole in its driver's side front windshield. It manifests 3 distinct anomalous properties. These properties are considered to be linked, in that they seem to be caused by the same anomalous entity. The first anomalous property is that SCP-1061 is associated with several illusions. The collision damage is only visible from the outside. When viewed from inside or through an open door, SCP-1061's interior appears completely intact. This is purely a visual illusion and is detectable by electronic recording devices. When viewed from the inside, the side windows, when closed, and rear windshield show the city of and its environs on 1996, as determined by meteorological, astronomical, and botanical observations, and by sightings of newspapers and other periodicals, the day that SCP-1061 was in its collision. The front windshield will likewise show the city and its environs. However, the hole in the front windshield made by the impact of the original driver's head shows neither urban nor suburban, nor the containment chamber. Instead, it shows if the driver's seat remains unoccupied, individuals occupying the other seats or looking through the open doors see that SCP-1061 is parked along the curb in front of a suburban residence. As with the illusory absence of vehicular damage, this illusion is visible to cameras and other electronic recording devices. However, this illusion does not activate unless a living human is seated within SCP-1061, and deactivates if all observers leave SCP-1061. The suburban environment always reflects the time of day at which the observers entered SCP-1061. If multiple observers enter SCP-1061 at different times, the environment will continue to reflect the time of day as determined by the entry of the first observer. The environment persists until 6:04 p.m., the time at which SCP-1061 was in its collision. After 6:04 p.m., the environment visible outside SCP-1061 resets to approximately 10:27 a.m., as determined by shadow length, sun position, and the times at which local residents are seen to return home from work or school. Observers at this point report seeing a blonde woman walking away from SCP-1061's driver's door. The second anomalous property manifests when a live human sits in, touches SCP-1061's driver's seat. All such humans, with the exception of passenger seat observers, become instances of SCP-1061-1. SCP-1061-1 is a human whose mind has been overwritten with what is believed to be the mind of who was the registered owner of SCP-1061 prior to being killed in its collision. She is also believed to have been the woman seen walking away from SCP-1061 when its illusory environment resets. Instances of SCP-1061-1 believe that they are still in 1996. Even when removed from SCP-1061, instances of SCP-1061-1 believe that they are either at home or at one of various locations in or around the city of, and cannot be convinced otherwise. When allowed to remain within SCP-1061, SCP-1061-1 will drive SCP-1061 on various errands. Instances of SCP-1061-1 will either insert a random key into SCP-1061's ignition or mime having inserted a key. SCP-1061-1 will treat any passenger seat observers as friends of, refer to them by those friends' names, and engage them in one-sided conversation about the personal details of those friends. SCP-1061-1 has demonstrated that it is willing to let observers exit SCP-1061 upon request, and can easily be persuaded to allow new observers into SCP-1061, provided that their total number does not exceed 3. Observers report that, when SCP-1061-1 is driving, the environment visible outside SCP-1061 is consistent with that of a car being driven through the streets of urban and suburban in 1996, and SCP-1061-1 will comment on incidents, people, and objects which are visible along its route. SCP-1061-1 will perform between 5 and 11 errands, during which time it will never voluntarily exit SCP-1061. Instead, at each stop, it will enter a catatonic state for no less than 30 seconds and no more than 11 minutes, in which case it will apologize to passenger seat observers for having taken so long and cite long lineups. The precise route followed by SCP-1061-1 varies between instances, as does the order of the errands. However, the overall nature of the errands remains the same. After no less than 36 minutes and no more than 70 minutes, SCP-1061 drives past laboratories and is involved in a head-on collision with a delivery van. Passenger seat observers will be unaffected by the illusory impact, but SCP-1061-1, who is not wearing its seatbelt, will be thrown forward with the typical force exerted on an unbelted driver engaged in a head-on collision. At this point, SCP-1061's third anomalous property will manifest. High-speed photography reveals that within 2 milliseconds of SCP-1061-1's head touching the portion of windshield damaged by the impact with its head in 1996, and SCP-1061-1's head vanishes. Once decapitated, instances of SCP-1061-1 are no longer considered anomalous and can be disposed of appropriately. Passenger seat observers present during the collision and subsequent report becoming aware of the existence of an anomalous entity, henceforth referred to as SCP-1061-2. Note: all data pertaining to SCP-1061-2's nature and motivations is the result of anecdotal evidence provided by D-Class personnel who have served as passenger seat observers in tests of SCP-1061. As such, the reliability of the data is uncertain, as is the question of whether SCP-1061-2 even exists. However, the anecdotal data responses have largely been in accordance with each other. Interview log. Dr. D-1061-14.
So, why is it doing this?
It's like this, see? It didn't know we were here. It didn't even know our whole dimension even existed until right after the car crash, understand?
Okay.
And now it wants more car crashes, because, well, it likes human heads.
It likes them. To eat?
I don't know if that's the right word, honestly. Anyway, so it wants more car crashes so it can get more heads, see? But it doesn't know how to make them happen. So it's like... Okay, you guys are scientists, right? You all did grade 8 science class?
I suppose we did, yes. So,
you remember about, like, setting up an experiment, doing something different ways to find out which part matters?
Oh, you mean experimental conditions?
Yeah, that shit. So the thing is, this fucker, it doesn't know what made the car crash happen. So it's got all the experimental conditions, what the car looked like on the inside and what you could see from out the windows, what was in the driver's brain, all that shit. And it's making them happen over and over. Every time someone gets in the driver's seat, bam, their brain turns into what's-her-face from 1996, and she drives around for an hour until she gets in a car crash, and then it has her head.
Thank you, this is most helpful. Tell me, how is it you know all this?
I was front seat passenger, Doc. Anyone who's front seat passenger during the crash knows this.
Ah, well, thank you very much. One other question. Why is it using such a complicated method? If it has the power to do all these things, aren't there much simpler ways?
Just between you and me, Doc, I don't think it's very smart. It's afraid to change too much, because maybe it'll stop working.
Access specific information. The following document contains one addendum that is RISA 4 clearance classified. Any information enclosed within the classified addendum is forbidden to communicate with any external parties. By accessing this information, you agree to keep any knowledge gained confidential or risk demotion and/or termination of employment. Item number: SCP-7777. Object classification: Keter. Special containment procedures. Following the events outlined in Addendum 3, this file is solely accessible to individuals with 4+ ethics or 4+ RISA clearance. The file occupying the wider Foundation's SCP-7777 slot is not to contain any of this file's addenda or its image. Furthermore, it must contain minimal information regarding the anomaly itself or its true containment procedures. Description: SCP-7777 is an anomalous phenomenon affecting random number generators, or RNGs, utilized by the SCP Foundation. The anomaly can manifest in any RNG that both continuously creates output and is not, at the time of manifestation, being monitored directly by a sapient individual. Footnote 1. It should be noted that SCP-7777 appears to affect pseudo-random number generators and true random number generators equally. When an RNG comes under the effects of the anomaly, it will immediately begin to produce a series of 7s, interspersed with 0s at seemingly random intervals. This will continue for an unspecified duration before abruptly ceasing. After an SCP-7777 event concludes, the RNG will continue to output as normal, with no detectable differences. Thus far, the meaning behind SCP-7777, if any, is unclear. See below. Addendum 1. Discovery. The anomaly was initially discovered on January 28, 2018, following the presumed malfunction of a CK-class scenario detector, or CSD. The device's internal pseudo-RNG had deviated significantly from its synchronized counterpart, indicating a potential CK-class scenario had occurred. When technician Davis Silverstein, who was nearby at the time, checked the CSD's PRNG output, he discovered an abnormal pattern consisting entirely of 7s and 0s, and reported it to a colleague, Dr. quickly informed the other members of his research team stationed in Site-17, including a member of the Department of Analytics senior researcher, who requested Dr. receive a copy of the PRNG's output. With assistance from Davis, they were able to copy the abnormally generated numbers onto a separate drive and forward the information to the Department of Analytics. The phenomenon was classified and cataloged provisionally as Extranormal Event 770707. Faced with a number of urgent assignments, the department relegated Extranormal Event 770707 to low priority. As a result, the phenomenon was not researched for an additional 3 weeks, until Dr. requested a follow-up. As senior researcher was off-site, the assignment was given to junior researcher. After attempting various methods of analysis on the data, eventually determined that the number of 7s between each 0 present in the pattern never exceeded 255. Under the assumption that the numbers may be referring to the value of bytes, they translated the values into ASCII characters. The following is the resultant message.
Site Director Franklin Garnett murdered Dr. Teresa Booth on March 11, 2003, by replacing her medication with compound Y909 and framing it as an amnestic overdose.
Upon decoding the message, panicked and emailed the Department of Analytics Ethics Committee liaison Flora Marinos. After several hours, Liaison Marinos read the email and immediately reported the findings to the Ethics Committee proper. The Ethics Committee launched an investigation into Site-85 Director Franklin Garnett, as Dr. Teresa Booth was indeed confirmed to have died from severe Class C amnestic overdose on March 11, 2003. The Records and Information Security Administration, or RISA, was tasked with locating the exact origin of the report. The official explanation for the death at the time was that Dr. Booth had suffered from a traumatic sibling loss 1 month prior and unsuccessfully attempted to use Class C amnestics to erase the memories of how they died. However, a review of archived security camera footage revealed that approximately 3 minutes of footage were removed from various tapes, including the hallway directly outside Dr. Booth's living quarters on the day prior to her death. With this knowledge, the Ethics Committee suspended Director Garnett's clearance provisionally as the investigation continued. However, shortly thereafter, Director Garnett noticed the change and began to flee the site, unsuccessfully. When later detained, he confessed that he had indeed murdered Dr. Booth in order to prevent her from coming forward to the Ethics Committee with embezzlement charges against him. In light of the confession, all pay was deducted from Franklin Garnett's Foundation accounts, and he was amnesticized and removed from the Foundation permanently. Since this event, over 37 new instances of SCP-7777 have appeared in Foundation RNGs. Addendum 2. Abridged log of SCP-7777 instances. The following is an abridged list of SCP-7777 instances that the Ethics Committee recorded since the initial discovery of the anomaly. Instance ID 7777-2. Date: February 3rd, 2018. Discovery: Instance 7777-2 appeared in a PRNG being run alongside SCP-1214. Footnote 2. SCP-1214 is a pseudo-random character generator which eventually deviates from random generation and produces predictable and coherent sentences. During tests by the Department of Analytics to determine the differentiation between SCP-1214 and standard RNGs, the code was translated, then sent to Liaison Marinos, who in turn forwarded it to the Ethics Committee proper. Translated text.
Senior researcher Jackson Bell sexually assaulted a female researcher during a Site-18 2016 Christmas party.
Follow-up action. The Ethics Committee determined that the events described had in fact occurred publicly, but due to the senior researcher's position, no one had reported the incident to an authority. Bell denied the incident had occurred, even after recorded footage came to light. He has since been barred permanently from Foundation community events and is undergoing long-term correctional therapy with a pay reduction. The victim has been identified and compensated. Instance ID 7777-3. Date: February 26, 2018. Discovery: This instance appeared in a similar manner to the first, within a CSD. Footnote 3. It is believed that the high frequency of consistently generating PRNGs used in CSDs make them a susceptible target to SCP-7777 influence. Technician Davis Silverstein was present and intercepted the device, which was decoded and sent to the Ethics Committee through Liaison Marinos. Translated text.
Containment Specialist Sophia Rosario falsified her credentials and plagiarized stolen designs from her co-workers.
Follow-up action. Evidence at first had suggested that Rosario was fully knowledgeable and capable of containment specialization, and no former co-workers of Rosario claimed that their designs had been stolen, suggesting that the anomaly instance may not have been factually correct. However, at Liaison Marinos' insistence, further research was conducted. It was discovered that various minor inconsistencies existed within Rosario's identification documents, suggesting it was falsified. Rosario was interrogated on March 2nd. During initial questioning, she began to hyperventilate and convulse before spontaneously collapsing. Before medics could arrive, Rosario was confirmed dead. Autopsy revealed that she had consumed a cyanide pill. Her true identity has yet to be confirmed. Since her death, 3 containment specialists had come forward to corroborate that Rosario had stolen designs from them and passed them off as her own. Entry expunged by order of the O5 Council. Instance ID 7777-6. Date: May 12, 2018. Discovery: Instance generated during production of a number for the consumption of SCP-Y. Footnote 4. SCP-Y is the set of all non-existent numbers. Occurring every approximate rotation of the Earth, it must be fed a number of incredibly large size to prevent it from consuming a random, likely small, number. Translated text.
Accountant Gregory Kaplan allowed various monetary crimes to occur due to negligence in bookkeeping important projects.
Follow-up action. Kaplan admitted to negligence in their duties, claiming that they did not intend any ill will and merely had higher priorities. After some discussion, they agreed to forward all their communications and financial records to the Ethics Committee and transfer their current responsibilities to other accounting personnel. However, before they were reassigned to another job, O5-8 requested to transfer Kaplan themselves, which was approved. Additional notes: Kaplan's current location and occupation within the Foundation are not known. Instance ID 7777-13. Date: October 8, 2018. Discovery: Dr. forwarded the instance to Liaison Marinos. They claimed they had run an RNG on their personal laptop for over 3 months straight until an SCP-7777 instance occurred. Translated text.
Site Director Thomas Graham vandalized SCP-4051's containment chamber with the phrase "dumb anomaly idiot" to intentionally provoke them into breaching.
Follow-up action. Security camera footage of SCP-4051's containment chamber revealed that the event described in the instance did occur. Footnote 5. SCP-4051 is a teenager capable of manifesting portals to extra-dimensional spaces, containing any item SCP-4051 is capable of comprehending. However, investigating Ethics Committee personnel accidentally discovered at least 24 unethical and intentionally cruel experiments conducted under order by Graham against SCP-4051 in the process. In-depth probing revealed that this abuse behavior not only extended to SCP-4051, but various other anomalies and researchers as well. Further analysis of the prior 8 years Graham had been in charge of Site-17 showed that he had committed numerous crimes against the Foundation, including homicide, assault, embezzlement, bribery, extortion, verbal and physical abuse, perjury, gross misuse of amnestics, and conspiracy, among other violations of Foundation Code of Conduct. When faced with the charges, Graham denied all of them and demanded O5 Council intervention, which was promptly denied. Graham then attempted to assault a station security officer who quickly detained him. Graham has since been removed from his position and assigned permanent D-Class status. Additionally, Site-17 has been placed under direct Ethics Committee control, and all affected anomalies and researchers have been provided with compensation and given optional free use of on-site parapsychological counseling. Additional notes. Despite the well-documented existence of all of Graham's crimes, no on-site personnel had come forward with complaints beyond the first 4 years of Graham's tenure as site director, including post-demotion. It is unclear why the anomaly highlighted this specific crime. Instance ID 7777-17. Date January 1st, 2019. Discovery. During Site-42's New Year celebration, a raffle was held for various prizes via ticket system. Midway through the celebration, various participants noticed that all raffle codes were comprised solely of 7s and 0s. When a present Ethics Committee liaison discovered this, they halted distribution of the tickets, which were unusable regardless, and forwarded all the tickets they could find to the Ethics Committee proper. Although some tickets were missing, the context could extrapolate the missing values when translated to ASCII. Translated text.
Dr. Theron Sherman attacked junior researcher Roger Radcliffe on September 12, 2018, in Site-42's break room.
Follow-up action. Roger Radcliffe, when asked, did corroborate this claim. However, both physical and written records show that Dr. Sherman was not present in Site-42 when the supposed attack occurred. As a result, no further action was taken, despite Radcliffe's protests. Additional notes. See Instance 7777-18 for additional context. Instance ID 7777-18. Date January 4th, 2019. Discovery. Instance appeared in a CSD, which was discovered by junior technician Karmi Avramu Waters. Footnote 6. It should be noted that Technician Waters' senior advisor was Davis Silverstein prior to being transferred to a separate site on November 20th, 2018. Translated text.
Junior researcher Roger Radcliffe attempted to frame Dr. Theron Sherman using a falsified SCP-7777 instance.
Follow-up action. Although Radcliffe denied the charge, investigation has determined that the junior researcher entered managerial spaces and replaced the raffle tickets with their own. Radcliffe has been placed on leave for 3 months. Additional notes. This is the first instance which SCP-7777 references itself in its accusations. Containment procedures have been updated. Entries expunged by order of the O5 Council. Instance ID 7777-26. Date December 13th, 2019. Discovery. The Astronomy Department discovered abnormal fluctuations in the luminosity of the Pleiades star cluster. Although not originally linked to SCP-7777, analysis of the phenomena by relevant researchers accidentally uncovered the corresponding instance's message on March 1st, 2020. The department forwarded its findings to the Ethics Committee shortly thereafter. Translated text.
Thaumaturgist Diana Ribeiro cast thaumaturgic spells on various Department of Tactical Theology researchers in an attempt to send them to Abrahamic hell when they died.
Follow-up action. Ethics Committee Liaison Marinos inquired of the validity of the claim to Ribeiro, who confirmed that she had indeed been casting spells in an attempt to send fellow DOTT members to the Abrahamic hell when they eventually died. After intense deliberation, it was determined that the success of these spells could not be validated, and that nothing in the Ethics Committee guidelines explicitly disallowed spells that did no physical or mental harm. As such, Ribeiro would not be charged with any violations and allowed to continue working at the Department of Tactical Theology. Additional notes. Other observatories focused on the Pleiades cluster did not find any abnormal fluctuations in their luminosity. Entry expunged by order of the O5 Council. Instance ID 7777-32. Date July 11th, 2020. Discovery. Instance appeared in a CSD. Technician Davis Silverstein caught and reported the instance to the Ethics Committee via Liaison Marinos. Translated text.
Director Calvin Bold murdered a 6-month-old baby by kicking it into a wall.
Follow-up action. The child in question was the anomaly SCP-6469-D, which was decommissioned by Director Calvin Bold. Footnote 7. SCP-6469-D, prior to neutralization, was an entity that appeared as a human child which manifested before disasters occurred. Whether the child's appearance was causative or not is still unclear. As the child posed a threat to the existence of the Foundation and the Veil, the actions taken by Director Bold have been deemed appropriate for the circumstances, and charges were subsequently dropped. Instance ID 7777-33. Date August 9th, 2020. Discovery. Instance appeared in a CSD. Technician Davis Silverstein caught and reported the instance to the Ethics Committee via Liaison Marinos. Translated text.
Ethics Committee member Jeremiah Sumerian intentionally fabricated the SCP-6469 anomaly to protect Director Calvin Bold.
Follow-up action. Jeremiah Sumerian was recused from their case and complied with Ethics Committee investigation. After questioning, Sumerian revealed that they had indeed fabricated the SCP-6469 anomaly to prevent the demotion of Director Bold after unintentionally killing a fellow researcher's child, mistaking it for an anomaly. He became aware of this event after Bold messaged him in a panic post-murder. Sumerian also embezzled funds to pay the father of the child, informing them in the process that it was not a bribe, and they can press charges if they so wish. The researcher did not bring further charges to the Ethics Committee both prior to the instance nor after being asked if they wished to by the Ethics Committee proper. Sumerian was discharged from the Ethics Committee after investigation, but has not been removed from Foundation employment. Additional notes. As of November 5th, 2020, Sumerian has not been able to be located. Attempts to find them have yielded no results. Footnote 8. Risa records appear to have been altered during this time from an unknown outside source. Entries expunged by order of the O5 Council. Instance ID 7777-37. Date May 16th, 2021. Discovery. Instance is believed to have initially manifested in a CSD. Technician Davis Silverstein had informed Liaison Marinos of another instance, however was unable to deliver the instance to them due to events described in Addendum 3. Translated text.
Unknown.
Follow-up action. Not applicable. See Addendum 3. Addendum 3. Site breach. On May 16, 2021, Site 14 came under attack by a hostile group of interest, believed to be the Chaos Insurgency. The site's security was quickly overwhelmed. However, thanks to the unexpected presence of mobile task forces in the area, the site was retaken relatively quickly. During retaking of the site, the following incident occurred. Time: approximately 15:30 local, May 16, 2021. Location: Site 14, Employee Break Room A4. Begin log: 0 minutes, 0 seconds. The break room is under lockdown. As per standard practice, all researchers are taking shelter under objects such as tables or chairs. Alarms are audibly blaring and the room is darkened to reduce visibility. 0 minutes, 34 seconds. A loud banging noise can be heard outside of one of the break room's doors. The intensity increases and the door begins rattling. The personnel within the room begin to whisper with increasing panic. 1 minute, 26 seconds. The door breaks in, and a Chaos Insurgency agent equipped with an MP7A1 firearm enters the room. One researcher begins screaming as the agent raises their firearm to point at the personnel, and demands that they leave their positions under the furniture and line against the back wall of the room. All personnel comply. 3 minutes, 2 seconds. The agent approaches the first faculty member, Researcher Huang Bai, and demands to know their full name. The researcher complies, and the agent moves to the next individual in line, repeating their request. 4 minutes, 55 seconds. After approximately 2 minutes of repeating this process, the agent reaches Technician Davis Silverstein, who tells the agent his name. The agent immediately draws their weapon and shoots Silverstein repeatedly. Other personnel flee. The agent ignores them and continues to fire into Silverstein's corpse until the entire magazine is exhausted. 6 minutes, 22 seconds. The agent attempts to leave, but is interrupted when MTF member Charisse Stavros enters the room. Upon seeing Silverstein's corpse, Stavros attacks and apprehends the agent. 8 minutes, 43 seconds. Stavros, during tactical communication with other task force units, noticed the agent begin to hyperventilate and shake. Stavros quickly produced SCP-427 from a standard anomaly transportation unit they possessed, and applied it to the agent, stabilizing their condition. Footnote 9. SCP-427 is a locket which is capable of healing illnesses quickly, but if used for too long can cause intense mutation. End log. Additional notes. The agent was discovered to have attempted to commit suicide via cyanide pill, but was prevented from doing so. Agent Stavros had been transporting SCP-427 to Site 12 when their task force was called to intervene. Nearly all Chaos Insurgency elements either had fled the site or were killed in action. The aforementioned agent was placed into forced long-term medical care and was restrained heavily to prevent further suicide attempts. On June 15, 2021, the Ethics Committee took possession of the Chaos Insurgency agent. Footnote 10. It was, at the time, expressly forbidden for Ethics Committee personnel to place themselves into proximity of a hostile force. This act had been performed in secret. For the following 3 weeks, the Ethics Committee attempted to interrogate the agent about their identity and their actions during the raid, but were incapable of soliciting useful information. However, a breakthrough was discovered when the genetic material of the agent returned a match in the Ethics Committee database of Foundation employees. The agent had a near-identical match to MTF Alpha-1 agent Justin Bull, who is still under Foundation's service. Further examination of archived Chaos Insurgency agent genetic data revealed further matches with current and former members of MTF Alpha-1. Footnote 11. It is believed that this was not discovered earlier due to the aforementioned policy, the Ethics Committee solely holding the employment information of all Foundation personnel, and a lack of incentives to compare CI agents to Foundation personnel. During this time, Ryza had taken possession of Technician Silverstein's belongings, including his personal laptop, which contained and SCP-7777 Instance 37. After decoding the message, the text read as follows.
056 is plotting to murder Technician Davis Silverstein.
Due to the discovery involving Alpha-1, the SCP-7777-37 instance, and prior interference in SCP-7777 documentation, Ryza colluded with the Ethics Committee to intercept an upcoming O5 Council session in Site-1 and hold overseers for questioning. On July 17, 2021, Mobile Task Force Omega-1 breached Site-1 and attempted to detain the 13 overseers, capturing 7. Interrogation revealed that the O5 Council had been employing the Red Right Hand to capture SCPs for their own personal benefit, which would be forbidden by the Ethics Committee otherwise. The remaining 6 overseers' locations are not known. Since July 21st, 2021, the Ethics Committee has taken direct control of the SCP Foundation until the full extent of the damage done to the Foundation can be assessed and repaired. Containment procedures for SCP-7777 have been updated. Addendum Ryza 4 Internal Memo. And since then, it has remained that way. The above file is a mess of conflicting redactions, misleading information, and version conflict. It is the general mission of Ryza to attempt to resolve these issues and present a cohesive and streamlined document for future onboarding of researchers. Furthermore, we ensure all proper parties are informed of relevant information and ensure breaches of security are handled and dealt with. This file is to remain a permanent exception to our mission. A lot of things haven't really sat right with me since we started looking into this anomaly. Why are some staff consistently involved in the discovery of the instances? Why did O5-6 attempt to assassinate a random lowly technician? Why did no one report any of the crimes before the anomaly announced them? And why are so many reluctant to speak up even after? But everything fell into place after we confiscated that laptop. After examining the evidence, there is only one reasonable conclusion I can arrive at. SCP-7777 does not exist. SCP-7777 represents a coordinated effort between Silverstein, Marinos, and various other faculty members whose names I've taken the liberty of expunging to create a platform to whistleblow the Foundation's corruption. Using various tactics, they've successfully managed to fool a majority of the Foundation's leadership, including the Ethics Committee and even us, for a time, into believing that SCP-7777 is a real anomalous phenomenon which cannot be controlled. Only recently have some of us caught on, including the at-large O5-6, who attempted to uproot the project at its source, completely unaware his plan had already been compromised and used to trigger his own downfall. Nonetheless, the Ethics Committee is completely in the dark about SCP-7777's true nature. I intend to keep it this way. I have reason to suspect that their intentions aren't as pure as they'd like us to believe. Much of our data on what occurred have been through their reports, and they conveniently paint a pretty picture that the Ethics Committee overthrew a corrupt O5 Council. But a whistleblowing service wouldn't be necessary to begin with if the Ethics Committee was actually fighting corruption. I don't think we're getting the full story here. The missing employees, the coincidental possession of SCP-427, and that one conspicuous database infiltration seem to point to the fact that the Ethics Committee is playing their own game, with the O5 now eliminated. I haven't a clue what they intend to do with the Foundation as the sole executive power, but I doubt with the pieces we've been able to put together that it's remotely good. Fortunately, SCP-7777 has given us a weighted 7-side die, and I intend to leverage it with all of the power Ryza can muster. While the Ethics Committee has been creating their own conspiracy, we've been creating our own. And I think it's time we excise the bad apples from our rotten bunch. Reach out to me when you're ready. We'll have much to discuss about the coming days. Maria Jones, Director of the Records and Information Security Administration. Item number, SCP-6076. Level 3 Confidential. Containment Class, Euclid. Disruption Class, Kennick. Risk Class, Danger. Assigned Site, Site 202. Site Director, Joanne King. Research Head, Samuel Green. Assigned Task Force, Mobile Task Force Zeta-39, Kaladin Clan. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-6076 is currently kept in a retrofitted chamber built around its original recovery site, bound with steel cable to a stone pillar. The interior of the cavern has also been lined with steel, and the original stone gates replaced with a reinforced vault door. Observation of SCP-6076 is to take place remotely using installed security cameras. Personnel are only to enter the containment chamber for scheduled feedings. 2 automated turrets are to remain locked onto SCP-6076 at all times and are to begin firing should it become active. Installation of additional turrets is currently underway following the most recent active period. Feeding of SCP-6076 is to take place every 3 months. SCP-6076 is to be fed using only dog meat, and this feeding is to be performed only by female members of personnel. In order to limit potential casualties, only 1 member of personnel is to be present within the containment chamber during these feeding sessions. In the event that SCP-6076 becomes active, Mobile Task Force Zeta-39, Kaladin Clan are to position themselves outside the containment chamber's entrance and fire upon SCP-6076 if a full breach takes place. As SCP-6076 is already dead, killing it is impossible. Instead, offensive efforts are to focus on disabling it via shots to the arms and legs. Once SCP-6076 returns to an inert state, it is to be taken back to the containment chamber and once again tied to the stone pillar. The last remaining member of SCP-6076's original wardens, Lucy L. Reynolds, has been designated as a consultant in the event that containment procedures must be amended. Description: SCP-6076 is the corpse of a male human with severe biological abnormalities, capable of temporary and spontaneous reanimation, located in County Louth, Ireland. In terms of appearance, SCP-6076 is 2.7 meters and displays signs of having suffered severe injuries before expiring, including numerous lacerations across the chest. The most prominent injury, however, is a gaping hole present where the corpse's heart would presumably be located. Analysis of the wound suggests it was inflicted using some form of spearhead, which is corroborated by oral records preserved by SCP-6076's original wardens. Testing of genetic material recovered following SCP-6076's active periods has confirmed that, genetically, it does not differ from normal humans. Despite this, numerous biological anomalies are immediately obvious, namely, SCP-6076 possesses 7 fingers on each hand and 7 toes on each foot, with nails extended and hardened in a manner similar to claws. Both of SCP-6076's legs are twisted 180 degrees. The feet and shins face backwards while the heels and calves face forwards. Severe engorgement of the vascular system, resulting in veins being highly visible across SCP-6076's body, most prominently on the forehead and temples. 7 pupils, bright red in coloration, are present in each eye. One eye has recessed far back into the socket to such a degree that it is not observable without insertion of a dedicated camera. The other eye hangs freely against SCP-6076's cheek. SCP-6076's cheeks have peeled back along its face, directly exposing the muscle of the jaw, and SCP-6076's lungs have been forced so far up its throat that they are directly visible when its mouth is open. All remaining hair on SCP-6076's head stands violently on end, and possesses enough rigidity and tensile strength to pierce material it makes contact with. For the majority of the year, SCP-6076 is dead. However, at some point during the month of August, SCP-6076 will spontaneously reanimate and rampage for a variable length of time. During this active state, SCP-6076 is not believed to possess sapience. Evidence and oral records instead suggest that it acts solely on instinct and muscle memory to kill any organisms within the vicinity. Generally, it will do this using its hands to claw at enemies, moving with strength and speed far exceeding ordinary human limits, but on occasion has been observed to reflexively use makeshift weaponry available to it instead. Once SCP-6076's active period ends, it will once again cease life function and drop to the ground where it stands. Although records indicate that SCP-6076 has been dead for 2,000 years at minimum, analysis has shown cellular degradation consistent with a period of approximately 50 years. This degradation appears to heal to some degree when SCP-6076 reanimates, allowing it to move and attack, but will revert to its prior state once SCP-6076 becomes inert. Footnote 1. Note that the hole through SCP-6076's heart remains present regardless of if it is active or inert. This decomposition has been observed to actively progress at a greatly slowed rate while SCP-6076 is inert. All of SCP-6076's interactions with other humans consist of mindless killing, save for a unique form of behavior observed when a human female approaches it in its inert state. Immediately upon the individual entering within 1 meter of SCP-6076, the corpse will widely open its mouth and allow itself to be fed. Records provided by SCP-6076's previous warden recommends that dog meat be used for the purposes of feeding, although the origin of this practice is as of yet unclear. These records also suggest that feeding SCP-6076 in this way reduces the average length of its rampages. Footnote 2. It has not yet been confirmed whether this is actually the case or if it is merely a form of placebo. Until this can be confirmed either way, however, containment specialists recommend this practice be continued. It has been suggested in the past that SCP-6076 be preemptively disabled in its inert state to aid containment once it becomes active. All such attempts have been unsuccessful, however, due to the corpse's secondary anomalous property. When an individual attempts to damage SCP-6076 in its inert state, a bright orange light will begin shining from within its body. At the same time, the corpse will begin producing extreme amounts of heat, increasing in intensity and range until the threat is neutralized. History. The precise origin of SCP-6076 is unknown, but it is believed to have been contained by a lineage of wardens, culminating in the local Reynolds family for approximately 2,000 years. During this period, the wardens would traditionally spend the majority of the year bolstering the defenses imprisoning SCP-6076 in the cavern, before abandoning the site entirely during the month of August. Historical records suggest that this was generally sufficient to keep SCP-6076 imprisoned during its active state, although sporadic accounts of a monster slaughtering its way through the countryside suggest that this was not always the case. On August 3, 2014, prior to Foundation containment of the anomaly, SCP-6076 broke free of the cavern in this manner. It then proceeded to the nearby village of Kenny, killing 13 civilians before once again returning to an inert state. The last remaining warden of SCP-6076, Lucy L. Reynolds, attempted to return SCP-6076 to the cavern via lorry during the ensuing confusion, but was intercepted and detained by Foundation agents responding to reports of the anomaly. During negotiations shortly afterwards, Reynolds agreed to transfer containment of SCP-6076 to the Foundation. During the original retrofitting of SCP-6076's containment chamber, the following message was found painted onto a metal sheet on the far wall. "This place is a place of honor. Highly esteemed dead are commemorated here. What is here was admirable and inspiring to us. This message is a warning about danger." As communication with Lucy L. Reynolds has confirmed this message was placed for humorous purposes and was not relevant to containment, it was removed by construction staff. Addendum 6076-1 Activity Log. The following is a record of all active SCP-6076 periods since it came into Foundation containment in 2014. Full video logs and recorded witness testimony are available from the Site-202 archives upon request. Date: August 29, 2015. Active period length: 30 minutes, 28 seconds. Details: SCP-6076 reanimates and is immediately fired upon by both automated turrets to such a degree that it is initially unable to free itself from the pillar. Once the turrets stop to reload, SCP-6076 bursts free of its bindings and tears one turret apart with its hands, but is disabled by the remaining one until it returns to an inert state. Date: August 8, 2016. Active period length: 19 minutes, 9 seconds. Details: SCP-6076 reanimates, breaking free of its bindings, and disables one turret by repeatedly stomping on it, moving at extreme speeds to evade fire. Once this is done, it hurls the remains of the first turret at the second, rendering it inoperable. SCP-6076 then pounds at the vault door for the remainder of the active period, expiring shortly before breaking through. Date: August 1st, 2017. Active period length: 11 seconds. Details: Tests performed to verify if SCP-6076 would accept feeding during the month of August. SCP-6076 consumed the dog meat provided by the female D-Class, then reanimated, leaned over, and bit out a significant chunk of their skull before once again expiring. Date: August 19th, 2018. Active period length: 14 minutes, 56 seconds. Details: SCP-6076 reanimates, breaks free of its bindings, and begins running clockwise around the containment chamber at extreme speeds to avoid turret fire. As it is doing this, it also tears free a steel panel from the wall, which it uses as a makeshift weapon to destroy both turrets. It then attempts to break through the vault door, but expires before much damage can be done. Date: August 7th, 2019. Active period length: 6 seconds. Details: SCP-6076 reanimates and breaks free of its bindings, but once again expires and drops to the ground before turrets can even begin firing. Date: August 29th, 2020. Active period length: 1 hour, 11 minutes, 23 seconds. Details: SCP-6076 reanimates, breaks free of its bindings, then uses said bindings as a rudimentary flail to disable both turrets. It then, over the course of 50 minutes, breaks through the vault door and is engaged by Mobile Task Force Zeta-39, Kaladin Clan. 3 members of the squad are killed during the ensuing conflict, but SCP-6076 is also damaged to such a degree that it cannot move. After an additional 10 minutes of SCP-6076 attempting to crawl towards survivors and tear them apart with its teeth, it once again expires. Interview 6076-1. Interview conducted between research head Dr. Samuel Green and Lucy L. Reynolds several months following SCP-6076's transfer to Foundation custody. Prior to interview, Reynolds had been given a brief tour of the retrofitted facilities and asked if, given her experience with the anomaly, she had any guidance for further improvement. Begin recording.
So, any thoughts?
I think I'm out of my depth, if that helps any.
Well, I can understand you there. It's a little bit of an upgrade from what you were working with before.
A little bit of an upgrade. I was stuffing the door with garbage and hoping it didn't break through. It's a miracle I didn't fuck it up sooner.
You don't sound enthused about your work with the anomaly.
Who would be? Dedicating your life to forcing dog meat down a dead guy's throat? It was my mom who did that before me, you know, the feeding. Bet she loved that honeymoon.
Yes, I understand it was passed through the family.
13th birthday, my dad wakes me up. Your mom's too sick, he says. Need you to do something for me. Takes me by the hand and leads me to that damn cavern. Gives me some dog meat and tells me that I need to do it for the rest of my life. What a present, right?
The dog meat, yes. Our containment specialists have been discussing whether that is necessary or not. Did your father ever go into that a bit more before he passed? The reasoning for it?
Apparently the guy was under some kind of curse. If he ate dog meat, it fucked him up. Being frank, I think eating raw dog meat would fuck anyone up. But I'm not some kind of magic guy, so I don't know. I just did as he said. Wasn't always easy getting a hold of that stuff.
A curse. I'll report that back, see what the specialists think. Did he ever mention anything else? Anything that might be useful?
Those turrets you got in there, don't use them until he starts moving. Otherwise the hero light is going to fuck you up.
Yes, we're aware of that at this point.
Everything else he told me is basically just lore, and I really doubt much of it's actually true. He's half god, half human.
Hence why he's all messed up, I guess. He killed a whole bunch of people, and then he died when he was ran through with a non-believer's spear. Happy ending for everyone.
You sound a little resentful.
I don't really have any resentment, I don't think. Not for the body. It's just a thing, you know? It doesn't care if I hate it or not. It's like toxic waste. You just have to sit on it until it stops doing its thing. Heroism has a hell of a half-life.
I don't think I'd call what SCP-6076 does heroic.
Well, depends on your definition, I guess. What would you say a hero is?
Well, I suppose someone who helps right wrongs, protects the innocent, that sort of thing. An ideal for others to strive towards, or something like that.
Back in the day, being a hero meant you were good at killing the enemy, and that was pretty much it. And I'd bet our friend down there was really good at it. So good his corpse still remembers how to do it 2,000 years later. No wonder someone put a spear in him.
That's an interesting perspective.
You watch the hero's grave your whole life, you start to notice the stank. 2,000 years of keeping him buried, and I'm the one who fucks it up for good. Typical, right?
You did the best you could, under the circumstances.
Under the circumstances. Yeah, I guess so. 13 people. I knew some of them, you know. Kenny isn't a big place. There were funerals.
I'm sorry.
I've heard some of you guys talking about amnesiacs or amnestics or whatever. Don't know exactly what those are, but context telling me there's some kind of memory drug.
They might be.
Just asking, but if you stuck me one of those things, are they good enough to make me forget this whole thing? My dad waking me up that night, having to keep that thing locked up all these years, having to stuff that dog meat down its throat. Could it make me think I had a normal life, at least? Could it?
I'm afraid not.
Figures.
Item number SCP-5790. Anomaly class Special Containment Procedures. Operational Purview. Records and Information Security Administration, Memetics and Infohazards Division, Department of Spectral Phenomena, Office of Applied Necromancy, Department of Miscommunications. Information Handling Procedures. Information about SCP-5790, designated I-5790, is to be purged in its entirety no more than 7 days after creation, as per Protocol Icon. The following purge methods have been approved. Information Source. Official Foundation Database. Purge Method. Automated expungement by file management programs, verified periodically by Information Technology Team ITT I-5790. Information Source. Official Foundation Physical Records. Purge Method. Creation of new physical records is prohibited. All known physical records containing I-5790 have been incinerated in ritualistic ovens and pyres. Information Source. Unauthorized records by Foundation personnel. Purge Method. Documents are to be incinerated as above if physical, or deleted without archival if digital, and the staff member or members in question amnesticized, demoted, and quarantined for a minimum of 3 months. If no anomalous activity occurs within this time, the employee may be reassigned. If said quarantine is not possible, termination is deemed a satisfactory alternative. Information Source. Brains of Containment Team CT-5790. Purge Method. Bi-monthly amnestization and biannual rotation of personnel to prevent memory resurgence. If has already manifested, the site is to be quarantined, and MTFs Mu-13, Ghostbusters, and Theta-Zero anti-hierophanics are to be dispatched to the location. Potential delayed manifestation, any persons with non-atheistic religious beliefs are to be terminated shortly thereafter. Any realized iconography is to be extracted from the cerebellum and incinerated. Information Source. Brains of assigned mediums. Purge Method. Memory may be removed following communications depending on the methods used. If this does not occur, a week-long course of deep amnestics is to be used to prevent the possible retention of spiritually obtained information. Information source: pre-existing literature. Purge method: search and destroy via dispatch of MTF Chi-9 page turners. If found, documents containing I-5790 are to be incinerated on site, alongside the relevant relics and civilian corpses. For this reason, all members of MTF Chi-9 have been provided with portable exorcism equipment and trained in its usage. Information source: brains of MTFs Mu-13, Chi-9, and Theta-0. Purge methods: amnestics administered following each SCP-5790 or I-5790 related dispatch. Relevant personnel are to attend no more than 2 incidents invoking I-5790 per annum, with the exception of Theta-0, for whom core duties. A series of planned neurological surgeries are expected to allow Theta-0's members to better cope with their resultant psychological disorders and lower turnover dramatically. Information source: purge method. Widespread theistic belief systems. Protocol Matthew, long-term global theological cultural shift, has been put into place to facilitate this. Subtle short-term procedures are also planned. Increase biological similarity between cerebrospinal fluid and holy water to lower death toll. Additional methods of destroying I-5790 may be used contextually following approval by assigned mediums. If no persons with a spiritual connection or second sight are available, consultation with a member of Level 4 personnel with First Principles emergency response training is advised. All persons involved are expected to seek amnestic treatment and reassignment shortly thereafter. Information retrieval procedures. Thanks to a focused effort by Foundation personnel to execute Protocol Icon, I-5790 has been purged globally from the realm of the living. In the event that knowledge of SCP-5790 or its containment procedures is required, the following actions are to be taken. 1. The personnel requiring the information are to submit a formal request to Senior Researcher Grams, the current Hazardous Information Containment Liaison for SCP-5790. Requesting the information either out of personal curiosity or for low-priority matters is strictly prohibited. 2. Contingent on said request being approved, Senior Researcher Grams is to schedule an appointment between the personnel submitting the request and an assigned medium. Proxies may be used if the former displays an aversion to post-mortem communications. 3. I-5790 is to be retrieved from the informational afterlife by the assigned medium, through use of dowsing, talking boards, or other permitted forms of negligible risk necromancy. 4. I-5790 is to be treated as detailed under informational handling procedures. Personnel are to note that the use of occult communications for information storage does not have any bearing on SCP-5790 or its properties, beyond eliminating the risk. False idol. The above sections cannot and should not be used to attempt to discern the nature of SCP-5790. As per its official policy, the Foundation remains opposed to the use of non-human afterlives for personal or organizational gains. In the case of SCP-5790 and its ability to realize. However, the use of actualized occultism to release the spirits of incinerated documents poses too great a benefit to containment to be discounted. The use of Protocol Icon as standard info containment for infohazardous objects is under consideration, pending the development of a method of expanding the scope of SCP-5790's secondary properties. Description. Item Number: SCP-7008. Containment Class: Anomalous. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-7008 presents a negligible threat to the Veil or Foundation. Research into the cause of SCP-7008 manifestation events may continue, but no formal containment is required. Description: SCP-7008 is the manifestation of an otherwise non-anomalous artificial rose, made of pink fabric and plastic that spontaneously appears in populated areas. The conditions for its manifestation are still unclear, but a vast majority of events share the following in common. SCP-7008 usually manifests between 5 p.m. and 4 a.m. local time. Despite almost exclusively manifesting in urban environments, the area is rarely heavily populated at the time. SCP-7008 favors industrial and business zones over residential areas. SCP-7008 manifests outside of direct human observation. Footnote 1. This, combined with the lack of anomalous effects following manifestation, make containment and research of SCP-7008 a low priority. Addendum 7008.1 Discovery. Foundation data crawler Sylvia.aic recorded a brief reboot of several audio-visual CCTV cameras in Norfolk, Virginia. As this was extremely unlikely without anomalous interference, it was flagged for manual review, leading to the first recorded SCP-7008 event. A transcription of the footage can be found below. Morgan Alda walks out of their place of employment, a local grocer's. It's 2:17 a.m. The street is dark, and Alda shivers momentarily. Reaching into their pocket, they pull out a set of keys, and after 30 seconds of effort, lock the door to the building. They take a few steps back, still facing the building, and take a single deep breath. Rubbing their eyes, they wander to a nearby bench. Alda sits down and pulls a pair of earphones and a pack of gum from their pockets. They plug the headphones in, fiddling with their phone to find a song. Content, or at least okay with their choice, they put the phone down and stare across the road. A few minutes pass. The gentle breeze dies down. They gaze into the distance, isolated from the world around them. Rarely, a car passes, roaring as it does, but they do not react. Their every breath cuts the brisk air. Regardless, they continue to stare. A long while later, Alda snaps back, sighs loudly, and leans down, putting their head in their hands. The footage cuts out. When it resumes, a pink plastic rose can be seen to the side of the bench. Alda continues to sit, head in hands. After 5 minutes, they look up and notice the rose. They hesitate. They pick up the rose and turn it about in their hands, looking it over for a minute. Suddenly, they stand up, almost jumping off the ground in effort, and slide the rose into their pocket. Slowly, they wander towards the camera as they head home. As they leave frame, they have a slight smile on their face. Item number: SCP-7333. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-7333 is to be contained in a standard humanoid containment cell fitted with a large terrarium and multi-screen live feed of current stock market coverage. Typical amenities are to be provided, including cleaning services and provision of food per a designated dietary regimen. To aid with communication, SCP-7333 must at all times have access to a mobile device possessing a physical keyboard. Footnote 1. Currently, SCP-7333 has had the most success using modified BlackBerry products. Spare devices and chargers are to be stored in the room as necessary. A team of dedicated Foundation stock traders is to be assigned to SCP-7333's containment cell and kept on rotation watch to observe when it enters a period of lucidity. The team is to be provided with a probationary budget to be used for investments based on SCP-7333's insights. All transactions are to be thoroughly documented and reviewed on a weekly basis. The budget is subject to change based on monthly outcomes. Access to SCP-7333 for interview purposes may be requested by any research personnel level 2 or higher possessing requisite credentials in biological sciences. Any individuals seeking to submit such a request are to note that the stock trader team schedule is to be given priority for access to SCP-7333. Description: SCP-7333 appears to be a male western fence lizard, Celeporus occidentalis, possessing sapience in limited and irregular periods of lucidity. SCP-7333 is capable of communication in written American English through the use of various typing devices, but will only respond to conversation when verbally addressed by name. Footnote 2. Names currently confirmed to trigger responses in SCP-7333 are Business Lizard, Commerce Lizard, and Stocks Lizard. While SCP-7333 does not appear to age, it sheds its skin more frequently than non-anomalous lizards typical of the same apparent species. Shed skin from SCP-7333 carries no immediately discernible anomalous properties. Based on information gathered from interviews, SCP-7333 purportedly fashions itself as a deity for a modern time, see partial interview logs. It is noted that despite its claims, SCP-7333 has yet to exhibit any indication of greater capabilities beyond its communicative and predictive anomalies. When provided with appropriate resources, SCP-7333 has demonstrated the ability to provide profitable investments recommendations, particularly with regards to the trading of stocks. As of the team's most recent portfolio review, it is believed that the frequency of SCP-7333's periods of lucidity inversely correlates with the total profit amassed by the beneficiary of SCP-7333's advice. Due to this, discussion is underway to determine an altered containment schedule to allow SCP-7333 ample recovery time in between consultations. SCP-7333 was initially discovered following investigation of animal control complaints from a series of houses within a suburban neighborhood. All such reports alleged that lizards were breaking into houses to watch TV, with a disproportionately large focus on households that frequently consumed news-related media. A team of Foundation containment specialists was dispatched to multiple houses under the guise of carrying out an electrician survey. The team first encountered SCP-7333 in a nursery bedroom typing "hello" repeatedly on a children's speak and spell electronic handheld toy, followed by "I am Business Lizard." Following application of amnestics to the neighborhood occupants, the team secured SCP-7333 and transported it to the nearest Foundation facility. Addendum 7333-1 Partial Interview Logs. Over the course of SCP-7333's containment history, it was observed that its lucid periods initially occurred for approximately 4 hours every 4 days. As of the most recent update to the file, the entity averages 4 hours of lucidity every 16 days. Interview logs of note corresponding to sessions purely for personal information gathering purposes are transcribed below. Note: SCP-7333's mobile device keyboard typing is displayed without corrections for grammar or mechanics. All questions were voiced aloud by interviewers situated in the containment cell. Excerpt from Interview 7333-3. Interviewer: Dr. R. Mercer. Interviewee: SCP-7333.
Are you sure you don't want a reading for the market?
Business Lizard, today I would like to learn a little more about you, if that's alright.
That is very agreeable.
Stocks Lizard, some time ago you told us you reimagined yourself to suit more modern times.
Yes, there was much to change.
Business Lizard, please tell me more.
In times long past, I was a healer, bringer of health, as my siblings and elders before me, but times shifted and commerce became what humans sought and sacrificed for. It seemed fruitless to help humans regain their health when it would be thrown away for money at a moment's notice. I grew weary and lost and frail.
Commerce Lizard, I am sorry to hear that.
Money troubles and health troubles intertwine these days more than ever before. To feel needed, I renewed myself, but as you see, I am even less than I was before. I had so much to learn, but the world has changed. The people are hostile. There are places even I cannot go, words even I do not know.
Stocks Lizard, I hope you know that you're always welcome here.
Thank you. I have not felt so useful in generations. Please keep showing me your number reports. I cannot always read them, but I like seeing them. Thank you for always having someone sit with me.
Business Lizard, do you remember much of who you were before civilization sped out of control?
Taller, bigger, needed clothes.
Commerce Lizard, do you know of any other lizards like yourself who may have retained their powers?
There are none in my memory, if there were any at all.
Stocks Lizard, does that bother you?
No.
Commerce Lizard, would you like us to attempt seeking out any of your kin who may still be findable?
No.
Excerpt from Interview 7333-8, most recent interview to date. Interviewer: Dr. R. Mercer. Interviewee: SCP-7333. Extraneous discussion removed.
I'll tell you a secret.
Business Lizard, that is kind of you. Commerce Lizard, what is the secret?
Every time I tell you to buy or sell something, I am guessing.
Stocks Lizard, that is rather incredible to believe.
I may have been stripped of my previous authority, but I believe I still retain some good fortune inherent to my former station.
Business Lizard, you say this despite not sharing in the profit from the advice you give, and only maintaining your consciousness some of the time?
Well, I met you all, didn't I? You will talk to me, provide for me. That sounds fortunate.
Commerce Lizard, do you not wish to return to what you once were at the height of your strength?
My charge was to assist humans. I am assisting. This new job is much easier. Perhaps it was fate my path led here. Perhaps this was what I was hoping to be all my years of searching.
Business Lizard, what did you hope to be?
Happy.
Business Lizard, I am glad to hear that. Is there anything else we can do for you?
SCP-7333 does not respond.
Stocks Lizard, is there anything else we can do for you?
More strawberry, please.
SCP-7333 is observed to turn several times in a quick circle on top of its typing device. It then jumps from the interview table and lands on Dr. Mercer's leg. Dr. Mercer observed returning SCP-7333 to its terrarium. End note. Request for more fresh fruit, primarily strawberries, to be added to 7333's dietary regimen. R. Mercer. Note from Lab Director MK. Granted. He deserves a break. Item number, SCP-6187. Object Class, Keter. Special Containment Procedures. The Foundation Anomalous Space Telescope, or FAST, is presently monitoring the activities of all known SCP-6187. As SCP-6187 are currently undetectable through non-anomalous means, no further containment procedures are required at this time. Description: SCP-6187 is a species of colossal spacefaring organisms, which have been identified in over 7,500 star systems within 12.5 kilolight-years of Earth. First discovered by the Foundation Anomalous Space Telescope, or FAST. Footnote 1. Launched in 1999, FAST utilizes techniques derived from study of SCP-2154 and SCP, allowing for detailed observation of distant stars in real time. In 2002, mature instances of SCP-6187 vary between 25 and 40 kilometers in length, making them the largest known members of the Orion-Perseus Ecological Supersystem, or OPES. Footnote 2. The Living Universe, an SCP Foundation journal. Published 2009, revised 2018. Due to their distance from Earth, much of SCP-6187's biology and biochemistry remains speculative. SCP-6187 are migratory and capable of self-propulsion through unknown means, traveling at recorded speeds of up to 0.12 c. Instances typically travel in pods consisting of 5 to 10 members and are capable of long-distance communication through the emission of electromagnetic radiation. SCP-6187 are omnivorous and subsist primarily on natural stellar gigaflora such as Dyson trees. SCP-6187 are capable of sexual reproduction and have been observed to practice a complex mating ritual, which may take up to 18 months to complete. Footnote 3. See Document 6187-Venus for details. After an indeterminate period, female SCP-6187 will produce and expel an egg, measuring up to 1.5 kilometers in diameter. These are typically deposited within a distance of 0.4 to 2.5 astronomical units of the nearest star, depending on the surface temperature. While over 2,000 SCP-6187 eggs have been identified, less than 100 have been found to hatch. All such cases were deposited prior to FAST's development, suggesting that SCP-6187 eggs require an incubation period spanning no less than 2 decades. Currently, the nearest known SCP-6187 pod is located in the Epsilon Cygni planetary system, 72 light-years away. Few SCP-6187 have been observed within 300 light-years of Earth. This is presumably due to the local bubble's relatively low abundance of vacuum-based organisms. Footnote 4. Hypothesized to have resulted from a supernova, believed to have taken place between 10 and 20 million years ago. However, paleofecal samples recovered from the asteroid belt suggest that SCP-6187 may have been active in the solar system no later than 35 million years before present. Addendum. On June 9, 2023, FAST detected a solitary instance of SCP-6187. designated SCP-6187-Cetus, located in the inner Oort cloud, approximately 0.8 light-years from Earth. This specimen is currently traveling at 0.1 C, and observation has revealed that its prominent dorsal crest is on display, indicating a heightened state of sexual arousal. It is hypothesized that SCP-6187-Cetus may have intercepted radio emissions originating from Earth and mistaken them for those produced by members of its species. Should SCP-6187-Cetus maintain its current speed and trajectory, it will collide with Earth on February 14, 2034, resulting in an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. As current orbital weapon platforms are insufficient in preventing a collision, the Foundation and the Global Occult Coalition have agreed to divert all non-essential funding towards Project Ahab. This joint initiative calls for the construction of an automated spacecraft carrying 150 megaton atomic warhead, which is currently scheduled to launch December 2028 in order to intercept and neutralize SCP-6187-Cetus at a distance of no less than 50 million kilometers from Earth. As the entity is expected to be detectable to civilian astronomers by no later than 2026, the Foundation and GOC have briefed all current world leaders on the threat posed by SCP-6187-Cetus. Due to the scarcity of reliable information regarding SCP-6187's biochemistry, it is currently uncertain whether or not SCP-6187-Cetus is capable of withstanding nuclear detonation. Item Number: SCP-3904. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: all SCP-3904 instances are currently kept in cold storage in Site-66. Should testing be required, live instances of Felis catus or domestic house cat can be requested from the Site-66 breeding pen. Description: SCP-3904 are male human cadavers with drastic alterations to their internal structure. The tissue comprising SCP-3904 instances is structurally similar to non-anomalous human flesh, but is highly resistant to decay and constantly emits an odor described by personnel as a combination of formaldehyde and catnip. SCP-3904 instances are capable of cellular regeneration despite their lack of nutritional intake. Wounds inflicted on SCP-3904 instances will heal over time, but at a rate slower than that of a non-anomalous human body. Each instance of SCP-3904 can be distinguished from non-anomalous cadavers by the prominent hollows in its thoracic and abdominal cavities caused by the extensive removal of vital organs. Each compartment is covered by a flap of skin and muscle tissue with smooth, cauterized wound edges. In the thoracic cavities of SCP-3904 instances, the lungs, heart, and the lower ribs will have been removed, leaving the diaphragm intact. In the abdominal cavities, all organs have been removed. All tissue damage incurred via removal of the organs has been smoothly scarred over in all instances of SCP-3904. Each hollowed cavity in SCP-3904 is large enough to comfortably accommodate one adult domestic house cat. When filled with 2 cats in this manner, SCP-3904 spontaneously animates. Animated instances are sentient, but do not appear to be sapient. Instances are capable of bipedal locomotion, albeit with a distinctive stilted or reverse-jointed gait, and are incapable of speech, likely due to their lack of lungs. When solitary, animated instances of SCP-3904 are observed to wander around aimlessly until vacated by their interior cats. However, when 2 or more instances are animated in the same vicinity, they will begin to engage in a form of rudimentary wrestling, wherein the aim appears to be the dislodging of each other's interior cats. It is unknown whether this is due to anomalous compulsion on the part of SCP-3904 instances or simply the result of natural feline behavior. Notably, under controlled conditions, 70% of cats appear to prefer resting inside the interior of SCP-3904 instances over resting in other similar warm, dark, and confined spaces. The significance of this is also unknown. Item Number: SCP-7997. Level 3 Confidential. Containment Class: Keter. Disruption Class: Kennick. Risk Class: Warning. Assigned Site: Area 150. Site Director: Adelaide Worth. Research Head, Dr. Ezekiel Yang. Assigned Task Force, X2 unto Caesar. Special Containment Procedures. The Department of Procurement and Liquidation will attempt to acquire all outstanding debt and the entirety of shares of SCP-7997 in a gradual process. The Departments of Financial Esoterica and Tactical Theology will perform continual risk assessment during this process. If no adverse anomalous effects are detected, liquidation of SCP-7997 shall proceed post-acquisition. The anomalous effects of SCP-7997 corporate votes and agents shall be subject to ongoing misinformation campaigns. Description: SCP-7997, or The Company, is Brackestone Shoe Polish Company, a publicly traded specialty shoe polish manufacturer which achieved apotheosis on July 23, 2021. SCP-7997 was founded in 1977 in the United States of America as a specialty provider of high-quality shoe polish for fetish footwear. The value of the company is uncertain. SCP-7997 does not have a quoted stock price on major equity exchanges, but was listed as over-the-counter pink sheet stock starting in 2009. SCP-7997 is illiquid. Share trades on average 4 times a year at prices ranging between $1 and $10. Over 60% of SCP-7997 is owned by corporate officers, or C-suite, of the company. The remaining 40% is estimated to be held by several hundred individuals, such as retail investors and former members of the company. SCP-7997 has avoided regulatory scrutiny for the majority of its existence due to its small size, specialized industry, and minimal use of thaumaturgy. Footnote 1. Per SEC Rule 033I, corporations that emit less than 500 Caspers per year are not subject to regulatory reporting requirements on any thaumatological rituals used. 1,000 Caspers per second is usually necessary for successful ritual activations. Therefore, the exact processes that led to SCP-7997's apotheosis are unknown. JTI Chi-2 unto Caesar, a joint task force of the Departments of Financial Esoterica and Tactical Theology, theorized that internal SCP-7997 corporate processes, employee actions taken on behalf of the company, or a combination of such fulfilled the criteria to serve as an apotheosis ritual. The nature of these actions is currently unknown. It is believed that the apotheosis of SCP-7997 was not an intentional decision by members of Brackestone, but rather the result of a series of random fortuitous events. SCP-7997 possesses a metaphorical font of divine power, referred to in various cultural traditions as Numen, Kami, Mana, etc. This power can be exerted locally for a wide variety of reality warping applications, but over extended ranges the power can only be exerted in relation to SCP-7997's domains. SCP-7997's spheres of divine influence appear to be shoe polish manufacturing, fetish gear maintenance, and naphtha distillation. Footnote 2. Naphtha, a petroleum derivative used in shoe polish. For example, employees of SCP-7997 are capable of reconfiguring their workspaces at will, for example, matter synthesis and manipulation. However, outside of the SCP-7997 primary office and specialty shops, the matter manipulation capabilities of SCP-7997 have only been detected in cost-free dominatrix boot repair and anomalously efficient petroleum distillation. The Foundation is aware of several corporations with anomalous capabilities. The internal functions of SCP-7997 are opaque. SCP-7997's classification as a deific entity stems from qualitative comparative analysis. The internal structure of SCP-7997 remains corporate. It has not adopted the characteristics of a church, temple, or other religious or otherwise non-corporate hierarchy. See SCP-4985 for examples of an anomalous corporation with significant cultural alteration. The previous corporate culture of Brackestone Shoe Polish Company has been preserved, including self-professed, quote, long-standing values of, quote, speaking up. No new indicators of corporate malfeasance have been detected post-apotheosis. SCP-7997 does not appear to have agency of its own. SCP-7997 possesses a divine godhead, but does not appear to have a greater agenda beyond the goals of its corporate officers and shareholders. Unlike SCP-1442, there is no evidence SCP-7997 is sentient. SCP-7997 has achieved noospheric dominion over the process of shoe polish manufacture, with minor dominion over other related domains. The most immediate effects are that all 70 employees of SCP-7997 become abnormally knowledgeable and competent with regards to aspects of shoe polish manufacture pertaining to their job titles. For example, production line engineers develop an innate sense of how many batches can be produced daily, and accountants are aware of the exact market value of shoe polish at any time. However, this knowledge is not retained upon departure from the company, suggesting that even if employee actions were involved in SCP-7997's apotheosis, the divine power is vested in the company itself and not in the individuals comprising it. After witching hour, 12 a.m. to 12:59 a.m. local time of July 3, 2021, thaumaturgically potent corporate actions performed as part of the corporate functions of SCP-7997 stopped producing any residual EVE radiation. Footnote 3. Spectral radiation emitted by thaumaturgical acts, instead manifesting irregular Akiva. Footnote 4. Particle associated with deific and religious entities. Bursts. This is analogous to a Mage King or God King phase transition, in which a humanoid reality bender or thaumaturge. Footnote 5. Type green or type blue under GOC Unified Thaumatology terminology. Achieves apotheosis and becomes a divine entity. Footnote 6. Type black under GOC Unified Thaumatology terminology. Liner et al. 2009. The following table defines common terms in corporate finance and explains observations of these functions in the context of SCP-7997. Term: employee. Conventional definition: an individual hired by a business to perform specific duties as part of a job in exchange for compensation. SCP-7997 function: individual employees perform functions associated with SCP-7997's domain. Each possesses a minuscule fraction of SCP-7997's power that can only be applied for purposes associated with their job duties. For example, SCP-7997's logistics representatives increase the efficiency of petroleum distilleries they order raw naphtha from, and public relationship managers produce repair instructions for specialty adult equipment that violate conservation of mass using divine power. It remains unclear whether employees are consciously creating anomalies. Term: C-suite officer. Conventional definition: high-level executives responsible for corporate strategy and management. SCP-7997 function: corporate officers of SCP-7997 are endowed with a greater proportion of SCP-7997's power and are capable of exercising this power in less predictable ways. They can be viewed as analogous to intercessionary saints or deific epithets, and are capable of performing, quote, miracles. For example, Brackeystone CFO Sally Tarafino recently anomalously increased the demand for Brackeystone shoe polish without also decreasing price, in violation of the law of supply and demand. Footnote 7. Financial esoterica specialists would like to note that this is not evidence of anomalous activity in and of itself, but is included for contextual purposes. Term: bonds or debt. Conventional definition: a company borrows money by selling a bond and promises to repay the amount borrowed along with a contractually defined interest rate given by a fixed schedule with a defined endpoint. A bond owner is a lender to the company. In the case of bankruptcy, bondholders are paid first. SCP-7997 function: holders of SCP-7997 bonds display increased brand loyalty, an intensely personal relationship with the company, and an extreme reticence to sell the bonds. These bonds continue to pay a financial coupon as normal. By analogy with corporate finance, SCP-7997 bonds may convey ownership of SCP-7997's divinity, thus explaining holders' deeply personal relationship with the company. To date, it is unclear if this analogy extends further. Term: stock or equity. Conventional definition: shares of ownership of a company. A stockholder is entitled to a company's earnings, liquidation proceedings, or voting power proportionate to the number of shares owned. SCP-7997 Function. Owners of voting shares of SCP-7997 may direct larger applications of SCP-7997's divine ability. To date, this power has been used to grant executive compensation in the form of longevity and good health, make wearers of shoes polished with Brackeystone products walk 10% faster, and erase a competing shoe polish brand from collective memory. Addendum: Most current research. For internal distribution only. SCP-7997 Working Documentation. JTF Kai-2, unto Caesar. Provisional Lead: Dr. Ezekiel Yang, Financial Esoterica. SCP-7997 Further avenues of research. SCP-7997 is currently a unique phenomenon. However, the stochastic condensation of its apotheosis suggests that another such event could occur without prior indication, though the failure of such an event to occur for the hundreds of years since the birth of the modern corporation suggests it's incredibly unlikely. The brand recognition of Brackeystone is extremely limited. Despite this, traditional academics and business leaders have already begun to notice its anomalous performance. Embedded Foundation assets in academic and trade publications have rejected multiple papers analyzing SCP-7997. It is believed that nobody understands how SCP-7997 achieved apotheosis, and business process security policies have prevented detailed investigations. By a stroke of good fortune, Brackeystone Shoe Polish Company does not have a dedicated division for esoteric market research. However, we believe that several major corporations, several of which are experienced in augmenting their competitive advantage via esoteric means, are currently attempting to recreate corporate apotheosis. Previous corporate meddling in esoteric affairs has had significant adverse effects. The 1999 deconceptualization of all ingestible liquids except for a proprietary soft drink was achieved without the benefits endowed by divinity. Should a corporation with the experience and will to exploit divine power successfully attain apotheosis, a CK-class restructuring scenario would likely follow. It was fortunate that the SCP-7997 phenomenon happened to a relatively innocuous company. Further research will focus on adopting reliable existing deity management procedures developed by the Department of Tactical Theology for corporate deities. The following are under ongoing research. Joint Task Force Kai-2, unto Caesar, comprised of subject matter specialists from the Department of Financial Esoterica and the Department of Tactical Theology, have provided a set of hypotheses to these corporate phenomena likely to arise during the course of containment. As this is a developing containment matter, several corporate events have multiple speculated theological analogies. Term: subsidiary. Conventional definition: a company owned or controlled by a parent company. SCP-7997 does not have subsidiaries as it is a relatively small company. SCP-7997 theorized function. 1. Avatar or incarnation. A deity taking material form. However, SCP-7997 may already qualify as an incarnation of a deity. Research is ongoing on whether any existing gods of shoe polish manufacture, fetish footwear, and/or naphtha synthesis have recently taken incarnate form. 2. Demigod, the part divine offspring of a deific entity. A subsidiary of SCP-7997 would presumably have dominion over increasingly specific subsets of shoe polish manufacture and/or fetish footwear and/or naphtha synthesis, or have dominion over these domains within a certain geographic area. Term: embezzlement. Conventional definition: a type of financial fraud. Someone entrusted with a company's funds misuses them for non-authorized purposes. SCP-7997 theorized function. It is unclear whether misuse of SCP-7997's resources is possible, as no embezzlement or similar crimes have been reported to regulatory authorities since July 3, 2021. Theoretically, such acts may result in divine retribution. Injuries suffered by individuals related to SCP-7997 are currently being monitored. Term: corporate raid. Conventional definition: an entity buys a large stake in a corporation and then uses shareholder voting rights to influence the company to take measures to increase share value, often at the expense of long-term company prospects. SCP-7997 theorized function. It is unclear whether a conventional takeover of SCP-7997 is even possible by non-deific entities. Should a deific entity attempt to take control of SCP-7997, the resulting conflict is theorized to be akin to theomachy, or war amongst gods, after which the loser is often sundered and cast into darkness in traditional narratives. Footnote 8. Tactical theology specialists note the extant alternative archetype of the dying and rising deity may lead to unforeseen complications. Term: financial default. Conventional definition: the failure to pay back a loan or a bond in accordance with its contractual terms. SCP-7997 theorized function. Should this come to pass, holders of SCP-7997 bonds will likely feel a sense of abandonment. It is extremely unclear what circumstances might cause this. The company might cease to exist in a traditional bankruptcy, or the deific entity of SCP-7997 might abandon its domain. Until more is learned about the nature of SCP-7997, nothing conclusive can be said. Term: liquidation. Conventional definition: the process by which a company is terminated. The assets and property of the company are redistributed to other entities, and the company ceases to exist as a legal entity. SCP-7997 theorized function. 1. The divine essence of SCP-7997 arises from the possession of a material asset, and the new owner of it inherits the apotheotic state. As the Foundation currently possesses several such assets, the acquisition of an additional one is not expected to have adverse effects on the Foundation's metaphysical status or impose undue burdens to containment. 2. Successful deicide. Item Number: SCP-7200. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Mobile Task Force Theta-5, the bigger boat, is to be dispatched to investigate any disappearances of registered merchant ships and to propose cover stories as appropriate. Any emitted radio signals are to be suppressed using standard procedures. Update: 7/4/2022. Project Convenient Flag has been implemented and is demonstrating promising results. Reclassification to Euclid and updates to containment procedures are pending final review by the Containment Committee. See Addendum 7200-3. Description: SCP-7200 is an anomalous phenomenon causing the disappearances of non-military ships in international waters. When a vessel is affected by SCP-7200, it unexpectedly changes heading and increases speed, occasionally dumping cargo to do so. All attempts to hail or remotely operate the vessel have failed. Typically, shortwave radio transmissions are also found originating from the ship, containing a vocalization described by listeners as an unpleasant shrieking sound. Memetic analysis does not find the audio signal to be anomalous, but notes that there may be possible cognitohazardous properties which are not preserved over radio. Several hours into the event, the ship's transponder turns off. Past this point, no vessel has been detectable through any known means and is effectively unrecoverable. In the first year since the anomaly's emergence in April 2016, the likelihood of an SCP-7200 event affecting a vessel was approximately 0.006% per year. Since then, the probability has been steadily increasing, measured most recently at 0.072% per year in December 2021. Addendum 7200-1. Containment Attempts. Codename: Side-Eye. Failure. Summary: place sensors aboard 20,000 merchant vessels to continually report anomalous activity and attempt to determine the cause of SCP-7200. Result: sensor data from lost ships is inconclusive. Following the loss of the vessel, the sensors cease to report further information. Codename: Event Horizon. Failure. Summary: recruit and train E-Class personnel aboard 100 merchant vessels with equipment for navigating a number of different anomalous environments. Result: 18 ships with personnel are lost in SCP-7200 events, yielding no new information. Operation is aborted. Codename: Escort Mission. Failure. Summary: Ships from the Foundation Navy, disguised as various nations' militaries, escort high-value container ships with orders to intervene during an SCP-7200 event. Result: 2 incidents occur wherein a container ship is subject to an SCP-7200 event while in the presence of the Foundation Navy. 1. The compromised ship suddenly makes a sharp turn in front of the Navy vessel. The vessel manages to avoid a collision, but numerous shipping containers fall and land on the Navy vessel, damaging it. The vessel is unable to sustain a chase and the container ship escapes. 2. 2 Navy vessels are straddling both sides of the container ship, which then undergoes the SCP-7200 event. Foundation vessels give chase for 2 hours. The vessels then adopt a strategy of attempting to damage the compromised ship's navigational and propulsion capabilities, with limited success. After 11 further hours of continued pursuit, the ship escapes despite serious hull damage. Codename: Trojan Seahorse. Failure. Summary: 50 unmanned merchant vessels are purchased, loaded with conventional explosives and limited paranormal weaponry, and deployed across the ocean. Ship computers are programmed to detect an SCP-7200 event and attempt to locate and destroy any anomalous objects present. Result: 1 such prepared vessel undergoes an SCP-7200 event. It then immediately fires all its weapons directly overhead, causing severe damage and resulting in the ship capsizing. Rescue teams are unable to prevent the vessel from sinking. Remaining vessels are quickly recalled. Codename: Sea Nuke. Denied. Vetoed by Overwatch Command. Codename: Convenient Flag. Ongoing. Summary: see below. Result: loss of commercial vessels has been steadily declining over the implementation period. Addendum 7200-2 Project Convenient Flag. The Foundation External Affairs and Intelligence Agency, after negotiation with the Panama Maritime Authority, established a special SCPF designation for a class of merchant ships registered in Panama. This class is available for containment use only and have relaxed requirements for vessel size, shape, and build quality. As part of SCP-7200 containment operations, the Foundation has established 4 facilities in Panama: 1 registration depot, 1 hatchery, 2 farms, with a combined approximate area of 150,000 square meters. The fish production facilities are capable of raising tens of millions of oceanic fish annually. Within the registration depot, Foundation maritime inspectors oversee the registration of SCPF-class merchant vessels. Due to the specific nature of this class, many steps in the registration of conventional merchant ships do not apply. For instance, ships have no requirement for safety or construction certificates due to their small size. As SCPF-class vessels lack equipment for radio transmissions, signal suppression is unnecessary during SCP-7200 events. At maturity, fish are transported from farm facilities into the registration depot. In accordance with international maritime law, a Panamanian flag and the respective ship registration number are applied onto each fish. Upon confirming the vessel's seaworthiness, the acting maritime inspector clears the fish for release into the open ocean. Addendum 7200-3 Current Situation: SCP-7200 events have continued to increase in frequency. However, due to the implementation of Project Convenient Flag, more than 99.98% of merchant vessels in international waters are SCPF class, which has reduced the disappearance of civilian ships to less than 0.3 vessels per year. Item Number: SCP-2165. Object Class: None. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-2165 is to be left to its own devices. It is not to be acknowledged in any way outside of this reference. This reference is to be kept in an extratemporal, extraspatial location. All is as it has been. All is as it always was. Description: SCP-2165 is irredeemable. It is unknown if SCP-2165 is a sapient entity, a non-sapient creature, an inanimate object, or a metaphysical concept. This has been deemed irrelevant by containment personnel. SCP-2165 has performed an action or a series of actions that caused it to be considered beyond absolution by universal consensus. The exact nature of this action or actions has since been erased from causality by universal consensus. As such, neither SCP-2165 nor any information about it are ever acknowledged by any other being, object, force, or concept. Addendum: there will be no forgiveness. Item Number: SCP-2271. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-2271 is unable to be directly contained. Current indirect containment efforts focus on mitigating damage caused by SCP-2271 to affected individuals and communities. Foundation Task Force Move 14, Forgive and Forget, is currently spearheading efforts to contain SCP-2271. Although the effects of SCP-2271 are believed to be irreversible, evidence has shown that removing affected individuals from large populations and isolating them decreases the rate at which the population as a whole is affected. Additional Foundation mobile task forces have been utilized to quickly separate affected individuals from their families and move them to high-security containment at Site-91, the solitary containment facility at Site-9. Appropriate cover stories and Class B amnestics have been authorized. Any and all Foundation personnel who become affected by SCP-2271 are to be considered KIA. Under no circumstances are affected Foundation personnel to come in contact with any other unaffected Foundation personnel after containment of their affected status. Necessary self-termination resources are to be supplied to these personnel as requested. Description: SCP-2271 is a poorly understood phenomenon currently affecting small populations in the American Midwest. SCP-2271 manifests directly as a plain white envelope containing a letter detailing collections on a student loan account. While the envelope and letter are themselves non-anomalous, the manner in which they are delivered are, and as such they have been jointly classified as SCP-2271-1. SCP-2271 takes effect on an individual in 3 distinct steps, each categorized by a regression of the subject's mental state, as well as aggression on the part of entities classified as SCP-2271-2 instances. The steps are as follows. Phase 1. Initial Exposure. Subject receives a personalized version of SCP-2271-1. Typically, this occurs through regular postage routinely received by the subject, although this can take place through a variety of different avenues. SCP-2271-1 instances have been found slid under doorways, inside of locked rooms, within articles of clothing, and in one case within the excrement of a prisoner in solitary confinement. All instances of SCP-2271-1 refer to a Factory Financial Management group and provides phone numbers and addresses used to contact the company. To date, none of these numbers or addresses have shown any indication of being affiliated with the company in question or any group whatsoever, but if used to mail a package or make a phone call, will result in some kind of communication with the company. Packages do not require a mail carrier. Applying an address label of some kind will result in the parcel disappearing shortly afterwards. The individual receiving the instance of SCP-2271-1 does not need to open the envelope or read the letter to be affected. As soon as they receive SCP-2271-1, they become an instance of SCP-2271-A. Phase 2. Repayment of Debt. In 100% of all reported cases, the letter within SCP-2271-1 will demand a payment of a monetary amount that absolutely cannot be paid, even if the subject had access to the total amount of all of Earth's liquid assets. During the second phase, SCP-2271-A subjects universally become extremely agitated and obsessed with the repayment of the amount owed. Subjects will begin to sell all of their personal belongings and assets and attempt to mail the collected cash to an address listed on their letter or call the company and make a credit transaction. Attempting to hinder SCP-2271-A subjects from making these payments will often lead to violent outbursts by the subject. Subjects will aggressively maintain that they must meet an impossible repayment schedule or face consequences from the collection agency. During this phase, SCP-2271-A instances will begin to claim that they can see unclear humanoid entities on the edge of their vision, which are fast-moving and clouded in thick smoke. No other distinguishing characteristics have been reported. These entities have been classified as SCP-2271-2. Phase 3. Liquidation of assets. During the final phase of affliction, SCP-2271-A will begin to dramatically sell off the remainder of their perceived belongings in order to pay off their debt. During this and the previous phases, SCP-2271-A instances will receive additional instances of SCP-2271-1 as updates to the status of their debt repayment. In no reported cases has the amount owed ever decreased. SCP-2271-A instances have been observed shipping the remainder of their material possessions, the possessions of those around them, their teeth, hair, excrement, blood, and other bodily fluids, pets, children, spouses, close relatives. Footnote 1. Often these individuals have been brutalized and arranged in such a way that would result in more efficient packaging and shipping. And finally, with no other alternatives, the remainder of their own body. This behavior will continue until the subject expires or is no longer capable of making payments, after which they will disappear after the second missed payment. SCP-2271-A subjects who are restrained from making payments will claim that the instances of SCP-2271-2 that had previously existed only on the edges of their vision will become more prominent and threatening, and begin to repossess items themselves. These claims are corroborated by observation of the subject and the belongings in question, which will begin to disappear if the subject does not personally make payments. SCP-2271-2 instances have not been photographed, but thermal surveillance has ascertained that there is always a significant drop in local temperature whenever SCP-2271-A subjects claim SCP-2271-2 instances are near, often as much as 25 degrees Celsius. SCP-2271-A subjects are universally in a state of constant fear regarding SCP-2271-2 instances, and will show immense hesitation to avoid any stimuli that they relate to SCP-2271-2, including the sound of metal on metal, fire, strong wind, and the smell of burning rubber and petrol. Addendum 2271-1 Discovery. The SCP-2271 phenomenon was first discovered in the town of Nebraska, after local law enforcement ceased responding to attempts at communication by all outside groups. Foundation agents were mobilized to the town where they discovered that, despite signs of particularly graphic violence and struggle, the entire population had disappeared. The first instance of SCP-2271-1 was discovered during this investigation, albeit unknowingly, by the late agent Sandra McCoy during the sweep of an abandoned home in the area. 2 days later, another report surfaced of a family of fanatics in nearby Nebraska who had sold all of their possessions and then violently attacked their elderly neighbors. Foundation personnel arrived on the scene and managed to apprehend the subjects. It was during this initial investigation that SCP-2271-1 and -2 were originally classified. However, during Foundation occupation of several other members of the primary containment team became affected by SCP-2271, as well as a large number of townspeople. The situation soon became unmanageable, and all unaffected personnel were ordered to move back to a 5-kilometer perimeter and wait for further instruction. The situation resolved after 2 weeks, when all affected personnel had either disappeared, expired, or become too incapacitated to continue making payments. The remaining inhabitants of were amnesticized and held for observation, then transported to Spain with different identities. The town itself was demolished, as was Incident Report, January 3rd, 2014. On the 3rd of January 2014, Overwatch Command received a distress call from Site-91, the previous holding facility of all individuals contained in relation to SCP-2271. After the initial call, Site-91 staff did not respond for an additional 8 hours, during which MTF Alpha-1 Red Right Hand was mobilized. Due to the remote location of Site-91, MTF Alpha-1 was not able to reach Site-91 before it suddenly detonated its on-site nuclear device. In the wake of this event, it was discovered that Site-91 had sent one additional message, timestamped only 2 minutes before the detonation of the on-site nuclear device. The message, a single scanned image, was sent with no additional explanation. Investigation into this incident is still ongoing. Item number: SCP-6087. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Currently, all known instances of SCP-6087-A are contained in individual cells located in Site-24's C-Wing and are to receive weekly counseling sessions with Drs. Isadora Hill and Colin Eastland. All suspected cases are to be investigated by Mobile Task Force Pi-1, City Slickers, with confirmed instances transported to Site-24 and Class B amnestics administered to all witnesses. Research into the origin of SCP-6087 is ongoing. Description: SCP-6087 is a localized phenomenon occurring in Great Britain, affecting children between the ages of 5 and 14 years old. Those affected, designated SCP-6087-A, will spontaneously become incapable of exercising any form of vocal communication. Medical analysis has revealed no physical explanation for this condition, and in most cases the effect appears to be permanent. All Foundation attempts at reversing SCP-6087's influence, including intensive speech therapy and laryngeal transplant, have thus far been unsuccessful. Studies suggest that children prone to behaviors such as frequent lying and use of disparaging and/or explicit language, particularly towards adults, are primarily susceptible to SCP-6087's effects. In all known occurrences, these properties manifested whilst the victim was sleeping, typically between the hours of 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. GMT. Over the following days, most instances will report mild to moderate throat pain, as well as an unpleasant taste, usually likened to that of expired meat, which may persist for up to a week afterwards. Additionally, several instances of SCP-6087-A have noted the presence of numerous houseflies, Musca domestica, and insect larvae on their bedspread immediately after their alteration. The significance of this remains unknown. Additionally, all SCP-6087-A are subject to periodic auditory hallucinations, which typically occur whilst the subject is alone and manifest in the form of faint cries and moans. In most cases, these hallucinations have been found to increase in frequency and intensity over time. There are currently 5 known cases of SCP-6087-A instantly regaining their ability to speak whilst in Foundation custody. All such occurrences took place between 5 and 10 years after entering containment and coincided with the total cessation of all auditory hallucinations. However, in all cases, each subject was found to vocalize using a pitch, tone, and regional accent that they did not recognize as their own. Further research is ongoing. Precisely when SCP-6087 first manifested is unknown, although archived documents inherited from Her Majesty's Foundation for the Secure Containment of the Paranormal, or HMF-SCP. Footnote 1. Foundation Precursor Organization, active between 1738 and 1918. Suggests that containment procedures were first implemented at some point in the early 19th century. Addendum. SCP-6087's discovery was roughly concurrent with the publication of the earliest known literary reference to the Voice Taker, a mythical character originating in English folklore. The following is an extract from the revised edition of Myths and Monsters, 1910, by British historian and folklorist Horace Greenblatt, which contains one of the most detailed accounts of the Voice Taker currently in Foundation possession, provided by the Department of Mythology and Folkloristics. The Voice Taker. Depictions of the phantom known as the Voice Taker, scourge to all wicked and unruly children, have remained remarkably consistent across the centuries. The unsightly revenant is described as a tall, festering figure, wearing a thick beard, made not of hair, but comprised of countless, ever-swarming flies and maggots. In life, the Voice Taker, who is given no Christian name, is said to have been born with a mouth much too big for his face, a deformity which most tellings attribute to his gossiping mother. As a result of this disfigurement, his cries throughout infancy were so loud and frequent that they caused the walls to shake and regularly kept his parents awake well into the small hours. The boy's father, fatigued and desperate, sought the counsel of a learned cleric, well versed in the ancient craft of alchemy. The priest provided him with a rare tonic of golden hue, previously utilized by a certain unspoken sect of silent monks in the Far East. This potion, the priest asserted, would silence the boy's screams for a year and a day, allowing his parents some much-needed rest. While the old priest specified that merely 3 drops were necessary for the desired result, the boy's father, skeptical of the elixir's potency, insisted on forcing the entire concoction down his son's oversized mouth. This had the unfortunate effect of leaving the boy permanently mute and earning him much mockery from his peers. Years passed, and the boy was soon put to work on his family farm, until late in the winter of his 19th year, when his life was tragically cut short. Whilst wandering the forest in search of firewood, he tripped and fell down an old stone well, which had long ago fallen to disuse. Although the townsfolk searched for many weeks afterwards, because the boy was incapable of shouting for help, he was never rescued, swiftly succumbing to the elements. As he could not be afforded a Christian burial, the voice-taker's spirit remains earthbound, cursed to spend the ages wandering the mortal plane. The voice-taker's experience has given him a strong appreciation for the value of speech, and an even stronger disdain for children who take theirs for granted by shouting, lying, and disrespecting their elders. Disobedient youth are warned that if they refuse to correct this behavior, the voice-taker will visit them in the night, where they will awaken to the pungent stench of earth and decay. Upon catching a gory glimpse of the maggot-bearded monster looming before them, the victim will inevitably open their mouth to scream. Yet before sound can escape, the silent specter strikes, extending one bony arm down the unruly child's throat, and stealing their voice away before stuffing it into his burlap sack. Once his bag has reached its fill, the voice-taker deposits his stolen treasure where their owners can never retrieve them, at the bottom of the same well where he lost his life. It is said that during clear nights, his victims' voices, which in their disembodied state are incapable of producing all but the most primal screams and moans, can be heard as faint echoes on the wind. In some rare cases, once 7 years have passed, the voice-taker may decide to return articulation to his victims, providing they have exhibited exemplary behavior over the preceding years. However, as this creature is noted for its careless tendencies, voices returned to their owners rarely match that which was originally stolen. Further study has confirmed that over 90% of SCP-6087-A have exhibited varying degrees of familiarity with this legend, suggesting that SCP-6087's anomalous effects may be at least partially infohazardous in nature. Efforts to eradicate the voice-taker from the European cultural zeitgeist have thus far proven successful. Item Number: SCP-5059. Object Class: Safe. Level 2-5059 Classified. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-5059 is stored in a standard high-value anomalous item locker in the Safe Objects Wing of Site-17, Sub-Level 2, Locker 09932. Instances of SCP-5059-1 must be contained under HCP 1 through 3, depending on the properties of the instance's altered vehicular state, until their expiration. Footnote 1. HCP, Humanoid Containment Protocol, a set of 4 standardized protocols for dealing with progressively more destructively powerful anomalous humanoids. No more than 10 instances of SCP-5059-1 may be retained for study at this time. Testing with SCP-5059 can only be approved by the item's HMCL supervisor, currently Dr. Albert Frampton. Description: SCP-5059 is a VHS videotape containing the 1986 animated film Transformers: The Movie. The cassette shows no special resistance to damage or age-related wear. tape spools contained therein have proven to be portable to other cassette cases when its current housing breaks, while retaining anomalous properties. Direct copies of SCP-5059 retain the item's anomalous properties, but have been destroyed subsequent to verification. D-Class Asset Review of the content of SCP-5059 does not reveal any deviation from the original cinematic release of Transformers the movie according to the best of their memory, and machine analysis of the contents of each tape reveals their content to be identical. The anomalous properties of SCP-5059 only manifest after a complete viewing of the film. Footnote 2. Defined as watching from time marker 1 second to 1 hour 23 minutes. After its completion, subjects report an anomalous desire to emulate the characters depicted in the film. Within the first hour after viewing SCP-5059, the subject, now designated SCP-5059-1, will spontaneously reorganize their biology into the form of a functional scale model vehicle. Instances of SCP-5059-1 do not create additional matter or change the chemical composition of their flesh during a rollout event. The color, texture, and durability of SCP-5059-1's tissues also remains the same. SCP-5059-1 instances universally describe the process as incredibly painful, with many transformations requiring the breaking and reshaping of bones, tearing and reforming of ligaments, and complete reconfiguration of organ systems, as well as many other forms of rapid tissue growth as in the case of windows and signal lights. This discomfort subsides immediately upon the event's completion and may be initiated again at will at any time. Removal of clothing prior to initiation has proven to drastically reduce this discomfort. For more details, please see Experiment Log TF-5059-01 through 05. Experimentation Logs TF-5059-01 Subject SCP-5059-1A Charlie Bookbinder, male, age 17. Vehicular form 1973 or 74 Dodge Challenger, scale 1 to 5. Summary: Instance discovered outside containment in February 2017. No change in mass. Subject's eyes translocated, duplicated, and became capable of bioluminescence to serve as headlights. Brain case was relocated into the lower front chassis. Heart and digestive system rearranged to serve as engine and fuel system respectively. Heart and lungs accessible under hood constructed of skin and upper rib cage. Tires composed primarily of highly keratinized skin. Power windows and windscreen composed of translucent keratin material similar in composition to finger and toenails. Interior consists of mucous membrane tissue. Maximum dynamometer rating of 192 bhp at wheels. Current status: SCP-5059-1A attempted to breach containment prior to planned exploratory surgery on its vehicular form. Instance accelerated down Site-17 Medical Wing hallway, reaching a top speed of approximately 80 km per hour. Failed to slow in time for 90-degree turn and collided with a concrete block wall. Brain case destroyed. Cardiopulmonary system destroyed. Instance expired within 2 minutes of impact. TF-5059-02 Subject SCP-5059-1B D8229 Female, age 40. Vehicular form Late model Cessna 178 Skyhawk, scale 1 to 3. Summary: Similar interior and windscreen materials to previous tests. Wings appear to have been derived from translocated ribs and chest muscles. Elevators derived from scapular bones. Propeller blades are covered with enamel, suggesting that they are modified incisors. Mobile control surfaces of the aircraft constructed of cartilage. Eyes emerged within cockpit seat, allowing SCP-5059-1B to have a pilot's eye view while transformed. Instance is capable of powered flight. Top speed 100 knots. Current status: During powered flight testing at a Foundation airfield in Nevada, SCP-5059-1B experienced heat exhaustion brought on by overexertion of her cardiopulmonary system necessary to keep her in flight. Instance appears to have lost consciousness at an altitude of 400 meters. Consciousness was regained at approximately 50 meters altitude, resulting in rapid corrective action. Landing gear and ventral fuselage damaged, but Instance survived. Subsequent reconfiguration from vehicle to human mode reveals severe fracturing of tibia and fibula and multiple lacerations to lower abdominal region. Instance remanded to containment under HCP-2 following recovery. No further testing is authorized on this instance. TF-5059-03 Subject SCP-5059-1C D8238 Male, age 25. Vehicular form M4 Sherman Tank, Scale 1 to 10. Summary: Subject has a history of masochism and was willing to initiate rollout events with much greater frequency than past instances. Main canon derived from elongation and expansion of the T4 vertebral section. Treads derived from multiplied and altered ribcage, stretched over wheel muscles which move on the treads via peristalsis. Turret is fully functional, constructed primarily of cranial bones and still housing the brain and eyes. Instance is capable of pulling a fully loaded railroad freight car when properly harnessed. Current status: during testing of SCP-5059-1C in the Site-17 Armory, the instance was instructed to fire its cannon, to which it readily complied. SCP-5059-1C's heart was ejected from the main cannon at a rate of 257 meters per second. Instance expired of exsanguination within 90 seconds. TF-5059-04 Subject SCP-5059-1D Junior Researcher Marco Del Gutierrez, male, age 29. Vehicular form 1970 Volkswagen Beetle, Scale 1 to 3. Summary: accidental exposure due to copy testing by the AV department. Junior Researcher Gutierrez was not informed of the anomalous properties of SCP-5059 and observed the copy process personally to guarantee the fidelity of the recording. SCP-5059 has since been flagged as cognitohazardous material to prevent future accidents of this nature. As in previous tests, eyes have enlarged and taken on bioluminescence. Cranial cavity has expanded to make room for the forward cargo compartment, and all cardiopulmonary functions are translocated to the rear abdominal cavity. SCP-5059-1D is capable of 50 bhp at the wheels, otherwise similar to SCP-5059-1A in composition. Current status: SCP-5059-1D remains in indefinite containment under HCP-1. Exploratory surgery is not authorized for this instance. SCP-5059-1D has expressed satisfaction with current vehicular form and has not attempted to return to its original humanoid body plan, citing personal preference. Instance retains Level 1 clearance and is authorized to assist in janitorial and administrative tasks. TF-5059-05 Subject SCP-5059-1E D8302 Non-binary, age 20. Vehicular form Saturn V lift vehicle, Scale 1 to 61. Summary: current status: remains impacted in the northern face of Mount Marion on the Moon. HMCL note: no, I will not describe how to reconfigure human biology into a viable rocket fuel and lift vehicle. Sarkics with jetpacks are the absolute last thing that we need. Dr. Frampton. Thank you all so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like and consider subscribing for more videos just like this. Huge thank you to all of my patrons on Patreon, and a special shout out to Everborn, Joe Light, Tanis, Ruler of All, Kenway, and Doomsday LLC, Prince, and Design. If you'd like to help support the channel, check out my Patreon, link in the description.